What's up, y'all? It's your boy Yaniki. Today is the day. We're doing the final Church of MHA. I mean, anything that we did like a big retrospective stream or something like that, it would still wouldn't be but the Church of MHA. Um, this is the last day doing the day. Uh, uh, this final chapter. I mean, that's it. I mean, we'll have movies, anime episodes, and who knows? Special announcement for tomorrow. It may be a sequel series. I don't know what it's gonna be. I'm not gonna pretend like I know what it's gonna be. Uh, Lamar Arrington, the Madman Cameron Bailey, trippy manga, watch forever. I can't believe you done this. Tiger Blaster, Sixer, my wife. We're here for the last chapter. I was reading through some of the old or some of the last stuff leading up to this chapter today before stream. I guess I don't know, like chapter 419, just with the final battle. Has stuff like you say run playing. Uh, oh, Coyote, you beat me to it. Thank you. And yeah. So before I even play or start reading this final chapter, I want to know something. Which My Hero theme should I have playing while I read it? Should I just go with You Say Run? Are we doing? I was listening to Hero 2 earlier. Uh, what's the song for this chapter? What's the song? Let's see. Oh no, I wouldn't play it over the thing because I'm not getting copyright struck. It's not worth it. You say run. All right. Might you is what Thomas was using. All right, let's see if Might You can make me cry, I'll do it. But I want to warn you guys, I'm not an easy crier. So if I don't cry, it doesn't mean that your recommendation was weak. It just means that it couldn't cut through the shell of my trauma. All right. Besides, I've already been feeling emotional, so who knows? Is it echoing? Is the audio bad? I want a, I want every word to come through clearly. Let's see. Still feeling hearing an echo, Andrew? Let me know. Let me make sure this is good. Okay, so Coyote doesn't hear an echo. All right, I'm gonna trust you on this, Coyote. Okay, so there's some echo. So that's gonna make this harder to figure out. Uh, If there's some echo for some people and not others. Um, Here, I'm gonna try my headset microphone because that's not actually the one I'm using, and we'll see how that sounds.
All right. Let me know how the audio sounds for you guys right now. Uh, no, no, no. I'm not gonna play the music over the stream because I'm not risking a copyright strike on my last stream. I've gone this whole time without them. And that's even with children's shows and stuff playing in the background for the past year. Okay, so I don't have the stream pulled up or playing audio for me, so um so headset microphone is better. That's what it that seems to be the consistent uh consensus. All right, we're going headset microphone for the last stream. Whoo! All right. I got the Might U playing. Looking at the cover page. This looks like Deku's walking ahead of everybody else. We see All Might, and his eyes aren't darkened for once. It even looks like Shinso being nice to Dark Shadow. And even with Aoyama leaving, he's still allowed to be in here. And Shoji with no mask. That's actually such a nice detail. All right. I'm gonna start the chapter. It's already been destroyed. That depends on what you people decide to do tomorrow. People are not born equal. We each take shape differently. We see we're at UA with the cherry blossoms falling, and then we're in the staff room, which leads us to care about others. It's because one's mind and body. Okay. Well, let me see. All right, I'm probably not going to check the chat while I'm reading the rest of this chapter. It's because one's mind and body are unlike anyone else's, that we're drawn to others in the search for common ground. Midoriya. All right, we got Kota at UA, which is what I've always wanted for the kid. I mean, Deku Sensei, where are we meeting up for the practical exercise this afternoon? This was the truth about society I learned at age 17. At the bus stop. I'll also be a lesson on how to get to USJ. We got Deku heading back home, them helping Gran Torino rehab. There's no denying on that day. I felt everyone's support, hopes, and prayers. Different classes, Conley Woods and Mount Lady working together. Shoji working to help get the mutants more love. Even now, those voices encourage me. Kota and Eri actually getting to be friends. If sparing a thought for someone else is the first step towards herodom, then on that day, everyone was a great hero. Endeavor and Burning, along with Mina and them. We see a proper funeral for Shirakuma. I was hardly cut out for the dream I held, but it came true for me anyway. And that tale that began when my body took action before I could think. The League of Villains. We see the manga series. And Bakugo getting to rehab his arm. Deku and Ochako together. And the embers fleeting. The snow falls. Comes to an end. along with the ember of One for All. Man, my boy deserves better than this. Because in that case, why am I still writing this? And we see that they had the explosive prank too. Was that Bakugo and Ida? Because there are more pages yet to come. 8 years later, high school is just around the corner for you, bunch. You're to fill out and turn in your career goal forms by next week. It's got to be UA's hero course for me. Support items are all the rage these days. I'm shooting to get hired at Lightly Labs. And we see that Mei Hatsume is working with the eyelash girl. Would you please bathe? That's a design agency where that Brainiac Hatsume works. I'll follow in the footsteps of Dr. Ryu Yoshida and become a physician who can cure the incurable. You can count on that. I want to join Gel Inc., which went down in history during the Cyber War 5 years back. Girl bosses who can code are too awesome. What, you're also shooting for the hero track? Hey, don't peek. Gonna be kinda tough given your quirk. I mean, come on, Die. Well, you never know. Especially since the villain emergence rate is on the downturn, which means they're cutting back on the number of pro heroes. We're looking at an era where only the uber powerful can be heroes. Their dreams came true, though, for Hawks. He created a world in which heroes have time to cut back. It's awesome. Uh, Everyone's really changed. When we were little, every last one of us was nuts about All Might, Endeavor, Best Genius, Deku, Great Explosion, Murder Got Dynamite, and Shoto. We wanted to be them. Might you just finish playing? And we got Go Beyond starting now. I get it. I'm the only one who never grew up. So when I'm feeling unsure of myself, I always come here. Ready to try your best as a first year Die? Uh-huh. You see him at the All Might statue. Tentacle, you've done remarkable work since your debut as a pro. You've devoted your efforts toward finding peaceful resolutions to conflicts surrounding discrimination based on body type, which is still a concern in rural areas. In recognition of your achievements and influence, you're the latest recipient of the Imamura Peace Prize. I'm dedicating the honor to those who joined the uprising 8 years ago. All I've done is stand atop the resolve that they demonstrated to the world and nothing more. See, I like this because Shoji's not painting the heteromorphs who stood up as criminals or terrorists, but freedom fighters, which is what many of them were, even if they were being manipulated by people who we would label as such. Next, in team-up news, Ingenium, Froppy, Creati, and Uravity have been touring elementary schools nationwide. Recent times have seen a decline of the villain emergence rate and a broadening of the role that heroes play in society. A part of this expansion is the plan spearheaded by Uravity to expand access to quirk counseling, which is thought to be the most essential initiative of all in this day and age. And we see Eri going to UA with her horn. Hey, you seen this, Midoriya? Your old pal is about to drop a few notches down the Billboard chart again. Tachan? Uh-oh. Who said you could get up in my face? Heck, ain't your entertainment. You wanna die, pal? You were trying to clean up his act, right? Todoroki's really gonna take the lead now. Well, he's out there doing good day and night. He might be a little awkward, but he treats all fans equally with respect. And these days, people are thinking of him as Endeavor's son less and less. You know how Togeda Senpai skyrocketed to the top of the chart, surpassing Kamui Woods and Mount Lady along the way? Now Monoma and Honanuki are matching that energy and coming up fast. The other day, Togeda Senpai even joked about quaking in his booties. Do you miss it? The thing is, when you and Fuwa Senpai were chatting all those years ago, a thought occurred to me. I might be quirkless again, but as long as I made use of my experiences to encourage others, well, there's something kind of awesome about that. I'm pretty awesome now, right? Maybe? You should be stricter with your students. I'm telling you, it matters. These days, the type of kids who make it here to learn from us are basically given a golden ticket to be future heroes. We have to be tough, keep them humble so they don't get big heads, understand? You were so nice to us, though, Sensei. Ever since we all started working toward our time off never seems to line up. It's hard to plan get-togethers. For Dark Wings could be yours. Is that a cologne brand from Tokoyami? That's what it looks like. For dazzling translucency. Absurdly popular with the male demographic, it's the chivalrous Red Riot. Now dive into his surprising origin story. Look, it's red. Yeah, unbreakable. I do get a kick out of seeing everyone's success. And when I get to thinking about our time in school, I tend to come here. Ah, as a kid trips and he catches him. Ouch. He caught him. Close call. Thanks, mister. And Dai is here, who also went to catch the kid without even thinking. Deku? Izuku Midoriya? Whoa, you really exist. Holy cow. Is that so? You're almost in high school. They say the times are changing fast and in big ways, so someone like me can't keep up anymore, since I've got a super wimpy quirk compared to my classmates. That's why I visit the All Might statue and ask him if I can become a hero, like all of you did. Oh, that look on Deku's face. Can I become a hero, like you, All Might? Your quirk allows you to throw those saucer-like objects from your hair? A hair-based quirk. Taking a cue from Mineta, that should be workable. You could stack them for boosted strength and maybe even change their size. Seems quite versatile. Classic Midoriya analysis. Creepy but encouraging at the same time. Ever since my own dream came true. You'll be fine. After all, didn't you make the effort to reach out with a helping hand just now? It's been my turn to plant dreams in others. You can be a hero. And we see a bunch of statues of civilians and different people surrounding the All Might statue now. Do your best, kid. I'd be lying if I claimed I didn't miss it all. But as long as I can still inspire and encourage others, then I'd say this is a tale of how we became great heroes. And this is My Hero Academia chapter, the end. You're late, kid, as All Might crushes the title. I would have met you at the airport if I'd known. I've got a surprise gift for you. Oh, is it a wall scroll? The data obtained from the battle between me and All for One 8 years ago apparently opened up all sorts of exciting possibilities, so they tell me. Just as quirks themselves grow and deepen, so too does technology. You mastered using multiple quirks at once, so I want you to out there giving us more data. This must have cost a fortune. I can't. My overseas friend and young Hatsume came together to create this, and the project was funded by your old chums from Class A, led by Bakugo. Don't try to hide it. Your body still has a way of leaping into action, right? Take this to heart, kid. You've also earned this power fair and square. All for us. All of us, for all time. Come on, Deku. More time to kill than ever, I wonder. Traffic's all backed up because of a landslide on Worcester Road. Requesting heroes who can respond. This is the tale of how we'll keep reaching out for all time. Uh, you know what? It's a good thing my camera quality isn't as high as for live streams as it is for recorded videos. Ha! Ha ha! Oh my God. Hold on. Let me go ahead and get this link out. Invite. Oh man. Let me go. Oh man, oh man. Spectral's here. Chili Cascade, the Madman. Joseph Shola. Just like the original My Hero. Man. Hold on. Let me make sure
Was
I get
good,
this.
gang?
What up, Coyote? I see you feeling well today.
Dude, it was horrible yesterday, man.
Uh, it's over.
But I don't know if you saw this, but you saw at the start, the kid from last chapter who was abandoned by the family is in UA
Hold up.
in
Right
the
next to
first page.
Kota.
Yeah.
He's
I
in
was hoping
Deku's
I would see
class.
him. Oh, yeah, that is him.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, hold on. I need to make
Okay, hang on. Wait. Because I said this before. I say it again. Deku does have a statue. It's in the chapter.
where?
It is when Deku's walking by and he says that it's really hard to like co-align or what do you call it? Or schedules. Deku
Hold on.
Bakugo, all of Class 1A have a
Oh
statue.
yeah.
Deku does have a statue.
Hold on. Let me see.
That's the second thing people didn't even
Oh,
know.
yeah.
Uh
Yep.
We'll just say I had something in my eye.
Yeah, something you're right. Yeah.
Aniki, can you send a link to coffee real quick? I made a group DM.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Um, nah.
Oh, perfect.
Also, I don't know if you noticed, but Uraraka has Deku's like mouth guard around her neck in the final panel. Or not in the final panel, but like
You
both
mean
that and
Ida's mouth guard, man. The
it's
street's been
not
saying
Ida.
Ida's piping her down, bro.
The entirety of the MHA community has been it's been interesting seeing the reactions to this chapter and seeing how people had their own agendas, which is fine. It was just very funny.
Oh,
It's
yeah, that's
been
definitely
Oh, so you're
funny.
Deku's
welcome.
guard.
You're welcome. Also, we have a shared name. So yeah, you're welcome, me. It's just it feels weird. I've been trying to prepare myself for this, like the officials, ever since the leaks came out, but it just doesn't feel like it's over. Uh,
The hold on.
eh.
I mean, shoot, man. Overall, this chapter is way better than the leaks, man.
Absolutely, the leaks got the entire chapter,
The leaks
not
made this
entire
sound way
chapter, but
worse, man.
absolutely
Look,
It made it
ridiculously
sound
so.
like Deku ended up holeless, bitchless, friendless for
Yeah,
8 years.
they were like,
let
oh, they be ghosting him. No, they weren't.
He was a loser. That's how it made it seem at the end of the leaks.
and the thing is, the whole
Not gonna
point.
lie, bruh. If the chapter went the way the leaks did, Deku would have been the most bagless protagonist of all time. It would have been mythically bad.
Well, here's
Okay,
the thing.
like I
I
don't know
can't
what
even.
was the agenda with those leaks, but they were trying to
To be fair, Squid, you
destroy
fed into it.
Deku.
You fed into the
I
Yeah,
agenda.
know.
yes,
I
because
did
you're
it
one of
for
the
two
main
reasons. I did for
proponents.
two reasons. Number one, I kept it only in leaks, and number two was because the thing is that if I see something funny, I'm gonna exploit that. And not gonna lie, this chapter was so funny the way it was initially framed. I was like, oh no, I can cook with this. Oh,
Also,
Uncle,
we have a soup
we
chat.
could cook with
Oh,
this.
super
Oh,
chat.
super chat. Oh, no, Google. I do not want to change my name. Came through with the super chat. What a ride it's been. Thank you, Hori, for an amazing story and making my favorite shonen protagonist.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Man,
Thank you for the super
this
chat.
Take
seriously,
that to heart, kids. You earned this.
let me address something
God,
with
the
Deku
callback.
here. Is that
Yes.
one thing that I know, because even without looking for people's upsetness or upsetty spaghetti and complaints, I
Mhm.
know that one thing people are going to be upset about is that Deku didn't lament more about that time on the bench.
Mhm.
I
Mhm.
know that that's something that people probably complained about, or they're upset that that we time skipped through what would have been him dealing with that. But he kind of said something really important here, which was that by all rights, he never should have been where he was. As in, he was born without a quirk. He was never supposed to be a hero. So going back to life before that isn't the same for him as it is for even somebody like Mirio who just had like a bad quirk. For him, it's damn, I got to do and be and take on the greatest evil. And like the thing about Deku's position that I think as a one, he's already a selfless person, but for the position he's in, to know that you basically did the greatest good in human history and you did it in less time than any hero had ever done something even kind of in that realm. You put a 100 plus evil to death. You saved countless lives. Like this is one of those ones where you read those like Reddit fan fictions and they're like, oh, like uh, there's a counter for when people save lives, and every time you do something, or like how many times your actions cost lives or save lives, and the counter goes up and down, and you see the counter just shoot up into the millions after he does this because
Mhm.
objectively he saved realistically millions of lives. Oh, also J. Michael Holmes coming through with the super chat. I just want to say thank you, Aniki. You made this entire ride a blast, and I'm grateful for the church for making this the place for deep MHA discussion.
Oh,
No other platform comes close. Thanks for all the laughs and memories. I want to thank
Oh.
you for thinking so positively of this platform and what I tried to create here.
So
Hell yeah,
before I
Jay
do
Michael.
anything else, Aniki, open the One Piece chapter.
Okay.
yeah, make sure you do that.
Oh, I did see that. I did see
Yeah,
that.
it's so sweet.
So, for those of you who are not One Piece fans and will have not read the One Piece chapter, um, back when Horikoshi was a young lad his first Shonen Jump art was actually published in an SBS. It was a fan art of Smoker. And it was used as like a cover page or whatever in the SBS. So to commemorate this moment, Eiichiro Oda went out of his way to recreate the drawing of that Smoker that
Oh, that's sick.
Horikoshi sent
Mhm.
for him, and included the Hero Academia name in the smoke.
Hiraka.
Okay, so now that I got that out of the way, because I just wanted to start with that, but so I haven't been reading manga for very long. Like I only started really reading in 2020, and this is like the third complete series that I have read. This was the first one whose ending did not leave me feeling a little bit underwhelmed.
Mhm.
So like I actually really enjoyed how this ended.
Okay, okay.
I'm gonna be real with you. I genuinely almost cried reading that. And it is not the super raw Kino ending I know a lot of people would have wanted. And it's not the thing about this series and like this whole past like 4 or 5, maybe even like 6 chapters, is that it's been very clearly like a lot of bittersweet
Mhm.
Mhm.
with, because it is a little bitter that Deku, like not for him personally, but for us as people who have watched him go through. And a lot of people say when you're technically we've watched Deku go through 2 years of his life. We've watched him go from early middle school, like midway through middle school, like effectively, which really would have been like ninth grade, but whatever. We watch him go from that point because that's where it starts. We skip like a year within the first 5 chapters and then go through another year plus a couple months of his life. And we watch this kid put in all this work to be a hero and then make what effectively is, because the hero persona and the human who is the hero are effectively 2 different people throughout
Mhm.
this story. And I think this is something that needs to be addressed very clearly.
I
It needs to be
wanna see
emphasized
you.
more. Hey, what up,
Is that
Tarnish?
my boy? Yes, sir.
I love the PMP.
We
It's
got Mr.
9
Waffles
niggas.
in the building
It's
too, so I
9
mean,
niggas in here. That's
We also have
crazy.
Betsy in here too.
Yeah, we got coffee and we got Ian in this fish.
but I gotta address. So when people die in this series, there's effectively like, for those of you who remember, like who have read One Piece, if you remember, Dr. Hirulik talks about the 3 deaths. There's the physical death, there's like the death of like your name effectively, and then like there's kind of like a death of like everything you've stood for kind of fading away completely. And as long as that will carries on, you don't die. This is part of why people strongly believe Dr. Hirulik was a D.
Oh,
So
super chat.
similarly, let me read that super chat. I don't want
You
to.
can't miss
Tofu coming
that.
through with the super chat. Started watching this channel first year of college. Now I graduated, got a job. What a crazy ride this manga's been. So
We love that. You got a job. We love that.
Oh yeah.
With
I
the
love that you
degree
went
too.
through all of college and got a job. So when I started
It has been 3 or 5 years for real.
well, because I started this in 2020, and well, I started my channel itself in like 2019. I started doing the stream in 2020, and during that time, we have gone from you doing that to with me. I was like single, living on my own, and now I'm married with a child.
Congratulations,
There's
by the way.
Thank you,
Nah,
Oh
thank you.
yeah.
if you could have a kid in that time, then he could definitely go to college and get a job.
So it's like
Thomas, I
we're
just want to say I
all
love your little image. It's probably not showing up on the screen, but in the Zoom
Yeah.
meter, it's
okay. That's my biggest pet peeve with speaker view and Zoom is that people's images don't show up, and I hate that. Like it'll always only show
Yeah,
names.
I just put that image too.
I'm pretty sure you should be
The-
grateful because mine could get you copyright struck.
Oh, I guess that's true. I guess technically it's yeah, like quartered, but Also, my wife is in the stream. She just
Yes,
hasn't
sir.
said anything.
MK, I seen
Yes,
her when I
sir.
came in.
Hey, bestie.
See how she responded or didn't respond to that?
That's
That means
crazy.
you're not a bestie.
No,
She
Our
probably
daughter
busy,
was yelling at
man.
her recently. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
probably changing diapers. Like you don't know what she doing.
I mean,
I just know she ain't talking to Thomas, and that's all that matters.
He hit him with the hey bestie and nobody.
Yeah, I just want to
Oh,
say,
that's
I
crazy.
just want to say, Horikoshi is a whole ass nigga for that last double spread. Cause why would like recently he spent so much time drawing Invisible Girl that he had to do it to us one last time. One last time he had to do it to us. Like, okay, but y'all don't know what she looks like as an adult.
hold up. Let me look at that again.
He
Yeah,
did it one
it's just for
last.
gloves. It's
He
just for
did it
gloves.
one last time.
She's
How
in
to get
the
my
color
shit to
spread.
work.
but not-
No, bro.
One last time he did it.
While throwing up the peace signs. Oh my god.
Like y'all can piece together what she looks like in adulthood. I already gave y'all the design.
It's crazy because the color spread is in the same format as the final spread.
I was
But
gonna say this, yeah. Like the color spread is the same thing.
but you can see her in the first one, but not this one. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
So I don't know what y'all have talked about since I just got in, but
Not much.
all jokes aside, whether you're happy about this or not, it's been like 8 years. So how much stronger do y'all think that Iron Suit is? Because Iron Might was actually kind of ridiculous. Just
Hell is
Be real with you.
just hypothetically speaking, like how strong should it be for real?
I feel like
Like,
it should at least be as strong as the original Iron Might, but you don't know, man. Like these
No, it
companies
clears the
got planned
original.
obsolescence
Yeah.
built into them.
It-
You don't know
it-
how much
it
stronger.
definitely
I don't know,
clears-
like high key, I feel like it wouldn't be stronger because like they said, we're not getting as many villains. So like I feel like there isn't really a need for it to be stronger. Like, why are you just smashing niggas that's robbing the grocery store, you know?
First
So wait,
off,
do you think it's like
there's
an iPhone deal
coupons.
where
That's why.
Wait a minute. Wait, hold on. Wait a minute. Do you think it's like an iPhone deal where it's basically like the same thing, but they like took out one little feature and that's the suit now?
Facts.
the
Facts.
feature-
See,
yo.
no.
If anything,
Okay.
the
He has
feature
to buy
they-
he has to buy a separate charger now.
The
Yeah.
feature they took out was probably that bone squeezing shit that was happening to All Might during his All for One fight. His bones was getting crushed.
Look, that suit, in my opinion, also Walker's coming through with the Baku cat.
Yes, sir.
That
Yo,
suit.
hold on. It has been a hot minute since I've been in a church stream. Hold on. I need to get off. What is up, everybody? How's it going? Your world champion is here, back to just talk a little bit about this MHA ending, guys. Oh boy, it's been a hot minute. I have missed all of you guys. Life is crazy. Life is redonkulous, but MHA's done. MHA's over. Love you guys. Missed you guys. Let's have some fun today, fellas. Come
Hold
on.
up,
Let's
Walker.
get in there.
Hold up. I got a question.
I love that energy.
I got a question. I got a question.
What you got?
You've been working out, haven't you, Walkins?
Now you got
Boy,
me
have
hyped.
I ever. Look at this face. Look at this body. Come on, man. We
You
got
feeling
this in the
yourself?
I was
bag.
like, hold up. I ain't
feeling
seen this man in
Hold
a
up.
minute. He looking
Nah,
kind
man.
of trim.
He feeling
Right?
himself.
Nah, I'm about to body slam some. I'm trying not to cuss so much. So it's female dogs. I'm gonna body slam some of y'all. Look.
Hey, world
I know.
champion. Hey, Watkins.
Yo,
I got
yo.
a question for you. Wrestler.
What's good?
You in the mats again?
Nah, not yet. Nah.
Not yet?
I can't. Maybe one day. I don't know. We'll see. We'll
I don't know,
happen.
man. If you get
Happens.
this strong, you might,
Mm.
hit a suplex on somebody.
Yo,
Walking.
Little
man.
arm bag.
I can't believe you passed up
Under
the
the
chance to
corner.
go. Nah.
Nah.
No.
Let me talk to you.
Ah,
Look.
okay.
Look. Oh my god. This ending was good. I had my issues. I had my issues for the past like year, almost year and a half. Like I had a tweet like maybe like a year ago. I was just like, man, MHA is ending like my marriage did. How the hell is this possible? Like, god damn. But nah, this last chapter gave me hope. It gave me like peace of mind. I'm like, all right, you know what? Fine, everything's gonna be great. But I am gonna throw out though, the memes from since the leaks came out to today have been top tier class.
Rev up
Holy
those
crap.
fryers.
Like, oh, rev up those fryers, boys. Oh my god. It's been great.
Also-
but-
everything
Oh.
related to shipping is hilarious. It's
Oh
ridiculous.
my
God.
Like the-
some Rule
memes
34
there
stuff
are
has been thrown
crazy.
around, and I'm like, ugh.
Hold on, we got a super
Rule
chat. I'm
34.
gonna
Yes,
cycle back to
sir.
super
Super
chat.
chat.
We got a
Look,
super chat.
man.
Sixer came through with the super chat. Said, "I feel like Bakugo would want Hatsume and Melissa to make the suit as busted as possible, so Deku can regain everything he lost. He wants his rival back." And that's
Yes,
the other
sir.
thing. Okay, when we were talking about the suit, Bakugo spearheading it, I'm like, there's no way in hell Bakugo would have been like, you know, I mean,
Nah.
guys aren't as dangerous these days.
Excellent
Bakugo
point.
would have been like,
Excellent point.
Nah.
Bakugo would have
That
been like,
suit gotta
nah,
be strong.
I want
Nah.
my boy juiced.
I need
No,
to
no,
beat
no,
this
no, no,
boy's
no, no,
ass.
'cause-
I need to beat him. Like, I need him at his peak again.
Yo, Bakugo, probably the basis for the suit was probably Bakugo saying, like, yo, if he can't fight me for at least 10 minutes,
I don't want it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Nah, none of that.
Doc said,
None of
I'm,
that.
he's like, I'm keeping the receipt and coming back in here. They gonna call me Great Explosion God Karen. Like, I want to be
At
up
the
in this.
same
man.
time, like, okay, so like it's not actually his quirk. It's a man-made weapon, and like if Japan is that strict about fucking guns, I really don't think they would just let this nigga have it. Like, boo hoo, you lost your quirk. You can have this
Nah,
busted
right?
ass weapon, you know?
I mean, he still,
you
he
don't
still should
understand.
have a
He's top
license.
hero, okay? They make exceptions for him, okay?
It was
should
made
still have
by
a
America,
license.
so it's fine.
This is
Hey,
like
Oh,
6
yeah, that's
years
right,
ago,
yeah.
though.
Yeah.
Yo,
He's
y'all
got
think
his
that-
license.
You think he's been renewing it, though?
He's got the license, and more importantly, who gonna tell All Might no? And who gonna tell
That's
Deku no? Because if they
Facts,
said
you
no
right,
to
you
Deku
right.
right
Yeah.
now, first off, they talk about, oh, Shoto's been so nice. Shoto's been so nice. They forgot that Shoto would be like, but let Shoto find out that you said his boy can't have superpower suit.
Yo,
Bakugo
honestly,
and Shoto will air out half that country. Like, don't play with
I mean,
him.
would
Yeah,
Hawks be
yeah.
the one like clearing it? Like, would he be the one
I think
giving
so.
permission?
Probably
I'd
Hawk,
assume
I
yeah.
don't see Hawk saying no to Deku.
So we getting a
Yeah.
little nepotism in here. Okay.
I'm
Yes.
I'll be honest.
Yes,
I'll be honest.
he deserves it.
A little
honest.
favoritism.
This man
Listen,
Hawks,
man.
this,
Here's the
this man
thing.
Hawks is
Objectively, wait.
quirkless, too.
Objectively,
True.
wait. If he didn't have his friends that are eating so well, okay, and Bakugo didn't drop that Saudi Arabia type bag
the
for his
bag.
suit, he'd still be working as a teacher, working that 9 to 5, okay, barely affording rent. But guess what? He got the homies and he deserved it. So what does that mean? That means we just dropped a whole billy on a suit.
Look,
And if he
Deku
don't
said
punch as
it.
hard as
Bro, and if
to blow
if
to blow
Deku-
up a city in one punch, Bakugo don't want it.
Bro, and
Mhm.
He's
let's
that
hope that.
hunger man. He's that
let's hope-
dog in him.
Bro, and let's hope Deku doesn't break the suit because then it's another 8 years.
Hey,
Deku
look.
will be
His
40.
phone
Oh,
all the
God.
time. Don't break the
Like,
seal.
Another 8 million down the drain, bro.
No, you don't understand. They got
Like, he's
insurance for
like-
this
he's in
type.
his
Wait,
late
wait.
30s, bro.
For these
And
types
they
of
probably
projects, they totally got
Bakugo's
insurance
like,
for this.
"Hey,
Okay,
Deku,
they
you
got a
wanna
replacement.
fight again?"
Probably got warranty.
Mm-hmm.
So like I'm wondering if maybe if Bakugo had it designed with his old quirks in mind or like to approximate it as much as possible.
I'd assume as much because
Yeah.
there's no way he's gonna say, "All right, Deku, we're now just gonna give you Redestro's quirk." Like what?
Deku
Yes, yeah,
has
people-
he has Iron Man propulsors. I wonder if that like shoots wind.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yo.
Like little air cannons. I can see it.
Yeah,
Yo, wait. I got another question for Onyx.
that's implied. Dude.
The
All right,
boss.
what's up? What's up?
This is more. This is more of a joke, but I know it hurts you on the inside. So Mirio is number one, but we can't see that design neither. That 8-year time skip design. Like,
man.
Oh, why can't they remind
man.
can't see number one Mirio. Like Bakugo
So here's
and
the thing,
Shoto
right?
probably 2 and 3.
I'm actually okay with that. Because the thing about Mirio is that this might sound bad, but I feel like we talk too much about Mirio in this chapter. Like I respect that knowledge,
Yeah.
like that acknowledgement, like that information, but I didn't give a fuck about anybody but Deku, like Bakugo, Uraraka, like what they were doing. Like all
Muriel's
my
a side character.
Mhm.
He's
Like,
a very
I-
popular
like,
side character, but he's still a side
Aizawa,
character.
I know
also
you- come here.
Horikoshi.
Good girl.
This is okay. This is petty. I'm saying this ahead of time. This is petty.
We're allowed to be petty. It's the last
Yeah.
road.
My
Yeah, it's the
biggest
ending.
complaint-
It's the
My
ending.
biggest complaint about this chapter: Eraserhead's haircut.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank God. you
What
said
the
it.
fuck?
That ain't it.
Cut.
That ain't
Nah,
it, man.
If we
Listen,
gonna
Nah.
talk
I've been
about
trying to push
haircuts,
an
can we
agenda for a
please-
while now. Listen, I've been trying to
Please.
push this agenda for a while now, but I genuinely feel like a lot of characters in the series got to straight up fight their barber. Like these haircuts are like Hall of Fame bad, bro. Like
No, look,
Someone gotta get
Uraraka,
locked.
her
It's
shit,
the
her
fact
shit
that
is laid.
Deku's hair grew back lopsided, bro.
It
It grew
did.
back
It
It
lopsided.
did. I thought he still had the
And he
same
didn't-
haircut. I'm like, dude,
He
get your
didn't get the
haircut,
other
get
side
done.
cut to even it out. Like, bro.
Look, we already knew that Deku was gonna have some scarring. When you got scars in your head, it permanently impacts like how your hair grows. So fun fact, you've only seen me with my hair cut super low once, wifer.
Nah,
talking-
it's been once or twice.
He's talking straight to the
Yeah.
wife with that one.
Y'all
But
don't remember when Aniki had the bald haircut? I remember that.
I like
Remember,
bald
yeah,
and
remember when he had the
hair.
Omni-Man stash? Remember he had the
I
Omni-
like
Yeah,
bald
yeah,
and
I used to
true.
wear a
haircuts.
do rag on stream when I cut my hair. Like when I had that do rag on for like a year,
Mhm.
that was because I had cut my hair.
I
Bro, you
remember the
can't
do-rag
tell him
days.
the trade secrets.
That's the last episode. They got it,
It's
bro.
the last road.
Yeah.
Look
I
like
just
a
want to put
scar.
out there, he cuts my hair and has never let me cut his. Let's just put that out there.
Well, I let you hold my while I peed once. And
Yo, yo,
Hey,
what?
yo.
Oh, wait, hold on.
So what, we're even?
It's not dark time. It's not
Yo.
dark times yet. The
That's
dark times.
crazy.
We gotta wait like 3
Come on.
hours before we start talking like that. What y'all doing?
Time.
It's too early for that.
Yeah.
chat comes
It's crazy.
through.
It's
They
still
gave-
AM over here.
They gave Bakugo strafe punch. Midoriya deserves can. Okay, that's another good point. You could argue that strafe punch was a war time.
Yo, listen. If you know, you know. The boy just texted me.
Oh,
Boy,
Oh, yes.
what he
sir.
say?
boy. Whoever the boy is to you is whatever you think I just said. You know. I don't want to disappoint nobody. I ain't gonna say nothing yet.
But the
Easy.
point of that story was that when I was little, my older brother threw a baby bottle at my head and it cut me like right here.
Oh,
And so only when my hair is cut low though, you can see like a scar there that's permanently. So I just permanently don't have hair that grows like right here.
mhm.
Also, is it
Yo,
me or
I'm
is
not
the
gonna lie,
audio?
So
No,
kinda
he
Yo,
moved
moved his
Aniki, on
mic.
your side, the audio's a little bit lower. Can you
He moved his
Yeah.
mic.
put the mic
Yeah.
closer? Yeah,
yeah, I
much
had moved my mic while pointing it at my head.
Mhm.
I have
That's
a
all.
scar. I have a scar like that too. From when I was younger, my dad used to try to give me haircuts.
Hey, that's the most
He
man.
thought he was a barber.
Nothing stung like a haircut. Your lining after your dad cuts your hair, bro. That's all I'm gonna say.
You know what's
Nothing
crazy?
burns quite like your lining after your dad cuts your hair.
You know what's crazy? Endeavor's like vision of the future came true because Bakugo has those two little strands poking out of his hair.
I noticed that too, but little
So ass.
fused
But it is what
tails.
it is.
No, I like them. They're fused tails. Like instead of a ponytail, it's a fused tail.
I don't know.
He should have
Sometimes you
got
can't.
some real braids.
Bro was
Sometimes
trying to
you don't
have
have to take the bit to that far.
why so people could be like, "What is the braids?" Every time he snaps on people. Come on now.
Did you get that super chat from Nader, or did I just miss it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay. All right, just making sure.
Yeah, that's what we were just talking about.
Also,
yeah, the
someone
Chef
made
Danza.
They did a, I guess a member chat. They said, "Happy final chapter! What a crazy adventure!" It was buried alive gaming.
Oh yeah,
W.
that's that's my boy actually.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. So since like this is the last chapter, we could talk about anything. Like, do y'all think Deku class respect him? Or,
No.
like,
Yeah.
Do they,
No,
do
they
they,
don't.
Oh,
do they
definitely.
talk? Do they talk over him when he teach, and he gotta wait?
They talk over him.
Oh wait.
I
Actually,
think-
you know what? Coda probably the big bully in the class. Whenever someone disrespect Deku,
Mhm.
Coda probably
Oh,
spray them with
That's
water.
big bro.
Bro, they
That
are
ass.
giving Deku the substitute teacher treatment.
That's how I feel.
Don't disrespect
Undoubtedly.
Deku, bro.
Relax, relax, relax,
He
relax.
can't
These
survive
niggas,
in
these
the
niggas
jungle.
talking about some. Yeah, they respected him. No, they not.
I think the weirdest, I think just the weirdest part is just like, I do question, like, didn't Deku or like, didn't any of his friends maybe offer Deku like, hey, why don't you come work at our agency or whatever? Like, did Deku never receive that opportunity?
What,
If he
as
did,
like
was-
At this
the
point, I
person
think
answers phone calls? What's he gonna do there?
at this point, I think maybe he
Answer
didn't want
phone
to.
calls, set
Yeah.
up meetings. There's a lot of stuff you can do paperwork wise for an agency.
I mean, he's doing paperwork just a new way. Like he can do it like more related to hero work. Like I
And I bet
suppose.
that if he works at his homie's agency, they could give him a good bag too.
But
Nah,
you
he
ain't not
doesn't
and
deserve that
Nezu
bag.
and Nezu not giving him a bag.
Wait, you want
That's
her?
crazy.
You want him to be like, what's her name? Right
Hey
though?
Ryan, hold up, Ryan. I need you to check your Twitter DMs.
Yeah, another guest coming in. Yo, real talk,
Ryan.
Aizawa. Yo, real talk. I just want to say this. Aizawa should not be a teacher still. He should be assistant principal. I'm gonna put that out there.
Hey, I
Facts.
Hey.
That man
Wait,
got
is
zero
Nezu
tenure.
still the principal?
Crazy.
Maybe
wonder.
that's the secret of UA. Like they pay too well. So Deku's like, nah, man, I'm not going anywhere. They
it
pay
can't
too
be
well.
because he
Like,
dropped
nah,
that job as soon as he got his hero suit.
No. He
But
probably
he's still a teacher.
knowing Deku, he probably still teach. He probably does the hero show on the side.
Until
I mean,
it
I-
says
look at All
I
Might.
refuse
You're,
food.
you're supposed to do both. Aizawa, it's not like you
Man,
stop.
they
Yeah,
gave
All Might
Deku-
Aizawa.
They gave Deku his suit, and he said, in about 2 weeks, he gonna notice I ain't been here in 2 weeks. Cut it out. Don't play with me.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I'm disappointed nobody had kids. It didn't
I
even
think
have to be. It didn't have
It's
to be.
8 years later, bro.
It didn't have to
What?
be.
Kamui could have had
It's
little
like
tree
25.
saplings.
Let them be. Let them
Yo.
be heroes before.
Listen. I'm not on no shipping shit. It didn't even have to be with each other. It could have been like with civilians. Like
Nah,
there's
where's
no
Beku?
kids at all.
Deku.
Where's Beku? That's what I want to know. Where's
No
Beku?
kids. Shoto and Momo don't want to pull
Where's
the engine.
Boroku? Where's Boroku,
Like, no-
man?
no
I
kids.
Pulling
don't know.
Enji is crazy though.
They
Hey,
wanna-
look.
Like,
Also,
who do y'all
okay.
think
like
is
that.
most likely to name their kids after like one of their friends?
Deku.
Bakugo, actually.
Shoto would name his kid Deku because he loves Deku.
Midoriya.
We
He'd name his
all
kid
know that
useless?
Still
Shoto's
is Zuko
bestie is
Todoroki.
Bakugo.
I mean, I guess it wouldn't make sense.
Shoto's
to name him
bestie is Ida.
useless.
His
That's
bestie
true.
Shoto's
is Ida.
bestie is Bakugo.
It's Ida.
Stop.
It's Ida. It's definitely Ida.
Mm-hmm.
If your homie runs you across the country to save your family,
No, that's homie.
that's your
fine.
man.
All I'm saying is that when Deku was asleep on a couch, Todoroki went to his room, grabbed a giant blanket,
You don't
wrapped
think
it
he'd do
around
that
him,
for
and
Ida?
snugged him and gave him a kiss on the head. All right, it's clear.
Hey, yo, hold
Facts.
up. One of those things is not like the other.
Well, you don't give your homie good night kisses? That's crazy.
Wait,
Oh,
you
what
don't
up,
think he'd do that for
Crazy.
Ida?
Oh, sorry, what'd you say?
You don't think he'd do that for Ida?
Absolutely not. Ida would take care of it himself. Deku's a baby; he's got to be taken care of.
Hey,
Ida would
Hold
actually
on.
go up to Deku. No, Ida would actually wake up Deku, and he would be like, "What you're doing, bro? You should put a
Go to
blanket,
bed.
bro. Like you're
stop being
yeah,
in
like,
the
You
room.
can't. You're not
This-
supposed to
okay.
sleep on the couch, man.
you're not
problem I
supposed
have
to
with
sleep
this
on
is
the
that
couch,
this
bro.
Why
Why
are
do
you
you
on
take
the
care of
couch?
yourself, man?
Exactly. I was gonna say this implies that Ida would even let himself fall asleep on a couch.
Exactly. Ida's,
That happened.
Ida's too cool. You know.
Yo, Anika, you peeped on the double spread of the time skip on page 4. Little Coda and Eri holding hands. Little Coda got
Yeah.
game. Little Coda got game.
Look, I'm just happy to see them next to each other. I wanted them to be close. I wanted them to be friends. And look,
Well, I
the
mean-
fact that Dai
Yeah,
came
go ahead.
back in this chapter. Come on,
Mhm.
bro.
Compress
There's
reading the book.
There's a fan art from like forever ago, which is like I think it's Koda or Eri like asking each other is like, "Hey, what's your favorite number?" And then Eri thinks of a million. It's like, "Oh, it's 1 million." And then Koda thinks of the 1,000,000% from
Aw.
Deku. It's like, "Oh, it's a
Mhm.
million. My
That's
number as
cute.
well." But that's adorable.
Ooh, super
Uh,
chat.
Oh.
Y'all
Look,
popping
the-
off today. Thank you.
Look,
The last
the
time.
only the
Do you
only good
not
thing
see
in
how
this
happy
chapter.
Todoroki is in that final panel?
And
Todoroki is smiling that his friend is with him again.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, he's
like
looking
everybody
at Deku.
looks extra happy.
Yeah, so
That said, I do have some actual observations about the chapter, I think.
all right, yeah, you go first. I'm gonna wait a little while before I say what I gotta say.
Oh, I've been writing some of these down in the officials chat because, man, it's like 9 a.m. in LA. The brain don't work good this time of morning, so I gotta write my
Not at
stuff
all.
down. So, so what I said here, I know in my observations is Hawk says they literally have to cut the amount of heroes because of the downturn of the amount of villains, which
Yeah.
means that the amount of heroes that can currently be present in is actually lowered. So compared to Deku's era, it's actually harder to become a pro hero after that war. There's also
Yeah.
still hero charts, and I get that it's still based around popularity, but the thing I think I always noted was the problem wasn't like the type of charts. It was the fact that there was a chart and already an established hierarchy
At
of
all?
what efforts were prioritized as considered heroic. And then there's another thing that I know. Ochiko is said to have expanded the the lack of access to quirk counseling through her like
Expansion.
yeah. But the problem Toga had wasn't that she didn't go to quirk counseling. The problem was the original function of quirk counseling and how they worked and how they implemented that system was through a philosophy of quirk suppression had your quirk not been desirable. It wasn't lack of access that led to her down this path. It was the root function of that counseling in that given system. So when I combine these pieces of information together, Horikoshi's trying to present a world that is changed, but structurally, what I'm seeing is a lot of similarity, or in the case of the pro hero stuff, like actively more elitist now. So those are my main criticisms of the ending. It feels
Nah,
like structurally the
I
things
do
that
want to
had to be
say,
addressed wasn't addressed.
I do want to say what Squid is talking about is important because that's one of the biggest changes to the world post, the war. Like they said that this chapter with Ataka's whole thing, what she got going on is one of the like actual big changes. Like, and the Billboard chart actually, I feel like it was kind of a fumble that we didn't see the normal aspect of it. Like what they were talking about last chapter, like how they got to include normal civilians. It didn't show that. You didn't show that this chapter. You still showed that they're ranking heroes the same way.
To the Billboard chart thing, I think it kind of is implied with the girl saying she wants to be like Ryu, the fucking Yoshida guy, the medic.
the doctor.
I think that's just implying that he was a part of it, or in general, he was a part of this system that helped.
I mean, he's the GOAT.
So I think
Doctor's
it's
the
just
GOAT.
something implied, because if you just give us a random list of names with just random people, you'd be like, who the fuck is that?
Yeah, you could have
that-
showed their picture though. Like I didn't know the doctor was called Yoshida until this chapter, but I know who that doctor is. The fucking that guy.
Yeah,
I
they
find it
should-
funny
why
that
does
the
it
guy
exist
that
at
looks
all
like
at this
Yoshi
point?
is built like Yoshi.
I feel like
Gee,
the Billboard
duh.
is like so out of place given everything that's happened. I don't feel like it should exist at all.
The chart, right? It's crazy.
The chart
Yeah, like it's
itself.
part of the
Yeah.
problem, I feel.
Yo,
Okay, but my
literally.
thing-
disagree.
my
Oh,
problem-
wait. One thing I gotta say, one thing real
Yeah, yeah.
quick. This is like half serious, half jokes. But Dai, he was like, when I was younger, everyone wanted to be like Endeavor. 8 years, what?
What? That's
He
wild.
literally, he literally said
No
that.
bad.
He said Endeavor, best genius. Like he said other heroes, yeah, but why was Endeavor one of them?
Because Endeavor's the
Endeavor
goat,
was
bro.
literally noted for not for only being really popular with like older men back in like sports festival, like 20 to 40. I
Listen.
remember that was like his demographic.
Yo, it's the fact that he
well-
said it's the fact that he said Deku, Dynamite, Shoto. So he clearly like kids knew about the whole Endeavor situation and they still want to be like him. Like that's kind of a weird. I don't know.
feel like
that was weird.
It
That was
would have
weird.
been during his like pro hero journey during Hood that it would have changed the perception of him.
Absolutely.
That was weird.
Because
Nah,
like
nah,
if you
nah, that was
if you
weird.
see him fighting Hood and versus All for One, I'm not gonna lie, I'm supporting that motherfucker through thick and thin.
That was
No,
weird.
I don't think
And
it's
he
weird
stopped
because,
Dobby.
like-
That is like generational feats.
I mean,
They
it
probably
happens
think
now.
I
I
don't
don't
even
think
think he
it's
did
that
it.
weird. Because
Nah, I
like if
know,
you look at like young kids now, like Chris Brown is a terrible person, right? Like he's absolutely awful. But like when little
Oh,
kids like say,
strangled
"Oh,
like
I
got
want to
it,
be
you
an
got it, you
dancer,"
got it.
they say
You
like,
got it,
"Oh, I want to
MK.
be like Michael Jackson," or "I want to be like Chris Brown." Like
You got
they
it.
just
you got it.
separate
Yeah.
the talent from who they are as a person.
Nah, I just feel
Exactly.
like I don't know. That was crazy. Especially, people already talk about how Endeavor didn't get no consequences. So it's just like another point towards them that I'm just like, you know what, whatever. But you're
I
right.
mean, and he's gonna be broke as hell for the rest of his life. Like he is gonna be broke.
It's whatever.
Oh, you think Endeavor gonna be broke? He had like 20 years in the pro hero game. You don't think he got like Jordan endorsement?
Yeah, he didn't
You don't
spend
think he
money
has
on
a
that.
good
He's fine.
like
You don't think he had a shoe deal at one
retirement
point?
plan?
His
Like,
You don't
sidekick
think they
is
gonna
lost money,
snatch that
too.
from him?
he had that 401k ready.
The retirement plan,
Sure.
yeah, he lost that retirement plan.
No, his
Oh,
side
oh,
keeps
you
got
can't say,
covered.
like,
His
Bro,
side
he
like-
wasn't spending all,
Look.
like thousands of dollars like every single second. Okay, that man was living frugal.
I wanted to say, like because like Hori didn't like. I think that's what it is. It's that, like Hori didn't really clarify like what happened, at least with Endeavor, particularly like what was his reputation after the second war, after the final war. But if you consider his doings, he did like more than most characters. He wasn't two fronts. He is basically the reason All For One died, All For One perished, and he also fought against Dabi. So he was in two like major fights, like this whole like second war.
And
so
he
I
did
would
before
assume,
that coffee.
yeah, so like there's no like So I don't.
I understand. I know what y'all are saying, but it's just weird to me. Like, it's just weird. It's just weird that he said he wanted
Nah,
to
I
be
get
like
that.
after everything that we've seen and everything like Endeavor's come public with everything.
I find
it's
that
like,
more realistic because, like MK said, do you know how many people still worship rappers even though they talk about they kill people, they fucking do all this gangbanging?
man, half of them
like,
niggas don't even kill people for real, bro.
But people
Nah,
still
bro,
do
have
it,
you heard
even the ones that are known for it.
There be 15-year-olds shooting other
Is
15-year-olds.
Endeavor paying
They really about
for old boys?
You want a better
aftercare or
comparison?
what?
You want a better comparison? You want a better?
I hope
It's a,
he is.
that one. That one's
Who's
gonna be
aftercare?
foul. Yeah, that one's gonna be like pretty weird. But like that's kind of like Robert Downey Jr. situation where he had a serious problem with drugs and shit. I was like, nah, man, he's in the mud, bro. Like, what the fuck? And then he makes
He bounced back.
Like, he bounces back completely. Like, yeah, that's basically what it is.
So Endeavor bounced back.
Yeah, I
Here's
mean,
my thing with Endeavor.
I guess so. I don't know.
I don't know Endeavor's wife.
Maybe.
Maybe she's lying. You know, that's what I would think if I was a cool kid.
Yeah,
Here's
indeed.
my thing with Endeavor.
Hey, listen,
If
bro,
I
how
am
many,
Endeavor-
how many kids was like following like Andrew Tate and all that? Like, come on, bro.
Hold up, Squid. If I am Endeavor, and even if you say he doesn't have his pension, I think people are forgetting that the Todorokis didn't have a house. They had an estate.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
had a.
Oh yeah, he's
Like,
rich.
they had some
He's
money.
fine. He
So
does
like,
stocks.
even if we say like, oh, he has no stocks, he has no pension, blah blah blah. He
Which he
sells
will.
his estate, go lives in a condo.
Yeah, but like even if he sells
Oh.
his estate again, if he's paying for Toya's aftercare, like his money is fucking gone.
He's got
I
his
mean,
sidekicks.
Toya
to help him out,
realistically
right?
didn't last a year.
Wait, we have a super chat, but I do want to
Yeah,
talk
super
about
chat.
this.
He didn't confirm
Be
it,
after.
man. He ain't confirm it.
Nader came through. I'm going to be real with you guys. These final two chapters have shown readers' opinions on the working class.
Okay, I want to give my
Ooh.
opinion on this because over the past few days, obviously people can have their opinions, right? I'm not going to tell them, oh, you're wrong to have that, right? Because some of them are jokes, right? Some of them are playing
No,
dumb.
stand
They
on
were
shit.
hilarious.
Tell them no.
However, I do agree that people are looking down on teachers and looking down on, especially like the Burger King jokes.
Yeah, that annoyed me
it is
so
Well,
much.
this is
crazy.
just this is the mentality people have had since the beginning of MHA. I mean, this is why it kind of became what it did, where it's like people were like, "Oh, why are we watching them in school? Who cares about school? They should be killing people and fighting bad guys. Why are we watching them in academia?" Like this is just an extension of that, of like undermining like the human side of these characters
Oh,
and like
absolutely.
why it was really like
Yeah,
impactful
yeah.
to
But
a
I
lot
mean,
of people
like,
in the first
just
place.
the reception of like seeing like people being, oh, he's gonna be a McDonald's worker, he's gonna be a teacher. Like, what the fuck?
Good.
This isn't a good
Okay.
hat. And I'm
And-
here like,
Okay,
just
here's the
because-
thing with the teacher thing. It's not even as degrading as people have been making it out to be, because being a teacher at UA is not like being a teacher at other places.
Or in real life.
Yeah.
Well,
Would you
even if
say
it-
it's like
even
the
if it was
equivalent
other
of being
places,
a
it shouldn't matter.
university professor?
Yes.
Probably better. Yeah,
I-
probably
I-
better.
Or higher or better? Yeah.
it's the most
Better,
thought out
absolutely.
school. in
Better,
Japan.
absolutely. Like, I mean,
My thing is
it's
that
absolutely
even
it's absolutely better. I believe I don't remember where, but it is mentioned that compensation is pretty lucrative for UA teachers, because remember, only elite heroes are accepted onto the staff.
Especially now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially
Oh, yeah.
now.
Especially.
But
So
UA is
Deku
like
basically,
Juilliard for upcoming heroes.
yeah. I mean the principal is a billionaire.
like
Yeah,
a
you saw
canon
how much he did in
billionaire.
that
In
movie.
Like
Japan,
in
like he
canon,
is fine.
He's
it's
a
not
billionaire.
speculative. He is a billionaire. This isn't a question.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
it's
no,
not
no.
But even
debatable.
if
It's
Gonna
It's,
not
run a
debatable
railway
whatsoever.
system without
even
a
if
fucking
the
billion,
school
bro.
wasn't like paying out the teachers like huge amounts of money, like being a teacher is still a valuable path. Like you
and
shouldn't
that's
look down on teachers.
That said,
so
though, is
that's
UA
okay.
publicly traded?
Like as a stock company, I don't
Oh.
think so. I don't think so.
No, I
But
don't think so.
but the what this also highlights though is, if anything, I'll say that people's balking at Deku being a teacher highlights how many people have missed out on having good teachers in
Yes.
their life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
Oh
Absolutely.
yeah, I've had teachers
like
that really turned my life around. Like
I've had
Literally changed my life.
I've had mediocre teachers, and there's plenty of mediocre teachers.
I've had
But
both.
I'll tell you, like
Yep.
the reason why anytime the Olympics pops up, and I pay a little more attention to it than I would like a lot of other sporting events, and like I'll like kind of like peek in and look at little stuff going on here and there, is simply because in third grade I had a teacher named Miss Lysecki who did an Olympics like for the school.
Mhm.
So like year long we had like different academic events
Mm.
as like an Olympics. And my country, my class, my group, we got Austria. And we had 16 medals because I was out there killing it. Yeah. All y'all who went to walkie
Oh
sign
my.
language, third grade,
Oh.
my second class during the
Face
2002
done.
Winter Olympics. You got flexed on. It is what it is.
You
Your
was
boy
the
had his
Simone
medals.
Biles of your
It is.
class, bro.
But third grade, no, but because I was also like the same grade that 9/11 happened. But
Boy.
Oh,
Interesting,
Oh, no.
interesting way to approach that.
Yeah.
well, it was the Salt Lake City games too in 2002. But
Salt Lake City.
yeah, Salt Lake City games.
Oh yeah,
But
Mhm.
my my junior year, no, my senior year of high school, I had my Spanish teacher, Senora Rio Frio, John Rio Frio. She's actually like my friend on Facebook and stuff too.
Aw.
But she was my Spanish teacher for my junior year and my senior year of high school, and I remember she was like the only teacher in that school that ended up knowing how much time I was spending like taking care of my younger siblings and all this other stuff. And in my senior year of high school, I think I've mentioned this before, I was working. I had a job at a nursing home. My great grandma had been diagnosed with a tumor the size of a lemon in her left lung the August before that school year started. So during between like December, January, and then into February, I was taking care of my great grandma as she was dying. Like I was doing her medication regimen. It got to a point where I had to like crush up pills and then put Coca-Cola into like a sandwich bag and shake it up so that it would
Mhm.
kind of dissolve the pills a
Mhm.
little, then suck that in with a stopper so that I could like dose her with her medicine so she'd be in less pain.
Aw.
And she
I
died
remember
at
some of
5.
these stories.
Yeah, she died at 5:36 a.m. February 24th, 2011. And I remember I went to school and I ended up like, because we had these weird Thursday schedules, so like we would be school started like 30 minutes later that day or whatever. And I like went to school, and I remember I was like crying on the bus, on the city bus, and then this girl at my job that I hate, that I still tell stories about how like what it's like to have a bad trainer. I was like, no, I cannot let this woman see me upset or crying. So I like put that shit back together ASAP. But I remember talking to my Spanish teacher and like being like, yeah, my grandma died today, and I was sitting in her class and I just had my head down and somebody tried to complain about it. And my teacher basically was like, nope, leave him alone. Shut up.
Mhm.
Like
Yep.
just deaded it instantly. So obviously like that teacher was somebody very important to me. Just like I also talk about my English teacher that let us watch The Godfather for a class. Like
Mhm.
if you've never had a teacher do anything cool for you, I guess you wouldn't see why it's so amazing. Like it's actually amazing that Deku went ahead and became a teacher.
Mhm.
Well,
Yeah,
someone
wait. I just want to say somebody in chat asked for somebody who's here, who's muted. So
Yeah,
it's like,
Princess Tiana.
Oh.
who hasn't said anything yet. So if she's there, say something. But
Gotta
if
speak
not,
up.
but if not, then Ian, you could go.
Oh yeah, something.
Hey y'all.
Oh, there we are.
Yeah, sorry about that. How y'all
Hey,
doing?
Kendra.
Hey, Kendra.
Hi, everybody.
Kendra, nice to see you.
Yo, it's nice to see y'all too.
Speak.
Sad? Are you sad? Are you sad? It's the last vote.
Yeah, how
Listen.
many boxes of tissues did you have to go through?
Plenty. You had to give me a moment. I was crying my eyes out, man.
Just like me.
Yeah, literally. I just cannot believe it's over. So you gotta give
Man,
me some
you're not
time.
alone. You're not alone.
Well, it feels like
I don't know if I'm realizing it right now. You know, you're feeling nothing but the nothing of.
What's up, dude?
Let's go, people. How you
Let's
doing?
go.
Let's go. We are
There you
back.
go.
I gotta admit, for the ending,
Oh,
I should have like not seen the leaks. But you guys forget, man. I'm a fiend, bro.
Y'all
So
know
when
me.
I see
Yeah,
those,
you
I
are.
tried to stay away from spoilers. I had to tiptoe all over Twitter.
No, I
Aniki-
can't.
don't understand. I
They
have
got
no
sent to me.
discipline. I have no
Aniki, super
self-control.
chat whenever you're ready. Whenever you're ready. But
All right, I'm here.
Super
It's
The amount
Mr.
of
Andrew,
slander.
so you got to read it in the right voice.
No. I think this is Andrew being completely
Yeah.
dead ass. So I'm gonna put that respect on it. The amount of slander a regular 9-to-5 job is getting on here by people who are living in their mom's basements, hoping and praying that she doesn't come downstairs when they are jacking it to a plus-sized elf.
And here's the joke one.
Hey.
Here's the joke one.
All right. Let me come through. Mom, take out the plus-size pizza rolls. My tweet got a lot of likes.
Nah.
Wait, why is your belt out? Hey, what are you doing?
Oh.
Stepping closer. Stop it,
My
Mommy.
God. Oh my
Okay,
God.
that got darker than usual. Okay.
I mean, dude, all of this is like
Nothing wrong with the plus size L. Nothing wrong
It
with
was
the plus
building
size
off
L.
it was
Can
building
Nader
off like
get in
the
the call?
it was building off of
Nader.
all the McDonald's memes, and I'm like, okay. But when I first saw this popping up, I knew where they were gonna keep going, and that it was gonna, influence like let's be honest, like a lot of people are not actually reading any manga. Like they just follow strictly what they see on their timelines or their feeds, whether it's TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, or whatever. And so they see Deku being Crocus and they instantly associate with that, oh, he's a McDonald's worker. And it's like, well, no, you see you not only is he in a pretty good job and he's still influencing people as a teacher, yes, there is that sadness in him. He wants to have that greater dream of being a hero for sure, which the chapter also acknowledges when All Might comes in, is like, nah, you have earned this extra bit of happiness.
Don't hide
Also,
it.
Nice
real
callback
quick,
as well.
gotta go through both of these super chats.
Yes, sir.
Nader said, "Yo,
course.
people are calling the suit a pity gift, and these people don't." Okay, so the idea that these people don't have friends is the end of Nader.
Exactly.
Okay, the idea of this being a pity gift is insane.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
like
I'm not respect a Billy on a gift ever.
The whole
Husband.
idea of the suit is to freaking pay back what Deku gave in throughout the whole series, like the whole time. He's given up every single bit of his body, his mind, body, spirit, all of that for everybody else, for everyone in Japan. And yet at the end, he loses his power, he loses his dream. But look, hey, he's content. Why? Because he can't he's a self-sacrificial person, and so now he's finally getting rewarded for that, for all the people that he helped freaking
ordinary
inspire
girl
a little bit, to be a hero. Like, he's getting rewarded for being a genuinely nice person. And that was like the main message I got from this last chapter, and it's something that I feel like it's going to get lost through all these memes and all that, and through like the discourse and everything. But like, God, like, just the whole story was building up to this little moment of Deku like finally getting I mean, yeah, you can make the argument about like the recognition he's gotten and all that, but like the fact that he was rewarded for still being able to reach his dream, to still being able to achieve his dream alongside the people that he inspired, and like to continue inspiring. Like, it's a great message.
I completely agree with you. The one
I
thing
think
that hurts me, honestly, I'm really hurt because like thinking about what last chapter and then this chapter, like I feel like a lot of the recognition that Deku was supposed to get, I feel like he might have turned it down. Especially because of when that kid was talking to him and he was like, "Oh my God, I look up to you," and Deku didn't really say anything. I feel like a lot of that happened after that moment. Like it's like, I don't really feel like I deserve this.
He has a statue,
I'll-
but it's shared with everyone else in Class A. So I like to believe, Deku did turn it down because he doesn't feel like he deserves like a big, massive statue like All Might has in Kamino.
It's just because of that specific moment. I feel like there were a lot of people who probably were like, "Oh my God, I look up to you," and I don't think he knew how to handle it.
I think the main issue that people are having with the chapter that I think it's been like, expressed through the memes and through like all the negativity and shit, is simply because I think people like there's a difference in a story like that, like if it is like the whole trope of like, oh, let's just be happy with what we have, and like, oh, but you worked hard enough and you deserve it, like for example, like when you have I don't know if you guys I don't know, like a dumb example, like Puss in Boots: The Last Wish, for example, like in
Good
that
movie. That's not a dumb example. That's a good movie.
all right, okay, cool. Sorry, so in that movie, the whole idea is Puss in Boots is fighting to get all his 8 lives back. But when we get to the end, it's the whole concept of like, yeah, but like you realize that like in this whole adventure that like, you don't need to be fighting for 8 lives. 1 life is enough, is all we have. And then that's okay. So like that's the reasoning. And that would be different. Like there would be a completely different innuendo, like a completely different like type of resonance if the movie ended as like, oh yeah, true. Like you just need to fight for 1 life. But because you were so good, Puss in Boots, we will give you all your 8 lives back, Like that's like a different type of story. And I think that's like, that's what mostly, I think the whole concept of like, that's what people are maybe disappointed in it, is like the whole idea of like, oh, we're finishing MHA and then Deku loses his power. Oh, that's great, because then it's the whole idea that, yeah, he had the chance to become a hero, and he did become a hero in his own way, like in his youth. But he realized that being a hero, it has nothing to do with the prowess or the power or anything. It's like it's okay for him to go back to his normal life and like just being a normal person. Like I wouldn't be. A lot of people says that like hero being okay with like being powerless, stupid. Oh, Deku wouldn't be okay with being powerless. I don't think that's necessarily true. That would be I think that's like pretty in line with his character. Actually, I think that would be pretty badass. So be pretty cool. But all I am saying is that like it does like give off a different, it's like a different taste for the ending, for you to have Deku like finish off the story without any powers, with the suit. Like, it's like, oh yeah, nah, but like when you work so hard, Deku, and you are such a good person, that all the good that you did, like it came back to you,
Well,
So,
and the way the
Hold
big
on,
thing too.
I want to come
build-
back to that, but I want to get
Yeah, go for
to
it.
these super chats because they
yeah,
deserve to
yeah.
be acknowledged.
After these super chats, let Ian go because he's been waiting for a while.
So Andrew came through and said, "Don't get me wrong, MHA's overall ending definitely has issues, as Hori forgot to write about 40 to 70 more chapters, but let's focus on more important things in this chapter that actually did good." I'm also going to say that East and I had a conversation about this yesterday. And if East gets on, we'll talk about that a little bit. But the second chapter said illiterate clowns that can barely read a book on how to clean their own behind, leaving that class when they just abandons Deku when they clearly still do, and help fund his new suit. Because it is a spearheaded, not only done by Bakugo. Oh, and then another super chat. You're in the call. Do you think Urabe's story is funded by UA, or is she out here doing this out of pocket? I can see her doing it out of pocket.
Her family is rich now, out of pocket.
And you know how much money they got fixing all those buildings?
Hold on. Senor Waffles, I specifically requested your presence.
Yeah.
Give me something, because I already told Kendra to be on like forever ago. So.
Oh yeah, no problem. Thanks for having me. And yeah, to build off of what Coffee said, because so for me specifically, I did not enjoy this last chapter, and I think this last chapter, for a lot of things, doesn't really tie into anything you guys have talked about what people dislike. A lot of the things that I dislike about this chapter is I'm looking at the pages right now. Here's the part where All Might comes in, destroys the little V end, and it's just text, and then we get this final shot of All Might being like, "Hey man, you earned this power too." So the big problem I've had with a lot of late game MHA is that what I really enjoyed about the early part of the story is that we really watched the moment to moment journey of like these characters and like these very intimate or very like small moments, and then those culminate in the big moments. And a lot of problems I've had with the late game MHA is Hori will introduce something really crazy, and then he'll like flash back to it really fast or like give a little explanation to make sure it makes sense, right, for the people who care about that stuff. And then we move on. And so this kind of feels like that. This stuff, like when I think of what I would have wanted to see All Might doing at the end of the story, it's not a whole page where he explains, hey, technically, based on like technology and like just logically how that would progress, and we can like tie that into quirks, you can get this new suit. And then, hey, Deku, like you can be a hero too. And also you earned it. And that's a callback to the first chapter. That like, who cares about any of that stuff? The stuff I would care about is, hey, what's All Might doing as a hero? Is he still cleaning beaches? Is he helping old ladies cross street? Like this whole idea of like, oh, Deku, now you can go help out your friends and be a hero. That's never been what I cared about Deku's heroism. That's why I was fine with him being quirkless. What I wanted to see at the end of MHA is, what is Deku doing to be a hero? And you guys brought up he's being a teacher, right? He's being a teacher. He's helping out these kids. But what do we actually see of that? He goes to this little kid and he goes like, hey, kid, you know, your quirk's pretty cool and you could be a hero too. Well, I don't care about this kid. I don't care that Deku gives like kind of this really half-assed speech. It's just kind of like he just kind of explains it. But like, what if Deku did something for him? What if Deku actually like walked around with him? Or what if we actually followed, you know, Deku like doing something with one of his students or whatever, like helping them out in certain ways, or again, cleaning the beach, calling back to that beginning. So to me, a lot of what this ending chapter had was, sure, there's a lot of things that make sense when people talk about like, oh, Deku's not hanging out with his friends as much. Totally, that totally makes sense. Or like, oh, Bakugo at the end, he's like, come on, Deku. But then you look at Bakugo and he's just kind of got his usual like kind of stern face on. It's just like there's just a lot of things that feel like, sure, when you think about it, when you do it in your head and go like, oh, this is probably what Deku's doing, or oh, this is kind of like why he earned it. That's great. But when I'm reading it, there's not an image. There's not a shot like All Might standing over Deku. There's not an image of like Deku cleaning the beach. There's not an image of like a shadow and like these like all these really good visualizations. It's just explanations as to what's going on. And you go, yeah, that basically makes sense. And you kind of do the emotional legwork for the chapter. Because when I look at these chapters, I don't really see anything that gets me emotional. So that's just kind of my general thoughts on it.
Nah, I get that.
Cook.
Can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Levy, can I explain my criticisms? Wait.
MK got her hand up too. I don't know if you want to talk or.
All right, what's up, dear?
Oh, I just wanted to comment on something that Ian had mentioned about like all of basically these text walls, and like I really do feel like it was a lot of exposition just because like I've been telling you and I've been telling East and I've been telling anybody that wants to talk about the series, like I honestly think that Horikoshi just kind of rushed this ending so that he could get to the horror series that he wanted to do. And so I feel like he wrapped up a lot of things in exposition that he could have shown us instead.
Yeah.
And that really sucks because like we all have so many questions. Like that's been a lot of what the stream has been about, like questions that we have that he didn't answer.
Right.
And like I totally respect that he wants to get his new project going. I'm super excited for that, but I also want my questions answered. And like I think we're definitely going to get a one shot where some of these questions are maybe answered, or like maybe a side series like Vigilantes was, you know. But like I feel like we got hope. I feel like
Yeah.
Yo, we
he owed us
did.
with the
We got hold.
No, what you're
I
saying,
totally understand.
what you're saying is basically it was a little too ambiguous. That's what you're saying.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So my thing is that from early in the series to now, there's like a visible difference to like the moment to moment writing. Like early
Obviously,
on,
yeah.
it feels like there's such a natural build up to things. And it's like the momentum and the actual timing of each like narrative like building element. It feels like it feels appropriate, you know. The build up to the League of Villains felt appropriate. And it's like now it feels like we're operating on an entirely different pace. And it's like now and I honestly think that's what explains the like the exposition walls. The like I don't think this would have happened earlier in the series when he was far more meticulous with how everything was being like met out, you know?
The Hori that wrote this does not feel like the Hori who spent 20 chapters on a culture festival to make a little girl smile.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
If I'm
I
honest,
agree with that.
hold on. Hold on. If I'm honest, I don't really agree with you guys. But
go for it.
Like you don't agree
hold
as
on.
far as the
You
exposition
gotta let it all
goes?
out.
Because I think I do think this chapter is like a bit more expository, but
Really short too. It's short. I don't know. It's small to
but
me.
I don't feel like the open-endedness is to its detriment because, and I think about something from Greg Weisman and Brandon Vietti a lot. Back when Young Justice season 2 ended, it was seen as the end of the series. Young Justice was not renewed for like 8 years, possibly longer. And there was a very important distinction that Brandon Vietti made that I think is especially important for a series like My Hero, and that somebody on Twitter was like, the ending was completely open-ended. It was like they're just doing missions and we get no answers, blah, 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 blah. And he said, they are superheroes. This isn't an open ending. They are doing business as usual. There will always be more to have explored. And that's fundamentally shifted how I look at endings of stories, especially stories like My Hero, where do any of us believe that battling All for One was going to mean no other questions can ever happen or nothing else is ever going to happen?
Well, to your point, this was a similar thing that I've always disagreed when people say, "Oh, at the end of Avatar, they just fixed everything and all the nations are good." It's like, no.
Right,
at the end, they said we have to rebuild the world.
Yeah,
so I don't like that idea that we were supposed to get every single thing answered because it's not. And I've always said this too, and everybody here has heard me say it at least once, realistically at least 10 times. Everybody in Hori writes his stories where the characters act like people and they stay true to themselves to a fault. Like as far as what All Might is doing, at most All Might is a teacher or he is retired. I don't actually need a page on that, if I'm being honest. I don't need anything on that. I know that that's what All Might. He's not fighting anybody else. The fact that he's even walking is a miracle.
But as far as emotional resonance, do you think that seeing him go, "Here's your suitcase," and we don't get any really clear shot of him, is that better than if we had got even just a single silent panel of him just like helping an old lady cross the street or picking up trash or like teaching?
To me, the most important thing here is that All Might was able to once again reaffirm Deku's dream. That, like, for me, All Might got to be what he's always been meant to be throughout this story, which was a beacon of hope and Deku's like motivation. And that was his final role in this chapter.
But
kept
visually,
Deku's
does it feel like that? Do you think? Do you think it has that like that gravitas? And when he's got a
I
sliver
felt
of a
it
page?
when he comes in and crushes the end, because that specific thing there is like when we get to this page, it's easy to go like, because he says this is, then I'd say this is still the tale of how we became great heroes, and then it's My Hero Academia, the end. Effectively, what this is visually saying is that this is the end of the road for Deku. He's going no further. He is a teacher. This is Deku's life now. That is the visual that is being presented. And then All Might's hand reaches up and says, "Fuck that. This is not the end of the road for my student. This is not the end of where this is not his conclusion."
And you see the hand reaching too, which is cool. It's like you see the My Hero Academia, the end thing, and then you see All Might's hand. He's like, "Well, man, not so fast about that.
No.
Not so fast.
Let's
Yoink."
chill.
So like that.
You're right. I didn't even
like,
notice that.
Yeah. His hand coming up and crushing the end means way more to me than if he was like standing over Deku or anything like that. And the reason why I don't need him to be standing over Deku is because he's handing the suitcase to Deku as equals. In fact, when you look at the image, Deku's eyes are raised higher than All Might's eyes, which technically could imply that Deku is superior.
Right, but could I see him passing the thing in like a big panel or like
That's
without speech
I'm
bubbles
saying, but
fluttering everything?
we're talking about, this is the visual, and obviously like he's writing and he's talking, and you can say you want more space for the bubbles, and obviously that would just mean 4 pages, which I'd be fine with. But visually, their eyes are like, there's a height differential being established here, and there's him crushing what would have been a disappointing ending for Deku, as far as because even acknowledges I'd be lying if I said I didn't miss it.
I think I like to build. I think like what Ian is saying though. Like I think like what like the question he's posing is basically like, is there was there any panel or like that was like straightforward in the sense that like it wasn't like a symbolic thing. It was like, oh, symbolically when All Might grabs the ending and he destroys it, like that's what, like it shows that he cares about Deku. It's like, all right, like yeah, like if you're gonna read into like everything that you're saying, like all the
and it's true.
stuff.
That is what they're going for sure. Like that is yeah.
Absolutely. So like, but I guess like what he's asking is like, all right, but was there any, actual, scene or like specific moment like in this chapter where you were like, bro, like what happened? Like the thing that happened, this thing that happened. Oh yeah, man, like it got me so emotional. That wasn't like, just the moment to moment. Like I guess like you could say, for example, like it's the moment where Aizawa asks Deku if like he's lonely, and then you get like a one panel of Deku just kind of like, thinking about it, like looking down. It's like, yeah, that's that's like that is
like
an
a
emotional moment. Yeah, like stuff like that. I don't think we got any of them like with All Might in this ending, except maybe like Deku crying, like like when he gets the suit or whatever. I guess that's the closest that you could get out of like like in the like the idea that like in the story in universe, for these characters, this is a very emotional moment. I guess that's what it is. Yeah.
But I get what you mean, Aniki, though. I think those are like if that's why you like it, that makes sense to me. For me, it just wasn't enough, I would say.
Yeah. And like that's why I just don't agree with the notion that like artistically it wasn't there, because even like Bakugo finally reaching out to Deku it kind of brings it. Hey, what's up, fussy butt? Getting sleepy?
I just wanted to ask you guys about the that final panel with Shigaraki.
Oh my god. Yeah.
It was not
Bro.
Shigaraki. It was not Shigaraki. It was not Shigaraki. I don't want to believe that. I don't want to believe that. No.
He's a Force ghost. Let's go. The Star Wars parallels continue.
But it's not just that panel, it's the shadow beside him too. Like, is that a puddle? Is it a shadow? Like, what's going
That's
the
blood.
shadow
That's
as he takes flight.
That's the blood of his enemy.
I thought.
Yeah, that's
I
Deku's
thought.
shadow.
I thought it was. I thought it was the young boy that we saw with the markings and everything. You know what I mean? I thought it was
No,
him.
that's Shiggy.
Nah, it's
Nah,
Shigaraki.
it's
the same clothes as
because
yeah.
He's
of
in the
the
Black
hair.
Onesie.
Like, yeah.
I don't know what this
also
is
he's
supposed
transparent.
to mean though.
I
Like,
didn't think about. I didn't
what
want.
is this
I didn't
supposed to
think about
inspire
figuring.
in me? Like, Deku's just looking at him and his, I don't know what Deku's thinking. There's no dialogue. It's on the last page, so you squeeze this in on the last page.
Well, I
tiny
mean,
panel of Shigaraki.
what's getting me is like
Go ahead,
that panel is right after Hawks mentions the landslide.
Yeah, no, all it
So,
represents
like-
is that he's thinking of Shigaraki as the thing that will constantly propel him,
Imagine he's alive.
forward to be a hero to other people. Like that's all it is.
Imagine if Shigaraki's blood has turned into like some venom creature, like that just still causes mayhem.
No.
That's the puddle. That's the puddle on the ground. Like it's Shigaraki. Like his essence is still alive. The body evolved. Imagine.
Well, and speaking of imagery, I like that image. Like that's a good example of like a good piece of imagery.
Shigaraki isn't actually so. As much as Shigaraki was like, you tell Spinner that I fought to destroy until the end, he dies a hero like that. So he's, and if you zoom in, if you zoom in, he's looking at Deku with pride. Because the choices they've made,
it's nasty,
are the choices to stop the League of Villains from having to be reborn, from having to come over. That's why they emphasize that villain emergence rate. So the idea is that Deku never forgot the lesson that he got from Shigaraki. And he's making sure to create that future that will stop people from ending up in the same position as him. He doesn't want the villains to feel like they need a hero from the villain side, but rather that if they do go down the path of villainy, that the heroes will actually be there, not just to whoop their asses, but to help them find a better path.
Well, Shigaraki also said, "What will you rebuild?" And so that's kind of the thing he'll rebuild and move forward with is the spread, which is all of the students and them fighting for good and stuff. So,
but for that final panel to mean that to you, that like Shigaraki's proud of him, though, you would have to think about like, has the world really changed? And then that's a debate in of itself. Is the world really that much different?
Because we don't see much.
So it's like
we
for
only
that,
see
for
like
that,
a few
for that
things
to
here
hit
and
for
there.
you have to think like, I don't know. And then on top of that, Deku's been a teacher, but like, I'm not gonna argue how influential a teacher at UA could be. He probably gets tons of deals and sponsorships, like probably at least interviews and stuff like that. So, he's probably in the public eye a little bit. But now he's finally able to be a hero again. So like, imagine if like, I don't know, is the interpretation that like this is the first time he's thought about Shigaraki since then because he's finally a hero again?
I think it's supposed to be better symbolized in the. I think it's supposed to be better.
Because now
there are
he's finally
multiple ways to
able
take
be a
it.
part of it. Because now he's finally able to do it again. This is my thing.
Just real quick, I just wanted to say I think this is supposed to be better represented in the previous chapter, Tarnish, when you get to see the old lady who was supposed to help Tanko but didn't do and stuff. Like
I think his ghost should have been used then, though.
The ghost. Well, I think there's a couple ways to take the ghost. One, it can just be like a general anime thing, where like you see like this happens in a lot of series where like somebody sees the spirit of a deceased character. But what's different about MHA though is that's actually part of the plot was the vestiges. So like they're established to exist. So I'm wondering if completing One for All was kind of like a spiritual thing where Deku can't necessarily use the quirk anymore, but it still sort of exists because, I mean, every user is part of it. Like there's this spiritual aspect to it. Right. So I take that as the vestiges, or Shigaraki at least, aren't entirely gone. Like I don't think Deku can use like the stockpile power or anything, but I think he can. Like I think maybe with over time he might see Shigaraki more again.
Mm-hmm.
It is definitely ambiguous, but there's room to interpret it there. So
absolutely.
If that is the case, and he is just watching over him silently, I would like that to be confirmed, first of all. But not only that, but I would like to believe Shigaraki is probably the only one. Because I'm pretty sure all the One for All people would, definitely be going with All for One. So if Shigaraki was like the only vestige left, just silently watching over him, I would have liked that to be shown throughout the chapter. Like, imagine if while Deku's in class, he just sees a ghost of Shigaraki in the back or something like that. That would have been cool.
And then, like, what in the PTSD are you wishing on my boy?
Hold up. Hold up. I almost missed a super chat. Nader came through and said, "Rise of Midoriya in May has come. I've predicted it." I'm not gonna speak on that.
I do. I'll speak of the super chats. So Spectral couldn't send it. But they said one nitpick I have about the chapter is that we don't see Nagant out and about in this chapter. I think things have changed enough that she should feel comfortable enough to be.
He left that ambiguous too.
Yeah, I do agree. I would have loved to see Nagant. The same with seeing Dabi.
Yeah, no confirmation for my boy. Like you,
I don't want to talk about it.
Well, I think
confirmation. He has to be dead, but like you could have gave me a panel of Natsuo going to his grave.
I agree.
I mean, here's something to consider. Here is something to consider as well, though.
Listen,
the current page count. The current page count for Volume 42 is only like 125 chapters or so. So, and the shortest MHA volumes are 180 chapters. Now, I've been thinking, rather than kill yourself on a weekly schedule trying to include everything in, why don't you kind of put like I think Horikoshi might have been thinking, okay, I'll put in like the main stuff, and then I'll leave all the extra details for when I have extra time and don't have to do weekly manuscripts.
Yeah, he'll probably add some stuff into the volumes. He's been doing
over the
that.
course of 4
what I
months.
wanted to say was I agree, because that's also what I was trying to get to, is that in towards the beginning of the chapter we got to see a double page spread of all the kids up until their graduation, right? I think that would have been the perfect place to put it. And because we know the volumes, every time we get a volume release, stuff are changed or redrawn. Like in the last one, we got to see Aizawa say, "Do your best to Deku," which we didn't get in the weekly release. So I like to believe that's when we'll get it.
I'm not gonna lie. If
right
he
there.
does that,
Because
that
we
is
see
straight
Aizawa
cheat.
and Mike praying to Shirakumo. So it would have been perfect right after that.
Yeah,
So I agree.
I don't know, man. Like, I think it's kind of a cheap way to just include all the stuff we're missing in a volume, if you just want to like do it because you don't have enough time.
So
That'd
I
be
wanna
at
talk
least
about-
like
hold on.
20 extra pages at least.
I want to talk about what East and I were talking about yesterday.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Because
Coyote's profile pic is so.
I know. I'm trying not to
That
look
is
at it.
wild.
I'm trying not to look at it.
What
Yeah.
the?
I'm like, what's going on? Come on, dude.
I didn't want to say anything about it. Yeah.
So one of the things that East and I talked about is how either Shueisha or Horikoshi did not give himself enough grace while writing this series. And what I meant by that is we had like a 2 to 3 month break during Egghead arc, or either before Egghead or like during Egghead, where like Oda was just like out for a bit. Like he was just
Yeah.
I'm on break. See ya.
Yep.
Gege got a 3-month JJK break and like a month break. But for whatever reason,
Yeah. And Tabata even had like a break as well.
Yeah.
Big one.
Horikoshi has never given himself, either he has never given himself or Jump has never been willing to give him these month-long, 3-month-long, whatever breaks.
If they give it to niggas under him, then I don't know. They have to have offered it, but go on.
That's why I said either he wasn't willing to give it to himself or they weren't willing to give it to him, and I don't know which one, so I don't want to speak.
I believe. Well, the feeling I get from these last 5 chapters is that they feel like Corey's still writing under the impression that he's going to get canceled at any moment.
Thank you. That's what I think too.
That was what we were talking about, and I was like, I feel like
He said that himself in a Jump Fest.
what he went through
several times.
Really messed with his head. And
Okay, so then he's getting Legend of Korra.
hold on, he's not.
But he's doing it to himself.
So like,
goddamn. What does that mean?
Here's the thing, right? Is that if I am a Jump editor, and I know Horikoshi is safe, and I look at these author comments and I see him talking about that, I'm sitting him down and talking to him about that.
Right.
Like I'm not letting you feel that way.
Right.
Because I don't want my writer feeling that way if my writer isn't in that position. That's why I find it so sus.
Yeah.
So my writer feels this way and has said it in multiple publications. Because we've seen him say it like 6-7 times.
Maybe that's how
it's like bro, like
that's how he
Hori, my man,
That's
my man.
him.
You are second. Your manga is second only to One Piece in Jump. Do you know what that means? Like actually,
and it's the number one of comics in America, like constantly.
And that's, so that's why I'm like,
he seemed to not even care about that in a recent interview, but I'm not even gonna talk about that. He really seemed to not give a
I'm like, what is going on? Like, obviously, yes, I understand he's traumatized because, like, putting your whole because when I see Astro in MHA, I'm like, Astro meant a lot to him, and he didn't get to tell Astro's story. When there's a reason.
And yet, and sorry, real quick, the way he included him wasn't him being like, "Hey guys, I'm here too," and you go, "Oh my gosh, it's Astro." He had Astro specifically say, "I might not look like a hero, I might not look like a real character that should be in Shonen Jump, and I got canceled, but I promise I'm still really cool." Like you can just feel like the timidity of just like the timidness of even including him. Of even including him.
So so we were talking about that, and I was like, look, if Horikoshi either is willing to give himself or is put in a position where he feels like he's actually safe to, be on and like be in that position, and he takes these breaks. I don't, and I want to clarify, I am not just talking about because of time delays. The series does not end this year. It ends in like 2 to 3 years, I would say. And we get the space for the stories that he very clearly wants to write. Because it is obvious, and I even said this like when the Mina chapter, like I'm usually one of the least critical people of MHA because MHA is just really written in a way that's like resonates with me. Like the writing style just works for me. So there's just some stuff that I'm just never gonna see it the same way that other people do, and I'm okay with that. But there's stuff that he like with Mina, it was very clear to me, and I hate it when people were like, "There's no reaction to Midnight," and I was like, "There very clearly is." Her entire demeanor and the way she interacts with everybody and how she expresses concern and has moved away from like an ever fucking shining ball of positivity to please do not die. And I'm like, that is a massive character shift because people who are constantly fucking shooting solar beams out of their asshole don't go to like, okay, but like the worst case scenario is you dying, and I'm constantly worried about that. So I'd really like you to stay close to me so that I don't have to like worry about something bad happening to you while you're out of my sight. Like that's not a small shift in perspective and functionality. For us to then end up at like the Makia site, and for that to be condensed to one chapter, very clearly.
Yeah. And she doesn't even get like a page. It's
very clearly he felt like, yeah, I'm just gonna have to do this real quick, and I'm gonna make sure you get like the outline for this. Maybe the anime will expand on this, maybe it won't. I don't know. Boom. But here's the idea. Here's the bones of the story. Even when you look at the start of Act 3, there was very clearly part of the story was being built up to be like it was very clearly being set up to be something that was going to be more of a talking point throughout the third act, or at least Mina's battlefield was going to be that.
Yep. And a lot of things.
And it didn't get to be that. There's some stuff that I'm like, whatever. Like Sero's moment. If Sero's big moment ended up was reduced from what he hinted at, I'm okay with that. Sero's largely comedic relief, very, very sideline character. I don't view like some people view all of Class 1A as like this thing. I could give you, like, if you asked me to sit down and start assigning like letter grades, like as far as like a tier list of narrative value to the story of different Class A members, we're going like A through F. There's actually people in all fucking tier. Like there's a couple F's in there, and there's some C's and B's and D's and E's, and Sero's like a D or D. Like I'm not putting him in the same level of prominence as like Shoto or even Mina, or definitely not like Hiroshima. There's levels to this. So I'm not like that bent out of shape about some of that stuff, but there is stuff that I'm like, nah, like you wanted to do a little more here. Like at least
you can see the symptoms of what people broadly are complaining about.
Like with the Mina example, I think what you can say basically is that like he very clearly is paying off something that like if you really were like a huge fan of MHA, like only you would like notice that that's what he's doing, because like you notice like Mina's shift in like when Midnight dies, and like she's clearly like much sadder and stuff. So like when we get to the final battle, right, and then we see Mina's fighting, and then her whole resolution, it feels like a payoff, but it's only a payoff to those who are like who paid attention to her character in the background. Because if you don't, it's like it's gonna seem like it's kind of out of nowhere. It's like, oh, what the hell? I guess you had like a character development that I didn't know about.
And
he doesn't. Yeah, go ahead.
And I don't know if Mina specifically should feel like a deep cut there. At the same time, I'm aware that Mina didn't really get a lot of character. Like she got some characterization during the overhaul arc, and she got some more characterization during Cultural Fest, but she wasn't heavily utilized, and her character arc wasn't really like there wasn't really an arc with her character. She was largely a sounding board with Kirishima, or just like something that kind of like helped prop up his story up until PLW. And if I'm honest, that is a long time. Like that's over 250 chapters before we're really building a story arc for Mina. So I understand also technically why it might feel like, you know what, are readers going to care as much about this character arc that I really didn't get invested into until 250 chapters versus these character arcs that I've been invested in since like chapter 10 or 20.
And he should have done it anyway.
Yes, and the point of that was that if he gives himself those breaks, I think he goes ahead and does that.
I agree.
And I think without those breaks, because ever since Horikoshi wrote about his ears leaking, I've been like, bro, this is gonna cost us something.
Well, the big, go ahead. So you finish.
But I want him to be healthy more than I care about. Like, because I always knew that the stuff with Deku was going to be fine. I knew Bakugo stuff was going to be fine. I knew Shoto was going to be fine. I knew Endeavor, Eraser, All Might. These characters were always going to be fine. We were going to take hits somewhere, and if we're taking a hit in Mina, and we're taking a hit for Sero or Sugar Rush or whoever like that, instead of taking a hit, on Deku, I'm fine with that. Those are sacrifices that we have to make, and we have a special announcement tomorrow. We still got to wait for that. Maybe later today, technically, since it's probably.
Oh, I was going to comment on that because we got a
Well, before
comment
we
on
comment
it.
on that, we got 2 super chats.
2?
Oh, let me hit up these super chats real quick, and then you guys can speak because I've been kind of rambling for a while, and I don't want this stream to be Aniki talks over everybody.
No, you're good.
Nah, you're fine.
Okay. Nader came through and said, I honestly think Hori put a lot of what he thinks about himself into writing Deku these past few chapters. That has always been the case for Deku. There is a lot of Horikoshi in Deku, and I also think that that's why when people say they feel like there's not enough Deku's like introspection, I think that's where like a symptom of that because of how intimately Horikoshi obviously knows himself and has experienced himself. It's kind of like how I'm trying to think of a video game that isn't League because I always go to League as like my default explanation
Okay,
for
Tomra.
everything. But whether you're a painter or an athlete, there are things that you will do, and especially if you've done it for a really long time, you'll be like, just do X, Y, Z, and that's how you get this result. And you might not realize X, Y, Z is actually 6 or 7 steps that you have mentally condensed into like 3 steps because you're so familiar with the territory that from an outsider looking in, it just isn't going to make sense. And like, because I still have to use the League analogy because that's the game that I've played the most that has like this kind of stuff. If I tell you control the minion wave and to generate an XP advantage so that you can set up a tower dive, that means nothing even to players who play the game and aren't good at it and don't care about like game theory. Like, what does control the minion wave means? Oh, it means build up a slow push. What does build up a slow push means? It means only last hit while denying your opponent their own last hit so that you can help preserve your minion wave, occasionally cutting it a little extra so that you have more minion waves, but they don't immediately go to the enemy side of the field. So you gotta make sure that you at least wait until the next wave is coming in and you kill that, and then if you're really doing it well, you can actually get a third one to come in. So then you have like 10 minions to soak the tower. Then you deny your opponent a bunch of experience. And then your jungler comes in. And then you both dive them under their own tower where they're not actually safe. And then you guys kill them with the extra minion damage if they attack you or anything like that. And then you guys get out. They die. They lose a bunch of experience, like almost half a levels. And then they basically don't get to play the game for real anymore. And that's awesome for you. Terrible for them, but awesome for you. But like, the explanation for what I just said is just different. And I think that's a lot of how like Horikoshi writes, and even that Mina thing. I'm looking at Mina and I'm like in my head I'm doing like the whole breakdown and probably only but like Horikoshi is just saying that first part and I'm looking at the Mina stuff and being like, oh yeah, this is all this. And so it's just different for how you see it versus and so like and that's why I also say like this is why I say My Hero's written how I think. Like it works for me, but I understand that like not everybody is gonna look at certain characters and go boom, 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 boom. This is what he's saying. Let me also hit these super chats.
Yeah, 2 more.
My boy Ryan coming through. If we get a sequel series, do we finally get to see Koichi and Deku team up?
No.
I would very much like to see that.
Never happening.
I need it.
And Trippy Manga said he's rereading since Volume 2 and fans translations we've come so far. Man, we're reading since Volume. Like I always say, there was a time period where I was reading a My Hero chapter and a fucking Haikyuu page got shot in the middle of it, and I was so confused for a very long time, looking for fucking
Volleyball arc's
that
gonna
My
kick
Hero
off.
chapter with volleyball in it. So
Yeah.
let me pass the mic.
Yeah, Ian, you were going to say something?
Oh yeah, just a small thing. I was gonna say that I think the moment you can track where Hori decided to kind of like shift his writing style to more like instant gratification if you go to the volumes of My Villain Academia, in the second volume, he has a little note at the very end that says like, "Hey, I know we've been with the villains for quite a long time,
Yeah.
which two volumes is like nothing." But he goes, we've been with the villains for quite a long time, and he goes, "So please hold on." But he goes, "I promise we'll get back to UA soon. Please hold on just a little longer." And you don't write that if you're like confident that people are enjoying what you're making. you
No, you
you
write
write
it because you're in fear.
yeah, you write
Which is-
that
which-
to let people to tell people, no, guys, I promise. Focusing on the villains and like giving them all this really in-depth focus and making you care about them. I messed up. That's my bad. We'll be back to
Yeah,
the kids.
yeah.
Don't I promise.
Oh, yeah.
Which
Oh,
is really
man.
which is really crazy because considering like everything, like MVA is like the densest arc in the series, arguably. So it's
Yeah.
really crazy.
So to me, like that's the moment that you can tell Hori kind of shifted to like here's what I'll do. I'll have like Deku get a new quirk, and then I'll just like explain it, and then people will like it. And you know what? They did because the sales went up. So so like I really do think that MVA was kind of like the last real bastion of like we're gonna go moment to moment, like really like into all these details of these characters. And I mean, you can even tell because he abandoned Compress like completely. He shoved his little
Got
character
one
right into the
panel this chapter. One panel.
Yeah.
yeah, he completely forgot about that
Just
man.
chilling.
And here's the thing: if you look at Compress's backstory, Compress's story is that he's like the successor. Oh, sorry, someone's talking. Go ahead.
Yes, it's me. It's me. Yes,
Has
yes.
arrived.
I'm still on my bus, but it's taking a long way because there is like a race, a bike race around my home. So
And you
I'm doing
won?
the whole. No. I'm not participating. Man, I live like in a place full with hills and stuff. So no, I'm good. So yeah, I really love what you said, yeah, because it's true that that My Villain Kenya is my favorite arc of the story because of the fact that he took time. You felt that he took time to tell the side of the villains. It is something that I never had seen even in a manga. In manga, you see really the why and how he understood the world better too of My Hero Academia. I don't know if you hear all the noise that I'm hearing too. I can speak later if you want to.
As long
I'm hearing...
as you're talking, you're fine. As long as you're talking, you're good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
You overpowered
so
them anyway.
literally. Okay, fine. So
yeah, go ahead.
the thing, it's really about the, like you said, the
Turn into a robot.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Beep
robot.
boop. Beep boop.
The way that he sped up the story. Yeah. Was the thing that
It's not a My Hero stream if we don't get Robo Punch.
I'm still in the chat.
If you're an OG, you know this is how it used to be.
Tyler said in the chat, Magi had the same problem. There's an arc that got cut short, which focused on the political aspects, but people wanted Aladdin, Alibaba, and Morgiana back. And like, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if you guys noticed throughout like the war, but I've constantly said I want Deku back, I want Deku back, I want Deku back. But I've enjoyed every content from the series up until Deku arrives at UA. But I kind of wish I didn't have that mindset because like looking back on it, I'm like, damn, I really like the approach Hori took by not letting Deku show up. I think a lot of people just have to let these mangakas cook because, like Ian said, that after MVA, you can tell that his insecurities, his fear of the manga getting cut, just like skyrocketed. He has that fear that this series is going to end. He probably had that fear drawing this final chapter. Like, what if they cut off the manga before the finale, which shouldn't make sense, but it's just that it's that insecurity is going to overpower you. And I see a lot of people be like, oh, but why doesn't Hori just get over it? That's not how that works. Like Aniki said, someone should have just sat him down, and it'll be a slow process for Hori. But like I think it was Tyler who said it, that his next work he should approach this with confidence because he has one of the biggest mangas in Jump currently. Like that's such a huge thing. Also, we have a super chat from
Yeah,
Josh
super
Thunder.
chat.
Yeah.
Josh Thunder came through with the super chat that asked an important question. Has there ever been a mangaka that finished their story first and just release it chapter weekly? I feel like that would fix some of the issues the industry has to not overwork the author. So, I fundamentally agree with you. Now,
However,
I am not about to say I endorse this mindset. I want to make that clear. I do not endorse this mindset. But the people who are like the shareholders who are making these decisions, who are running these companies, the reason why we seldom run into this is because endings are hard to strategically plan out. They like I think of a Gordon Ramsay quote for this when he's talking about like when you're in a restaurant and you're successful, the rent goes up because the landlord wants more money and you have money, and when you're not successful, it doesn't go up, but he's still on your neck to make sure you pay him. And when you're a mangaka and you're successful, they don't want you to be like, yeah, this is going to be the end of my story, haha. Like they're like, no, like talk about this character more, do this more, do like
Lead these bitches on.
editors give you tips for fleshing out your world, but they're also giving you tips to make the company more money. And so when you're like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna like write out this ending, it's gonna be sweet, it's gonna be smooth, they're like, hey yo dog, but what if you added this? The only like, and that's how like Oda would be like, you know, One Piece will be over in 5 years, and then we're like hitting it like we're 4 years into it, that 5 years, and it's like, yeah, that shit ain't happening, bro. Pack it up, don't lie to me
like
again,
10
bro.
years added on.
Like, but when you're so yes, that idea is good. It's just so hard to do, and like even then, you will have people who hate that ending because the one manga that I know, like the author said, yeah, this is the ending that I initially wrote for the story. I thought about changing it, and then I stuck to it. Is Attack on Titan.
Yeah.
And I think the ending made complete perfect sense and was thematically brilliant. And a ton of people practically chopped their dicks off about that ending.
They even wrote their own ending. They wrote
Yeah.
their own ending.
I do want to say before we move on to the second super chat, it'd be great if the manga was, you know, started and ended and then it got dropped and chapters were dropped weekly, and you know, while they're dropping weekly, the manga gets to sit back and look at people loving or disliking the chapters. However, Shueisha, so if they see this as like a $1 billion idea or billion yen idea, they're going to say, no, release it. You gotta go on that weekly grind. Like they're not going to approach it that way. Even though it's a genius idea, no, it is unfortunate.
Also from a more like writing creative standpoint, by doing it like week to week, essentially, you can incorporate feedback from readers.
Like
and
the best example I can think of that is Dragon Ball, because look at what happened with the Android saga. The original villains for that were going to be Dr. Gero and Android 19. Editors was just like, nah, we need something better than that. All right, cool. Here's Androids 16, 17, 18. They're like, cool. Do you have anything cooler than that? So like then Cell's born. So it's like without like that weekly kind of grind, that that feedback and all that, you don't get things like the Cell saga. Like you don't get that because you would have just gotten Androids 19 and 20. And I don't know what that would have looked like, but
yeah, I mean, there's always pros and cons.
Yeah, exactly.
To all of them.
So
I was thinking
always
more
think about that too. Yeah,
I was thinking more like reader feedback than editorial feedback. But
but both.
I think both can be dangerous.
I also,
I think
I also think there's the whole like thing that like knowing how to balance the industry, because like knowing how to balance like the creative aspect and the industrial aspect, because like people forget that those are like, you know, for we to have the manga and consume manga in the way that we do, there needs to be the enterprise, you know, the whole company thing on it. Because, you know, writing these stories and like writing those comics and stuff, like those are work, you know. So like it's not like it's a thing as easy as like, oh, but let them take a vacation whenever he wants. Like, yeah, but yeah, when it comes to I'm not saying like we don't deserve those, but like I do think like from the creative standpoint and from an artist standpoint, I think, you know, the purest form is for them to be at their own pace, but like that cannot be the case, unfortunately. Like if we're gonna treat it big.
And I've used this analogy before, Coffee, like to back up your point, and that I said, as much as my hero is like a face of Shonen Jump or has been for the past 10 years, I used the WWE analogy. So I don't know if Watkins was here back when I made this analogy or not. I don't think he was.
Yeah, I don't know.
Horikoshi is handled like the Intercontinental Champion.
Okay. Yeah.
In that the Intercontinental Champion is expected to like, yes, be like have a title. Yes, he's prestigious, but he's expected to be a workhorse. It's a title that like that person is on air almost every week. They're putting on like hella title defenses. They're doing a whole lot of stuff here. JJK and One Piece, Gege and Oda are handled more like WWE championships.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah,
they get to take those.
I'm
lost.
Like,
it's all good.
I am sorry. I am of the less sporty part of the fandom. I apologize.
It's okay.
So it's more like, okay, Horikoshi's like, because like with the IC title, like what Aniki was trying to get at is like it's almost like it's the step before you get to that world title thing. So it's like the step before you're like at the top, at the peak. So like if you kind of have it at like that hierarchy, it's like, okay, One Piece is basically running Jump right now, and then like your mid card kind of like middle of the
more
magazine.
Like your co-main.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the co-main is also good too. Like you have like your JJK, your MHA, and all that, and like they're the ones, like Aniki was saying, is like the workhorse. They're the ones that are like putting in the work, and like you can kind of see that too with Horikoshi's attitude, I guess, with all that, like with him not taking breaks, because like as like somebody in that position, it's like, you know, I have to keep the grind going. I have to keep going and going until I can get to that top part where like I feel like I can afford to take like a month break and all that. And I mean, that's a good and a bad thing in itself. Like
I see.
Exactly. So it's kind of more of like that mindset of like, okay, I have to just keep grinding and being somebody. Because that's the thing. Like when you look at like most of the Jump covers and all that, at least from like what I can think of right now, usually you have like your MHA, like you have Deku and like Yuji and like some of like the others. Well, I guess maybe not Andy from Undead Unluck so much, but like, well, Asta, when he was in like when Black Clover is more in Jump, like they were like they were mainstays in the magazine. They were like on the cover, and they were still prominent, but not as prominent as Luffy was. I mean, if you also want to look at this week's cover, like I don't know.
I was gonna say if you
the outcry because of this, like, oh, Luffy's
I was
pushing
mad.
Deku aside.
Literally, I was mad. I was mad, man, when I saw it.
If you want to see the purest example of where MHA stands in the heart and mind of Shonen Jump, it is the glass cover of MHA in the manga, being that Luffy is tossing Deku to the side, and he goes, "Well, it is what it is," and Deku's smiling.
All right.
You're done. Now I go back.
That is so funny,
bro. Like,
and I love that yeah. Go ahead.
No, sorry. I was just gonna say, like, because the MHA really did, because we keep because people keep using those like shonen manga as like metric for how long One Piece is, and MHA was one of the ones where it's like, yeah, it started and ended, and One Piece still hasn't finished. So like, you know,
that is just so crazy.
And it was when I have a little fun fact. So when it was first released, One Piece was ongoing. It's like the second half of Dressrosa, and we're now
oh
still
my gosh.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, that's
But here's the
funny.
thing,
I actually
you gotta
did drop
forget,
One Piece
do you
at
know
Dressrosa.
when the first chapter released in Japan?
No.
I believe it was July 7th, 2014.
Man,
Yep.
I'll take your word
So
for
it's
that
been
one.
that's
quite
crazy.
literally 10 years in the magazine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
But by the way, Oda's Shonen Jump comment to Hori is, "Well, now you can play Pokemon Go all you want, you lazy."
Oh yeah, he was
nigga."
like, "Oh, Pokemon Go is very neat." Oh wait,
He
My
literally-
Hero's
he-
ended.
He
I
literally
cannot
told
believe it.
Horikoshi. He
That
told
is
Horikoshi
weird,
to go
Lord.
touch grass. Like that.
Yeah, he said, "Now you can
that
touch
man.
grass and catch Pokemon."
Touch grass and
It's
catch
like,
Pokemon.
damn,
That is
dude.
hilarious. That is such funny lore to just drop at the very end.
Yeah, actually,
Pokemon
someone
Go
on
is
the
pretty cool.
someone on the custodians Discord, they gathered like all the translations of all the author
author
comments, and a lot of them
Mhm.
are really sweet. Like
Yeah.
Gege
Like
saying that
gays. Yeah.
Yeah.
That is really high praise.
Without My Hero, JJK wouldn't be a thing.
Yep. Mission U Sakura family said that his life has become more resilient and enriched thanks to having characters like Tokoyami and the Ordinary Woman.
No, that's so sweet. Also,
Yeah.
hey, Neil.
Weirdly specific, but okay.
Everyone's got their face.
Yeah.
They're just like
Uh,
Seth. Number one Tokoyami fan.
That's true. That's true. I guess I will, in fact, read Yozakura Family next if you're going to stand my character,
yeah.
my favorite
Yo,
character.
I have a
then-
I have a question. So, is
Mhm.
anybody here disappointed that Deku did not end up with Uraraka?
No, not at
glad
all.
Bakugo
They-
No, I know
honestly,
I was
Okay,
gonna end
wait.
up bagless.
So
That
I
is
want
a
to comment on
question.
it.
I want to
Nope.
comment on it too, but you can go
I'm
first.
glad
Yeah.
he didn't confirm anything.
Hmm
Just because.
I mean, I agree with that.
I'm
I
not
also
because
think
people
that
are going to
like
keep bitching about it.
I mean,
that
this
too.
fandom doesn't deserve anything, so
Correct.
So
That's the
I
route we
Glad we
going.
all
That's the
agree.
route we going. That's the route. Like we didn't write this into the story. a
Yeah,
little
if
bit.
I'm being
Mhm.
serious, it should have been confirmed. But I'm glad
Yeah,
that
At least,
Bakugo
yo,
got
yo,
his
at
girl,
least,
man.
at least,
oh my god.
at least unconfirm it. Like have somebody say, like, yeah, I don't think we should do
I
that.
think
Yeah,
Or something.
I would
I
prefer
think the
that.
problem.
I mean,
really-
she's wearing Ida's mask, so
Oh
Yeah, he
no,
was
it's
picking her as
Goose.
well.
Oh my god.
It's not
You
Edith's,
tried.
bro.
Walking, I will find you. And when
It's
I find you,
hers. She's wearing
I will
her
give you a
mask.
hug,
And-
and
That's
then I'll
funny.
tell you off. But
And
like,
finally,
I wanted to
Jester
say-
Hiroki's looking
my
at Deku.
opinion-
Just saying.
my opinion on this is that like it's funny because it's kind of implied he went on a little date. But then you also have Uraraka who has like Deku's mouth guard around her neck, and obviously we know like they
Deku's?
still kept in contact.
That's
Like they
'cause
all
she's a
kept in
creep.
contact. Maybe it's my high school crush. You gotta keep it by my.
Cope,
You gotta keep his
But,
bloody mouth guard.
Like we all know they didn't stop talking, but it's like they're also heroes and relationship. It's just weird that we never got any comment on it. But I'm also glad we didn't get comments on it. It's kind of weird that we. I'm on the fence.
Look,
I
literally
think-
the best part of the
Look,
chapter, and the
I'm-
only good part of the
look.
chapter is that Eri is going off to be in her own cute girls doing cute things band manga, and that's
Oh my
great.
God.
That's all that
oh,
matters.
dude, I
Holy
was
shit.
so
Yeah.
happy when I saw that. I was so happy.
That was
I want-
that was really nice.
and she's doing music, which is
I
you
know.
know she's like,
Wait, is
trying
that
to
the
do
go? Is that the go?
Hello? Heads up, guys. A wild gazelle has appeared.
Hey!
Oh, hello, Gazelle.
Oh,
Can you guys hear me?
Snap.
Oh,
Yeah, we can
I
hear
can
you.
hear you.
Okay, what's up?
Nice.
God, this is
Pleasure.
weird. I've been watching you for such a long time to be in the same. That's fun. I like this.
You're
Yeah,
doing tricks on
today's
it, Thomas.
today's been a ride for sure.
You're real used
Oh.
to that, huh, Coyote?
I
Oh
mean,
my
yeah, I
God.
get
Oh
it.
my
You know,
God.
roll out things every now and then from, but
This
it's
is a-
fine.
This is a weird chapter for me because like I'm used to having a whole lot to say about a given chapter, but right now I'm just like it's this weird everything I've had to say has been said kind of thing. Like I don't really know how to describe it. All the characters ended up where I wanted them to end up. I would have liked some more here or there for some of them, but like I generally agree with this entire direction for the story. Yeah, it would have nice. There are times where I'm like, I really want to see Uraraka confess her feelings to Deku, but I also really liked last chapter how hero focused it was. Like that was just kind of artful to me.
Mm-hmm.
So like I was satisfied in plenty of ways to where I'm like, there really isn't much, like there is both more I could ask, but it would all just kind of be icing on the cake, kind of. Yeah, it's tough. There are things I would have liked to have been more fleshed out, like in terms of specific characters and specific dynamics, but not like on the overall plot level kind of thing. And the main characters were all handled fairly well in my view. So like I'm just kind of left content. I thought I would be feeling empty because it's the end of a series I followed for so long. But honestly, I'm just sitting here, okay, this is it for now. And, you know, there will probably be some more extra content later. Hoping, I guess. I don't know. I don't feel like I thought I would feel, I guess.
This is the end of the initial. No matter what
Oh.
happens next, this is the end of the initial run. 430.
Yes,
like whatever happens after this, if people don't like it, they will remember this as the original 430 chapters. Like,
I wanted to say something. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is yeah. This is definitely the end of. Like, I mean, the very last line is a contrast to the very last line of chapter 1, where he says, "This is the tale of how we continued reaching out." Now, in chapter 1, he says, "This is the story of how I became the world's greatest hero." So that's pretty much confirming that, like, this part with One for All and everything, and overcoming that that great evil that's presided over superhuman society, that's all done. Deku gets to be a hero at the end of it. But ironically, the story of them all as heroes for another like 30, 40 years, that's just getting started. So
you know what it reminds me of?
I wanted to like.
It
Can
gives
I
me
say
the
something
same
real
vibes
quick?
as Dragon Ball. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, get coffee. Go ahead.
Yeah, go
Because we're getting because I wanted to talk the Ochiko that you asked, and we're getting like
Yeah.
we're moving out from the subject already, and like I don't want to get this out of my chest before. Because I disagree. Like I don't think like it was. Unfortunately I was one of those who didn't like the chapter, but like the whole Ochiko thing, I do think it was legitimately a thing that needed to be addressed because
sir.
I think like because you don't just do like what Horikoshi did with Ochiko, which is like like huge like panel for Ochiko when she says like, "Oh, I'm gonna bottle my feelings," and then there's like if you remember it, there's like almost like a whole page like dedicated to Ochiko saying like, "Yeah, I'm gonna do that." And that's supposed to contrast Toga, because Toga is the one who's not bottling her feelings up and she's living how she wants. So I thought it would be like, it just genuinely felt like a natural, like sort of progression that it would make, like for her to confess her feelings to Deku, because I think that would even make Toga's death even more meaningful. And it would because the thing I didn't like about Toga's death personally was simply because I felt that, after that whole thing that MHA, that we love to see, that is, oh, we gotta learn how to save the villains too. Like the villains are people as well. We can just like throw them under the rug or whatever. So like when we do like, and we did that with Spinner, but like with Toga, like, and she, because she died, I thought it would have been really great if Horikoshi, and that would have been like a way to like, like wrap up that plot line neatly and be like, yeah, so like everything turned out okay. And then Ochiko, like she did take, at least she, like, even if Toga died, at least she took something that like, like she went to the direction that was important to Toga, which is symbolic of like how, how her character like acts like throughout the whole series, like without any consequences. But like for Ochiko, and like one made like,
to express herself, for Ochiko to express herself, and that's the extension of Toga.
Exactly. So like I thought like if that had happened, I would say like I thought like to some degree I do think it is a little bit important, at least a little important enough for you to have to address that, because the way it really was like, oh, that little page there that we saw like on provisional license where Ochiko, I'm gonna bottle up my feelings. Like, yeah, this never comes back anymore. Like, like,
and she continues to bottle up her feelings and dies, I guess.
Yeah. So like that to me really was like, I do think like, no, that needed to happen. That was a thing that like, he unfortunately like he couldn't, like he didn't do it.
And for me personally, I think as a writer, if you keep hinting at things like they remember when she had the keychain from Deku and Mina's like, "Oh, you like him," and there were so many more hints at like the Uraraka being with Deku that were set up. I think if you're gonna set something up, you do have to follow through and end it nicely. I don't think something as big as this that was mainly Uraraka's main thing was being with Deku and not romantic, but being
Yeah, it
so
was a big.
invested with Deku is like if
Yeah.
she's so hardcore with Deku in a character aspect, it should have been wrapped up since it was such a big thing for the entire
Yeah, it
series.
was a big part of her character, right?
And he doesn't even have to. We don't even have to know if he accepts it. It just needs to be her going,
Yeah.
"Hey, Deku, like I like you," because the point isn't like, oh, shipping. The point is that that's an extension of her learning the lesson that she doesn't have to
Yeah.
bottle up her feelings to be like who she wants to be.
Well,
really
that is
glad
actually
they-
part of that. That is. Oh, well, actually, Mighty, I'll let you take it.
I was just gonna say I'm really glad the last chapter didn't actually dwell on that at all. Like it showed Uraraka to show Deku, but it didn't show like the two interacting because I think we got the majority of what we needed the last chapter. But I go just broad strokes for the final chapter. I'm not sure how much you guys have shared about it, but I had no issues with it whatsoever. In fact, I thought it was phenomenal. It covered basically every aspect I could have possibly wanted from this final part of the story. I love that Deku's co-workers with Aizawa. Like that's such a fun thing to think about. And Aizawa's of course whispering in his ear, "You got to be more strict on your students, man. Like you're still berating them even as colleagues." But
Yeah, that's cute.
yeah, just everything about it was really full of charm. I loved how we had muttering Deku come back. Just a lot of things that really like reward longtime fans. Like, oh, that moment, this moment. It's not just like callbacks. It's using it in meaningful ways.
It's a good send-off chapter, is how I felt.
Yeah,
It's a send-off, and in that regard, I have absolutely no complaints as well.
Yeah, and I love the fact that this kid who in this situation isn't quirkless because I think at this point being quirkless is probably nearly extinct. Because if you think that when Deku was born, it was 80% of the world and had quirks, and the other 20% was probably a lot of elderly people. So he was probably among the very last people. Yeah. So the fact that this kid comes up to him and you can see it in his eyes, he looks just like the spirit of younger Deku, and it's so fun to like look at it that way. And instead of being quirkless, he has a quirk that he deems is just not good. And then you have Deku who's like, "No, I knew a kid who had hair powers, and they turned out pretty good. You can do this, kid. Here's some ideas," and it's just so fun. And it really kind of goes full circle to back like how the series began, like believing in yourself despite whatever situation you have in life. And oh man, my video just went up for like my reaction. I cried like several times. There's so many moments that just
I don't blame you. I
I-
don't blame you at all, man.
I
Like,
don't want to. I don't
They
want to
were-
watch it because it's gonna make
I
me
kept it
cry, and
together.
I can't take that.
Hold on, Mighty.
I somehow kept it together in mine.
Because one of the things that I liked about the Mineta example is that Mineta's friendship with Deku is one of those things that it's like a very quiet part of the series.
Yeah.
So just having
Yeah.
Dai like come in and like they have that conversation, because if you remember, like technically Mineta can use his quirk for speed boost because he can bounce off of them. Which is why he scores higher than Deku in the entrance exam, because he does the little toe like the
That
back
is
and
the
forth, like,
thing.
bounce between. So
That-
like when
that
he's
is
like,
the
"Oh yeah,
thing.
you can use that for supporting your strength and blah 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 blah," like the idea of him just instantly seeing the spot quirk and going to work, and also just the idea presented in this chapter is that the Deku we saw in chapter 1 is
still there.
core to who Deku is, because like we
Yeah,
get the mutter. We
Yes,
get him
yes.
immediately reaching out to save a child.
I don't know if you
And-
guys noticed, they had the when he was writing in the notebook, there's actually still sketches in there, like drawings of like
Mhm.
people and whatnot. It was just so funny. You have this like 25-year-old teacher Deku who's still,
Hmm.
writing like drawing comic book characters and stuff in his notes. I just think
He
that-
probably
oh.
has
making
his own
notes of his
notepads
now.
or
Yep.
notepads about his students, like ways
Yeah.
to help them.
Yes, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
That's why I
Unless-
like this so much. And I'm so happy I was right. I mean, I know it's probably a quote unquote easy prediction, but I did call this like several chapters ago about how
That-
Deku would probably end up. And so I was really happy to see front and center first page, Deku Sensei. Or yeah, that was just
So I have
What
to
I-
ask who among here like just sticks to the officials versus like experiences
Nah,
like
straight
super early.
crackhead.
I read the official.
I read the
I
officials as
read
well.
the
Okay.
leaks.
I will
Yep.
consume the JP scans to my best ability, but
Okay.
I will only read the official English translation. And then if there are issues, I will check on what TCB did to
Yeah.
weigh on it
Okay. Yeah.
to compare to the best of my knowledge what's going on.
I'm not gonna
Mhm.
lie. I
But
read
yeah, that's how I do
I
it.
read everything. I read even like I read the leaks, okay? Like when they ain't even translated a
man.
chapter yet, they
The
just give you the little
rise,
480p.
yes,
You
sir.
always has
apologies.
been you always has been a menace, man. Squid, you
Yes,
always has
Steve,
been
the
a menace.
crackheads, man.
The high
Criminals.
seas call
Yes,
you.
sir.
Anyone else?
Criminals.
Anyone else
Hmm.
read this? And maybe it's just me because I'm an All Might fanboy. Was anyone else concerned that All Might like died off screen before they like,
Okay,
yes,
so
showed him at the
yes,
end?
was a
that's
little
true.
worried
I thought
about
that
All Might
too.
being dead, but I was like, you know what? So like when I saw All Might while I was doing my reading, I almost went, "Oh, thank God he's not dead." But I was like, you know what? But I was also like very enraptured in like, okay, All Might's coming in, he's breaking the end. Let's see what's happening. And also, I've seen people talk about like, oh, we might be getting a sequel series. That is like to me, if we get a sequel series or some kind of extension, one, I don't think I'm alone in saying I don't want it to be in Weekly Shonen Jump. I want it to be on Jump Plus
Yeah.
or something like that. Not because I
Jump
want
Plus
more
or Ultra
blood.
Jump?
Yeah, like not because I want more blood and guts and stuff like that, but because I want him to have a better timetable. And Jump Plus seems so much more
Right.
flexible. There's a lot of bi-weekly series in Jump Plus.
Yeah.
Even
Like
I wanted to like
You
even
get
if we
better
do get
art out of Jump Plus too because they have more time.
Mhm.
yeah, I was gonna say even if we do get
but I heard
like
the
a sequel
interview. He
series,
doesn't want to make they make a new series of My Hero Academia. He said that though, that he doesn't want to make a new series of My Hero. That he really just.
I was gonna play into that, Ponzo. I was gonna sorry, like I just wanted to say like even if he does do that, like I don't think it will be him drawing it. Maybe he will be writing, maybe he'll be like Hori will be like involved in some way.
Nah, if he
So
pulls a
what?
Boruto,
Toriyama
I
He will
don't
be
super.
he will be the editor like
I might not
Kishimoto and
tune in
Boruto in the
though.
beginning.
I see Akiyama doing
lying.
art,
I'm
if
lying.
anything.
I'm
What'd
just
you say,
glad All
Tyrus?
Might's actually walking. Like,
Yeah, he
Dude,
was in a wheelchair
all right.
last time we
I
saw
was
him.
I was so concerned he would
Like-
never walk again, and I was so
Same
happy
here.
to see him out of the wheelchair.
Yeah,
like,
Probably got
I-
bumps
like I
and
didn't think he was gonna die like you thought, but like I was just like, okay,
well,
is he gonna be at least mobile?
the only
and
reason, the only reason I thought he was dead was when Deku was like, I come to this statue to think sometimes, and I was like,
Right.
okay, why aren't you
Yeah.
not going to talk to
Oh,
All
you were
Might?
like, no,
yeah,
no.
I was like, oh, don't you do it to me, Hori, please. But
Also,
they didn't go that way. So
I like that effectively what Deku wrote here is an autobiography because like the narration kind of stops, but we know that the League of Villains is a popular book because it's still selling, and I doubt that it took Spinner 8 years to finish his book.
Yeah.
I wonder if he
Like
made
it
a
could
comic.
have, but I don't think it
Yeah,
took him 8 years to finish
it
it.
probably took
Yeah.
8 years to start popping off. Like now the niggas
Maybe.
getting older and shit. They're like, yo, this some sleeper. Like
Maybe.
yo, the League of
And
Villains,
so-
they was somebody. Imagine it took 8 years.
And so like the way I look at it is kind of because I've always felt like this is like a movie or something that like because I've always said I feel like Deku was gonna get his a look back special because this is just way too important of a juncture in Hero Society's history. Like there's an entire cultural shift that's caused. We haven't even talked about this yet, but the emphasis at the beginning of the chapter on the different careers that people valued. Like,
Yes.
like yes, they talk about like oh like heroes aren't as necessary and only the super strong need to become heroes, but the value that like Mei Hatsume has because she's always been this character that we followed from the support course that was supposed to like kind of be the next generation of heroes, and even pairing her with the beautician girl is like an extra nice like step. But it's emphasized that they have this connection and that support course matters, and these different roles are like the doctors from the war mattering because that bird boy, hey, don't take the straw out, the bird boy mattering. The fact that we got Gentle and La Brava Inc. or GEL Inc. Like these things
That was
matter
confirmed.
so much. They're so vital towards the war effort that the idea
So
that
proud
all
of
these
Gentle.
different paths now are looked at and treasured is such a good direction.
yeah, Oh,
It's this weird return to normalcy kind of sense. Like the way the series starts out, everyone is hero obsessed to a cartoonish degree, and it's fun, and you get it. You get why that would be a thing. But now it's kind of just like, all right, there are whole tons of cool professions out there, which is like basically a normalization of quirks. You know, it's like our society in that regard. Obviously more idealistic, but I just mean like, you know, every profession kind of matters again.
Yeah.
Quick side note about Spinner's book. I find it really interesting. He labeled it the League of Villains when that's a name that All for One often mocked as being a cheap like stand-in name for that group. But then ultimately, like, no, Spinner's like that's who we were. We were the family. We were the League of Villains. I don't know. I think it's kind of interesting.
No, like
detail.
Spinner never really bought what All for One was selling. He just accepted the quirk because he thought that's what was necessary.
And
it
it
feels
also
like,
appears to be a book, not a manga.
Good.
which
Maybe
I mean,
it has like
could easily
illustrations in
be-
it. You know, it's
yeah,
like, a
like
mix.
yeah,
yeah.
That's what I thought. Like when you get TPBs for comics, like I have multiple
I mean,
trade
it would-
paperbacks over there.
It'd be pretty awkward if Spinner was just like a really shitty artist, though.
I mean, it would be.
It's just
it would
like
be
Boss
really funny if,
Psycho, like
Yeah.
webtoon level.
So he went for the light novel role. He went for the light novel role. Hey,
No, I
man.
just think it'd just be really funny if, you know, because Deku's like, you should make it a comic, and then Spinner's like, the heck, I'm gonna do what you tell me to
that.
do. What are you? Yeah, like, what are you
See
talking?
how these
who do you
mangaka
think
are in
you
the
are?
trenches? Do you
think-
see
do you
what
think there's
Horikoshi
gonna be
Sensei
a-
is doing? No, screw that. I'm just gonna
If he
type on a typewriter.
There's definitely there's definitely like a League of Villains adaptation of this book.
It's a movie. It's a movie for sure. It's a movie.
Yeah.
What if
for
the
sure.
what if the book is actually a tabletop RPG?
Wait.
Oh my god, please.
Wait, another
Okay.
another like little short topic of discussion. How long do y'all think the Embers actually lasted? For real.
Oh, I actually talk about this in the video, but I it looks to me like he maintains it just through graduation, like right after he
Yes.
graduates.
Yeah.
It's kind of like
Yes.
That was the impression I got.
Yeah.
I thought so too.
That's the case. Then he wasn't quirkless for like 8 years. He was quirkless for like 6.
It is a little bit of a bummer. We don't see what his final act with it was, but you know, I don't
Honestly,
think
that's
really
probably what one of
important.
the movies will be.
Maybe.
Like
Maybe.
if that rumored 10 movie deal is true, we're probably
10
gonna
movies?
Yeah.
Get, like,
10
that was
movies?
that,
Like
that
in
was
Yeah,
years
that was
ago.
that's
years
an old
ago.
rumor. Yeah,
Oh shit!
There was an
I
old rumor
forgot
that My
about
Hero was
that.
slated for like 10 movies. I
I-
think that was around the time of the second or third movie coming out. They were
Mhm.
like, yeah, no,
Damn.
there's apparently like a
Oh,
plan
See,
for 10 movies.
I fully see a
Right.
fifth one happening, but not
Absolutely.
10.
I
Like,
mean, the fourth movie has like what? It has the best box office, like first great weekend.
Yeah, it's
whatever.
still going strong.
Yeah, so it's
Really?
definitely a fifth movie.
Yeah, the
gonna happen.
fourth movie is already the best one, like, you know, financially.
We need a
Damn.
last movie.
All right.
Like,
I
I
mean,
think
if
we're
I'm
pitch-
honest,
the pitch,
the movies
the pitch
only
is
got
so
better
bad.
and better.
The pitch
So-
is so bad, though. The pitch
The
is
bag.
so bad. The
bag.
pitch is fucking bad.
I mean, it's
Literally.
very likely that, like, at some point while the Embers were fading, they probably worked with, like, the support crew to try to get them back, or, like,
Yeah. Elon.
you know what?
Maintain.
Nah, I
I know you
mean,
were theorizing about him getting a hold of that Island device. My wife was. I want to make that clear.
Oh, the one that
Oh.
Wolfram used?
Yeah. Yeah, like as a means of boosting Deku so that he doesn't lose the embers.
what was I theorizing? I theorized so much. Go ahead, tell me.
I know, dear. You're a theory
Keeping the
machine.
embers like
the
lit.
device from the movies being used so that his quirk didn't actually end up having to go away for from the
Oh,
first
oh,
movie.
yeah. Gotcha.
does anyone else find it weird that they still won't name drop Melissa? They keep
Yeah,
I think it's
what the
funny.
hell?
Like, I
it
get
is kind of funny,
why-
but
And we
but-
saw
my
her.
friend
And we
from
saw
America.
her.
It's just
Yeah,
my
we
friend
saw her, yeah.
That's
overseas.
just the torture.
Multiple
That-
times.
That's just the
Okay.
torture copy because he hates
that
that
to
they're
me
canon.
is like that is the most annoying thing to me because for the longest time I've always had this beef with the movie, like getting basically bleeding. But
God damn, Andrew.
Andrew,
No,
your
but
love
seriously, like if like I just wish
is
he
just
would have
coming
like
through.
I just wish he like I just wish Hori like went heavy handed. Like if you're gonna do the thing, you know, like if you're gonna do a
do
bunch
it.
of
To be fair, I
Do
kind
it,
of
you
feel like
coward.
it's
Yo,
easier
wait,
for
wait,
general
wait, wait,
audiences
wait.
to
Time out,
understand
time out.
like
Before we
Yeah,
go
let-
to that super chat, I just gotta say because he drew a full panel of Rhodey's face. Why can't you just
We also
say
Yeah,
the
saw
that's
this
name?
in this
what
chapter
I was gonna.
too,
I was
so we
actually.
might as
I
well
was
just name
gonna.
drop her.
I was gonna say. I was gonna say something good for you guys. I was gonna say like if you're gonna do all those things, right? Like do it. All right, sure. Like I'm just
Brody
saying.
not being
Like if
name
you're
dropped
gonna
makes
do it,
sense though.
then like go all out. You know, like
Mhm.
name drop and Melissa, name drop like all the other characters. Like don't be afraid to
Yeah,
say like the
I
second
do
movie is
agree.
like go
Wait,
heavy
wait,
handed. Don't
wait,
like
wait,
don't
wait,
be
wait, wait,
playing.
wait,
Wait,
no,
let,
no,
let me
you
hit up
gotta,
the super chat real
Yeah.
quick.
yeah, no,
So,
that's a
Mr.
50
Andrew
piece.
coming through, yes, as Tarnish put it so delicately, a 50 piece. No manga in the last 10 years. Thank you, Genie. Yes, keep pulling that cord. That's nice. No manga in the last 10 years have lived up to their true potential as they are not long enough to fit all the plot points that they introduced. Even now, no current manga hits. So I just make fun of hypocrites that can't see how dumb they sound. Oh, and then KJ said something, but it was retracted. So I don't know what it.
That
I don't know
must
what
have
it was.
been wicked. That must have been a wicked message.
I've never seen someone do that to super chat. That's crazy.
Nah, I
You
don't.
pay money to put it out
But
there, and it was like
to
actually
everyone,
not.
I
in
didn't do
the
that.
stream
How
who are
much?
like listening, make sure to like all the super chats you see. Like I see a lot of people liking them, but just make sure. Because
Like the
like
stream.
he's put so much money into this that you might as well. But
Like
I
the
do want to
stream.
comment.
Yeah,
Mighty
thank you
said
for
something,
putting my kid
but I
through
didn't want that
college.
to. I didn't want to see Mighty's comment get like overlooked.
You're stupid.
Rhodey's name not being name dropped makes sense because it's just a cameo, right? It's just him watching. But for Melissa specifically, she's just been shown countless times in this manga, and she's
That's
in
the
this
why I brought
chapter
that up.
She's
too.
she's like an
Like, it's
integral part of
strange.
the story. She's the one who built the suits and stuff. Like you might as well just name drop.
Not only the
I
suits,
was
but
gonna say-
Deku's gauntlet. Like the
Yeah.
gauntlet
Yeah,
design they used earlier on.
if you're gonna
like,
undermine the Deku like body thing, like all the damage, then at least make it canon, please.
here's the
Also,
thing. Like it
all my
doesn't bother
neighbor
me.
like
It doesn't actually bother me that much, but it's just so weird. There's no
Yeah.
reason.
I was
to
gonna
not-
say that I feel
Well,
like
I
it's
have
a
no
general
idea how the
audience
franchise
thing
stuff
where
works, but
general audiences might find it easier to remember the girl from America rather than Melissa as a name.
I'm gonna be real with you. Do you honestly know what I chalk this up to? I've said it before. Horikoshi was too nice with the integration because he's always tried to make it a point that like if you didn't see the movies, even though they're like there's canon material, like,
yeah, for
you
sure.
don't have to worry about it. And I feel like just not naming Melissa Shields is just a way for him to be courteous. Because I've always referred to it as like the My Hero verse canon, and then like there's the stuff that if you only read the manga, then you don't feel as disrupted if it's just like, well, yeah, we know All Might has friends abroad, no big deal. But if he ever says Melissa Shields
Yeah.
directly, people who didn't watch the movies feel like they have
Exactly.
to go see them, and he's trying to not
Right.
create that sense of obligation. But I mean, at this point, you got to the end of the
Yeah.
story, buddy. Like, you're
It's-
not
it's
getting any more
interesting.
My Hero
No, it's
manga, so
also-
like, knuckle
it's
down,
interesting
go
you say
read, go
that.
watch that shit. Like,
So
It's also
I
not
mean,
the
there are
first
still
time
people
he,
that don't think the movies are canon. So
and it's also not the first time he did that. Like in MVA, it finishes. I was like, all right, Shigaraki, I will give you power, but you need to do
go
something for me.
transport 9.
Yeah, and then we never see that. And then people who read it, like, what the hell is that? Like, well, I guess it was just the thing that he said. I was like, oh yeah, you gotta have to watch the movie to know what that, like, specifically what he meant. Like, oh, all right. It's like you
There's-
might as well, you know.
There's also another example. You guys remember in chapter 424 recently? I don't want to be too specific because I'm not sure who here has read the
No,
spin-off
no,
series.
We're going.
Okay.
Don't hold back.
Okay, all right. So basically, Koichi makes a cameo, and it's not very glamorous. It just shows him, but the choice to not have him talk, to not show his face, it's all very deliberate, and it's you see his scar. So people who read the series know it's him, but other than that, they don't specify, like tell the audience, like, oh, this is from Vigilantes.
It's
which is like
fan service.
Right.
yeah, exactly. Because obviously it's a major spoiler for that series if you haven't. So I mean that's one thing, but yeah.
Also, Walken's.
Yeah, really quick. I have to head out. So if you don't mind, I do want to give my quick final thoughts real quick, if that's all right. All right, cool. All right, awesome. So MHA, really great series. all throughout. Like, well, maybe not all throughout, because I of course have my own criticisms from like this final war and like from some of the epilogue. Yeah, I have my criticisms. Are there things I wish were fleshed out more? Obviously, I do, but I think a lot of Horikoshi's writing has been like interpretation and our own interpretations and our own thoughts and how we view the story ourselves. And that's on one hand a good thing, on another hand it's a bad thing, but it all leads to just conversation and coming together and talking about all of this. And I think at the end of it all, like I said earlier, like everybody coming together, becoming the greatest heroes, I think that's a message in itself. And also just being a good, kind person and being rewarded at the end for that. Because like no matter what, like no matter how many times you feel like you're being walked all over, like your good deeds are going unanswered, they will be eventually. Like no matter what, you will be rewarded in the end, no matter what. But like if I gave MHA, I can't give MHA anything lower than an 8 out of 10 just because of like some other aspects of the story that have like really stuck to me in my core. But like I am gonna revisit this at a later date after like the dust is settled, after like everybody said their piece and all that. I will go back and kind of like start analyzing things more. But like I'm grateful for this story. I'm grateful for Horikoshi and what he's like given to us, like just within MHA out of all that, because like it led me to a lot of things in my life that I thought I would never get to do and talk to and all that. But like I just want to leave it off there. So I do want to thank all of you guys for allowing me to like be on streams whenever I am. I know I haven't been on for like a year and a half, I think it's been, but it's like I am grateful for all of you guys and like the community that is like been built from MHA. Like it's been, some of them have been good, some of them have been really stinkers, but like it's great to know that like there is a community from MHA that exists that is this powerful, this strong, and just this tight knit, and that makes the series just even more than what it is. So I do want to thank you guys for that. I want to thank you, of course, Aniki, for all that. Yeah, I really like MHA. I like this last chapter. I love how it ended like this. I do wish some things fleshed out, but hey, that's besides the point. I gotta head out though. Be sure everybody just be nice to each other. Just don't be a dick. Have your different opinions, have all that, have the discussion, but like at the end of the day, we're all human. Just be kind to each other. All right. But yeah, that's all I'm gonna say before I just start rambling on. I hope everybody has a great day. And I'll talk to you guys another time and all that. I mean, I'm online, so you'll find me and all that. So yeah, I'll catch you guys later. I gotta head out though. So
We love
Stay
you,
safe.
Walkins.
See you later,
Love you,
Walken.
man.
yep. All right, I'll see y'all later.
Have a
Nice to
great
talk
day.
to you, Watkins.
See you,
You as
brother.
well.
Take care of you.
You too,
See you
man.
for the sequel series.
Didn't say he's
See you
coming
for the
back.
sequel series.
I
So,
I
Hey,
hate
Wait,
to
before
also.
we move on, the person who didn't type in the super chat, this is what they actually meant to say. Horikoshi did a very good job delivering his message, but his ending left a very bad taste in my mouth. I don't know what ending is worse, AOT or this.
what?
That's your opinion.
But AOT had a good ending.
But
That's a mood.
Facts.
yeah.
I mean,
Can I
Ted, are
also
you gonna
give
say
some of
something?
my final thoughts as well? Not that I'm necessarily leaving, but I know that I have to actually start getting ready for the rest of my day soon, unfortunately.
Yeah,
So
Go ahead, Seth. Go ahead.
might as well. A lot of what I have to say is, of course, an echo of what was already said. I am so thankful for this community specifically, but in general, I've met so many cool people through the MHA fandom. It's a large fandom. Obviously, you're going to have some both hot topics of discussion and accounts that are built around negativity. That's with every fandom and stuff. That said, it really hasn't ruined or affected my experience at all somehow, because there are great people like you guys here. And of course, just many other people that I've met as well throughout Twitter who aren't here. But I just am so thankful for this community. Thank you guys. I also wanted, in regards to this chapter, yes, I guess I already said most of my thoughts before, but it is a good send off chapter to me. This is basically the right note that I wanted to hit. Yeah, there are things that for sure I would have liked to have seen more of. There are so many characters that I could see a spin-off story of and enjoy for sure. But overall, this was the send off that I was expecting and hoping for, and that I got. So I'm very happy with this chapter. Let's see. Yeah, it's weird. This is probably one of the chapters that I've had the least to say about it, but I really don't know what I can say. It was good. It was both closure, but also like it still feels kind of open-ended to the point where, it will be nice to see future MHA projects as well. So
I mean, they just announced that like Deku and the others, like literally they just announced today is like Deku and the others, we haven't seen the last of it though. So
yeah, and
I mean,
what?
and also, I am sorry to interrupt, but I just want to add this: when All Might like smashes the end text, that to me is kind of the acknowledgement that like
I love it.
Yeah, it's not really over. There's gonna be more.
That's I love the ending. It's like that's very whimsical and all that. Usually I don't vibe for it, but at the same time, this is literally the end of the series. So like and the fact that Deku is in fact left with something that I really like. Like I'm okay. I really was okay with the whole, giving up the quirk. Like that's a very symbolic thing. It's and it's emotionally resonant, but it speaks to the whole you're a hero because of your heart kind of thing. That I have always been about that. The fact that it's not simply power that makes you a hero kind of thing. I love that. But for like the character just for Deku, I really do like that he gets this one last gift that it did come back to the whole yes, you can be a hero and also you can be a hero kind of thing. So I was really happy for this chapter overall.
Going
Yeah.
into this chapter, like I was pretty opposed to a sequel series because I didn't really think that we needed to see more of the characters.
Same.
I was always more in the camp of like, okay, I'd rather have a spin-off with these characters sometimes appearing. I think that would
Yeah.
have been a better balance. But after like
Mhm.
reading it, I can't describe it, but it makes you like, okay, you know what? I'm actually kind of okay if they decide to do like a sequel, depending on how
I'm
they go about it. But
yeah, I am in a similar camp. I'm not sure if I want a real direct sequel still, but I am absolutely just like I don't need to never see an MHA character again. Like it's okay to have more MHA projects and I want more MHA projects. But this was a good note. I did want this kind of finality. It kind of to me it sucks having like 400 chapters, over 400 chapters of investment. The series quote unquote ends and then psych, here's Beku, go follow Deku's son kind of thing. And it's like no, because you
Deku,
have
A
to
New Hope.
you have to a new hope. No, that just means you have new villains and new stakes, and it's not like any of that other stuff really mattered because
Well,
the story keeps
here's
going
the thing.
on.
Here's the thing with the villain stuff, though. I think, I mean, it's not like all evil people have just like vanished off the face of the earth.
Of
right?
course not.
So, like, I think at least MHA stories that take place after this point are going to be focused less on like the victims of society angle and in conjunction with like pro heroes kind of becoming more select and elite and really like putting in the work, you're gonna get some like actual genuine out and out sociopaths as
Yeah.
villains.
Yeah.
Like,
also
because I mean,
in different countries too. I think it'll
yeah,
be
I
out
mean,
of Japan.
like Shigaraki's a fantastic villain and he's pretty psychotic. He's not a sociopath, is the thing. Like
Right.
he deeply loves his friends. Like he
deeply
does
feels
everything he does precisely because he cares so much about the people closest to him.
We'll see, but I agree we don't necessarily need to be beaten over the head with societal themes very much anymore.
Mhm.
Like I'm not sure you can really go that much further without it feeling redundant to a point. That's where I feel like spin-off stories matter more. I did want to say one last thing regarding the villains, only because I really wasn't sure how to articulate this point because a lot they do so with the villains and their fate, a lot of people are asking whether or not the villains deserved to die, and I'm not sure that's the right question.
It's a very loaded question.
Or rather, like I understand why you would ask that, but to me, it's more like to answer why they die. To me, it's because their will is just about equal, only just short of the will of the heroes to go beyond the societal issues that have created the villains kind of thing. It really is that kind of thing where like an invincible, what is it? The strongest sword versus the strongest shield, or two swords that are almost equally strong kind of thing. And their deaths are basically a consequence of how strong their wills are. That's sort of why that's why I do like, for example, the way Toga and Twice die. Even if I feel that's tragic, I think that that is a consequence of the characters and their agency as well. So it's like, I feel like I have to respect the characters in that regard. And that's sort of MHA's strength generally. The characters are very earnest and who they are to a fault. Like there are people who I understand the complaints about whether or not Deku has changed enough, whether or not Bakugo has changed enough kind of thing. I get that because, you kind of want to see some changes in their demeanor that are like Deku's and Bakugo's relationship is still very much identical in terms of how they interact, even though it is in fact a deeper thing now. Like they are more genuinely friends now, but the dynamic still feels like the same. So I get like wanting more development out of character interactions like that. But on the flip side, I really like that the characters feel respected, at least in my view. So that's what I mean with the villains and how they end up.
Yeah, I mean, on that front too, I think we do also have to kind of tackle the other elephant in the room that this fandom is kind of known for, which are the ships. Now,
oh boy,
he doesn't solidly confirm anything this chapter. After last chapter, I kind of had a feeling. I kind of wondered if he wouldn't, and he kind of skirted around certain things. There are hints, not just for Deku no Chako, but there are hints that there's like a hint specifically that Kaminari and Jiro might be seeing each other. Maybe there's also, I mean, you do see Gentle and the Bravo with wedding rings on. So
I will say before
You also
I
see
butt
Uraraka
out
with
real
Deku's
quick,
mask.
with the
That
mask,
pops up.
yeah.
I
So the
will say
mask
before
is-
I butt out real quick is that I do appreciate that Deku and Uraraka, their relationship is very focused on what it is to be a hero as we have seen it. Like as much as I feel like, yes, I would have liked to see that get more officially cemented, I feel like the focus on heroism is actually what elevates the relationship more than more typical tropey relationships in shonen. That doesn't mean I dislike those, by the way. Like I love Ichigo and Orihime and even Naruto and Hinata, but in terms of what I like about Deku and Uraraka is that there's a real underlying ideology about it that isn't simply you complete me, we save each other. It's not as simply like, the oh, I love how good of a person you are kind of thing. It's not just that. You need that. You need that kind of romantic feeling in a relationship, but you also have this underlying ideology, like what is our goal as a relationship kind of thing. And I like that they're both heroes who want to save others and each other. It's just I can't help but remember how this fandom exploded, or some parts of the fandom exploded with MHA. I think it was 427, and I felt like there was a lot of disingenuous comments made about how Deku hasn't changed. But you see that directly when Deku goes to comfort Uraraka. You're my hero. That's why I don't want to take your strength for granted. That the whole thing about how heroes are people too, how they have weaknesses too. I really like how that came through. Like those two moments connected that way. Uraraka's rooftop speech was reciprocated here with Deku on 420. That's a 429 chapter thing. It's not a 430 chapter thing. So I'm sorry if I'm backtracking. I don't know how much of this I said last week.
No, you're
but,
fine. Just keep going.
Yeah,
Go
but
for
in
it.
regards to, but since this is, I guess, the last thing I'm going to say, or one of the last things I'm going to say here, is that I really appreciate the sincerity towards Horikoshi's had in writing relationships like this and how hero focused it is. Even if I could also watch them develop their romance properly, you know, like especially in a movie or something. But I think that it is, for better or worse, MHA's strength is that focus on heroic themes, what it means to be a hero. And in that front, I think it's a 10 out of 10. In other areas, it's not necessarily a 10 out of 10, but the way that just the focus on his themes has been really good to me. So thank you again for this platform, Aniki.
I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you were happy to come on. My wife has had her hand raised for a while. So, dear, what are you trying to say?
I actually have like two things to say. I didn't notice that Achako had Deku's mask, but as I was looking, it brought up another side point. I think it's crazy that we got an 8-year time skip, and as she gets aged up, Momo's gear becomes more modest. I think that's a little strange.
Suspect.
Yeah, a little
Technically-
sus. A little sus.
Technically, it's
I saw that and I'm like, what?
So I saw that and I thought, he's like, all right, I committed too hard to this bit early on, but now I have the perfect excuse to change her design. Because like that's what it came off like to be like, all right, I finally got an excuse to change her design like people wanted me to. I also think it's worth noting though that she's wearing similar headphones to Jiro,
Yes,
which makes
I
me
was about
wonder
to
if
say,
they're
in the
teamed
same
up
tier
like as
agency.
a
I like that. I really like that idea because I remember last week we talked about like how what if the students had their own agency together, kind of like what happened in Nabu Island in Heroes Rising, and I always found that really cute. Like maybe for after high school, after UA, they work together for a year or two, and then they all go their separate ways. Maybe two people team up. Maybe
By the
three
way,
people team up.
Yeah, and on the topic of Jiro, he definitely I thought that maybe one of her jacks would grow back. It did not. She still has the one jack.
Yeah.
Yep.
She has 50%
Yeah,
of her
he
look.
actually committed.
Also, Shinso's look is fucking raw.
It is,
So is
dude.
Tokoyami.
Yes.
Dude,
Tokoyami
him
has
and Ojiro.
That had to
Him
be
and
my
Ojiro.
Yeah,
absolute.
Ojiro looks amazing.
Ojiro looks gangster, dude. He looks like he's ready to just be the man.
Shinso's
He got a
Shinso's
scar on his
design-
face too. Face
Yeah.
scar.
Shinso's design stood out to me as my favorite. I'm like, that's probably my favorite post time skip design.
I love. Oh wait, I was about to say. I know Mighty loves this character a lot. Mina's design.
Dude, her with the long
Yes.
hair, man. It's so beautiful.
love
I
Oh
want
my
to see
god.
Deku's full suit though. I want to see his whole suit. He got the Iron Man repulsors.
So
but, like,
no,
what is-
I think that is his full
Want to
suit. I
see
think
his
it's like,
fucking boots, bro.
I think it's like a
have
skin
the red
tight,
suit.
more futuristic take on All Might's Iron Man suit.
Yes.
Like, so
he got the
it's not,
cape
it's not
back.
going to be as bulky.
He got the mask. He has a mask on. I see he got a mask back there. I see little ears hanging.
It's also it's worth noting this is actually a 10-year skip technically. It says 8 years, but it skips year 2 and 3, and then after graduation it's 8 years. So it's technically 10 years. Yeah.
Oh.
So yeah, they're all in there. But I mean,
Nah,
amount of-
nah. Because Shoji says that something happened 8 years ago. He's talking about the hospital raid.
Oh,
yeah,
true,
he's
true.
talking about the hospital raid. He's like that was
Oh.
8 years ago.
And in translation, fucked up. Or something.
Or that interview is simply 2 years ago.
Could be
Maybe,
true.
maybe it's like 8
Or
years have
he's stupid.
maybe
That is crazy.
that was harsh. Oh, maybe Shoji's just a fucking idiot.
Maybe just put on this at one time.
It happened.
maybe it's a thing where in Japanese it's something like, oh, 8 years have passed and since graduation, but then they translated, oh, graduation first and then the 8 years. stuff. So I can.
Does anyone else
Whatever,
realize
doesn't
like
really matter.
does anyone else see Aoyama and he looks basically the same? Just like
He
a
looks
slightly
I
ugly
thought that
somehow.
was so interesting that
He-
Aoyama's
he's-
costume has not changed at all.
Nah, he
Him
got
and
different
Sato.
pants on. He got different pants on.
Oh,
He got
pants,
the
okay.
he has the clown pants on.
Because
I
he
was gonna
betrayed
say the
everybody. He's a
same thing.
clown.
Yeah,
Clown.
Sato. Sato looks the most boring.
Yo, I'm
still.
gonna be honest.
He-
Y'all sleeping on Sero. He clearly got some type of quirk transformation after the season.
Oh, because
Look at his
he's got
hands.
like claws.
Look at his hands.
He's
I
trying
don't
to
like
grow the
how-
he's trying to grow the Aizawa mustache.
I was about to say, you know how we made fun of I remember a certain amount of people made fun of Ed Shot with his like mustache. It's the
Yeah,
same
he's
with
trying to
Sarah.
grow it out. He's trying.
I don't
tried
fuck
his
with.
best.
I don't fuck with Kaminari's cut. I don't fuck with. I
I
don't
but
fuck
I like
with
the upgrade to his gauntlet because you see he's got like little things
like
he can like
shots.
shoot.
Yeah.
So
On a real
they've
though,
they like shrunk those a lot smaller.
the one
smaller.
person that majorly upgrade Ojiro. If Ojiro had this fit on at
Ojiro's
the beginning,
gangster, dog.
I wouldn't have made fun
Dude.
of him.
Yeah,
as much as I
He
did.
went from a white gi to a black like
He looks like
leather
a
jacket.
Kraven the
It looks
Hunter.
so sick.
Oh, he's also got the
Yeah.
same or similar type ear thing. So maybe those.
A
three.
lot
You
of
know-
people do. So
Maybe that's
Momo
maybe
has
that's their
one.
transmitters.
Mineta has one. A lot of people have donned sort of an earpiece. Maybe that's part of being a pro hero, so you can like hear calls and stuff. I don't know.
I was so one thing I noticed as well.
Yo,
like,
Aniki,
Bakugo looks like a
Aniki,
Mega Man
Aniki, he
character.
said check. He said check.
He said check.
Check Bishop Circle. He said.
Yeah, he needs a link.
Hold on, y'all got me
What?
like zooming in and noticing new shit. So I just peeped that Shoto is like the only one giving the camera a side eye a little bit.
Because he's looking at
wonder what
Deku.
he's
Yeah, he's
looking
looking at
at.
Deku.
He's looking at Deku.
Yeah, he's looking at
him
his
and being
true
like, "That's
man.
my boy."
Yeah, both
Only
Shoto and
him and
That's what I
Ochako are
thought for a second, but like
only him
that's
and Ochako
so-
are looking at Deku.
that
he
defies
loves
like
Deku.
the development that we've gotten so far. Like he doesn't need to look to them for cues anymore. Like he's become his own hero now. So
just
like I
thinks
No,
he's
feel
no,
like
he's not looking at him for
Okay.
cues. He's looking at him at joy because his buddy
Yes.
is back in the
He's
game.
right beside
Yeah.
him.
Real.
Hey,
I ain't gonna
Deku,
lie,
bro.
Shoto
Deku,
kind of
bro.
glue up. Shoto kind of glue up too. He got the
Mhm.
Endeavor chin.
Oh,
he
he's
got the
a
Endeavor
GQ
chin.
model, man. He's
Exactly.
a ladies man for sure.
He got the chin
Yeah.
coming in from NG.
He got the
Yeah.
chin coming.
And his
The
nose,
Chinji?
his nose is more defined.
Shoto.
His nose is more defined now.
You know what? I really like Tokiyami's hair. I like that he kept it.
Yo, All For One gave him the best cut.
He
Best cut.
He kind of.
I can't believe Mineta is 25.
It's now
and he didn't
official
drop
that
the diaper.
Takoyami is black.
I know.
Mineta didn't
Mineta's
drop the
biggest
diaper, dog.
fumble.
I
Horikoshi
can't.
could have
Wait,
made
wait,
the
wait.
best
Am I
all
crazy?
time.
Or Mineta got a little bit of chin hair.
Yes,
Oh my.
yes, he got it. That's
Yeah.
all.
He got a little
He's
goatee
Mineta.
That's
coming in.
that's
He's
a
getting the
choice.
Now
ladies
that's
now.
character
He's getting the
development.
That's a
ladies
choice.
This
He's
is
the
Mineta.
end of his grown
I
up.
think that's just
appearance.
shading from the scarf.
Nah,
Nah,
I don't know.
it's
Nah, it looks
definitely.
similar.
I
It
zoomed
looks
in.
I
It's a
would
little
like
goatee.
to believe it's a goatee.
That's a
Sato.
man Netta. I told you.
No,
That's a
and that's
man
also
Netta.
lower lip
Mineta.
shading as well.
Yeah, for sure.
There's lower lip shading and scarf shading. That's like cross hatching.
But I
Where
do
the heck
like
is he?
this.
You
If
really
this shit came
Did
true.
miss the
I like
You know
it.
what?
opportunity. 'Cause all of us,
And
all of us were
Shinso,
so sure.
Shinso, he
Yeah,
looks really
that's
cool.
sick.
Let's be
Okay.
honest. Shoji looks beast, man.
Yeah,
Shoji
dude,
does
dude,
look
he
beast.
made him
looks-
the
What I like
square
about-
titties, man. Shoji is ripped.
He is
I like
jacked. He is-
Shoji's mask. It doesn't feel like the, but it's obviously different. So like it's clearly more about functionality than just hiding his face now.
Yeah.
Like there's
Yeah, which is
more
cool.
to it.
He's got the Johnny Bravo bod now. He's
Exactly,
jacked.
dude. He
The
Shoji
ponytail
pulled
work,
up like
the
this.
ponytail
Wouldn't
works
have made
for
fun
him.
of him.
Coda looks raw. I
Oh my
can't
God.
lie. I can't lie. I
He
can't
does
lie.
look raw.
Coda looks
Coda
raw.
looks better. He looks better.
raw.
Better.
Okay, no, it's like okay,
Okay,
so like
so Coda,
every-
he needed something, man. He
Yeah.
needed something on his
Yeah,
face.
yeah.
Not that he's
Yeah,
ugly,
it's
but he needed some.
He has the
some
crystal in
style.
his head now. He has the crystal
Yeah.
in his
He has
head.
the
Also-
Robin mask.
I kind of want to
Yeah.
give Horikoshi props for not making Mineta tall. Like
Yeah.
he's like, no, he's just forever
Hey,
short.
he could
That's
have
just it.
long legs behind
He's
him.
a
We don't
short
know.
king.
Nah,
Oh my God,
man,
he's
it was
like
a
Dark
lost
Rai.
opportunity. I wanted to see Netta
Maybe
as
just-
a
He's like
as
Dark
a
Rai.
giant man.
And
That
then
would've been
Hagakure
so-
back
Can
to
you-
being
Can
invisible.
you
Yeah.
can you imagine like if MHA ended and like the last page we see all of Class 1A grown up and it's the one page where we see a meme, which is Mineta completely huge, jacked,
Huge,
like,
jacked,
like-
handsome, sexy.
Two
everything
babes on
with
his
Mineta.
arm.
I also like
joined a
that he made
little-
sure to include the grape stem because he,
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
grape stem isn't consistently there, so he made sure to.
I joined a
have it
little
right.
late. Did you guys already talk about the Billboard chart stuff?
No,
Not yet.
but some
We touched
people
on it a little bit. That was it.
do have
But we
I
didn't
find
focus
it,
on it.
it's so funny that Bakugo's dropping down the ranks. And I've read that, I'm like, oh, it has to be because of his mouth, right? And then it cuts to him
Yes,
like
yes.
screaming. So yeah, there you
Exactly.
go.
Yeah.
But let's
Yeah.
not forget, there's also a billboard for heroes that look like villains, and I bet he's #1 now.
Absolutely.
Facts.
The
No,
face
they-
star. The
Okay, they got to
that
discontinue
can't
that.
still be a thing.
They got
That can't
it. Gang Orca was on that list. Now we have the whole heteromorphic thing.
Endeavor was
yeah,
on
but
that
that
list.
list was racist.
Endeavor
Yeah, we
was
cured
on that
racism.
list.
Gang
So we're
Orca
good.
did look like a villain, though. He
Racist.
was literally a
Yeah, but-
gangster.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I told you about these things that about heteromorphic people. Look, he looks like a villain. Yes, he was just a guy with a suit. That was his style. That was just a guy in a suit, and people talk about him like a villain.
Yeah,
He
this is
had
right. Yeah,
henchmen,
this
bro.
is-
He had henchmen.
Yeah, he was like that. For
Everybody
real.
has that shirt. No, he was
No,
like
they
a-
had partners and assistants. He had henchmen.
Also,
No,
what's up,
no,
Orphe?
Is that the
Oh,
Orphe?
wait. Orphe, yeah. Orphe's in the
Also,
building.
it
Hey,
now
Orphe.
I don't get me wrong, I love Mirio, but the fact that he's holding the #1 spot over like Todoroki is insane. Like,
Nah,
just
I
the
believe
black-
it.
Get dunked on.
He's
Your
carried on the
popularity
All Might level.
still
Dude,
plays a role.
Did you forget who that guy is?
No, see, that's the thing. He's very fitting, but I just wonder, is it all based on popularity
Yeah.
or like,
Popularity plays a major because Endeavor had
Yes.
like the most.
'Cause Mirio's
hero
obviously
work.
a
I'm
great
not gonna
people's
lie.
person.
I'm not gonna lie. It's disappointing that Mirio's #1 because he is another All Might, blonde hair.
Yeah, I
blue
was about to
eyes.
say.
Kinda,
Back
yeah.
his
That,
butt on
thing.
live
It's definitely because of
thing
All
is
Might
weird
love
to
to
me.
play.
They went back
The
to
white
same
Sever
thing.
syndrome.
The Aryans are
Yo, I ain't
always
gonna lie.
on
Night Eye
top.
was right
Oh my
though.
God.
Hashtag Night Eye was right.
Night
She
Eye was
definitely
right.
At the end.
He ain't need no fucking one for all for that shit neither. He just needed to be
So-
him.
He's just better than you and me.
And I think it's funny because like we get that in this last chapter, but the episode that aired today or like yesterday
yeah,
is the one where it's
Miriam.
like, I am fucking useless. This is terrible.
So he's useless against gods. That's about it. Like, it's just people who can take more than a really hard punches.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, yeah, like I
It
get it
makes sense.
because at the end of the day, most people were useless against Shigaraki, Melvin. Ford.
Everybody
you might,
was.
you might
Yo,
mute your
listen.
mic and Ponzo.
The second he fucking tanked that laser blast, that normal punch from Mirio wasn't doing nothing from him.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, well, pack it
But
up,
I ain't
bro.
gonna lie, the anime kind of made me sour on that moment a little bit. There's no way he tanked that.
They did
I
that.
mean,
Okay,
There's no way.
they gassed that attack way too hard.
There's no way.
They
he
needed
tanked
to
that
show
shit.
like him like either making a shield of like hands to dive under or something, but it
I
just
don't think
implied that
it translated well from the manga at all.
well, it just implied that he took the whole thing without a scratch, which was a little bit weird.
And
Like,
like,
if you
I'm
want
fine
to like survive it, of course, but I mean,
he
you
would've-
can't regen.
He would have
but,
I'm
taken
fine
out
with
Tamaki if
Howitzer.
it wasn't for Mirio.
I'm fine with Howitzer being more powerful than that attack. Like, whatever. I think that the way it was displayed in manga did a really good job of showing that, yes, this is a concentrated beam, but it made Howitzer look like the more dangerous attack. The anime did not make Howitzer look like the more dangerous attack.
Yo,
The anime had that shit looking like Goku was stepped in the verse real quick. Like, hold on, let me help. Ah!
Let me do a quick Kamehameha here. Yeah.
There's no way he tanked that, bro.
Like if someone told me that
There
like
was-
if this
bro,
was
there was
All
like
Might instead of
There was-
Shigaraki, yeah, All Might would have actually took a good chunk of damage. But no. Like the anime made it seem like holy shit.
There was a double page spread full of a bunch of words behind the drawing because it's just that many words. Like the canon that he's building up before shooting at Shiggy.
Yo, the anime gave up on
What was,
subtitling the words.
What was your guys' favorite panel from this chapter? Like, if you had to pick
This
one.
chapter?
Ooh,
Yeah.
This specific.
Harry going to be in a slice of life manga.
Let me look at it real.
Mine's easy. Mine's easy. When All Might says, "Take the star, kid. You've also earned this power." That callback broke me, man.
Yeah, my
love
favorite.
this All Might.
I'm gonna be the
For
first to
me-
say it. It's the "You Can Be a Hero" panel.
Yeah, I was about
That
to
one's
say
good
when
too.
he's
Yeah,
like,
I'm gonna be the first to say it.
when he's
For
like,
me, it's the panel that we saw the Eri and the water boy walking hands in hand as kids. Man, that
Yeah.
was something. You had so many fan arts of it. When I saw that, Horikoshi did a good job for the fans.
Yo, I also
So-
really I really like the panel of Deku losing the embers too. With him holding on to it, that's gonna look fire in the anime. It's gonna look fire.
Also, of him like actively letting go.
Yeah.
Like you see, it's like
Yeah.
I'm holding it, and it's not just like, oh no, it went away. Like you tell, he's like, all right, that's it.
Because remember when All Might was letting go of it, he was fucking naked, cuddling to it, like don't go.
And then he stood up like a boss fighting All for One, though. He stood right back up. Just want to.
Yo, and listen, I ain't gonna lie. Listen, Gran Torino really made it to the final chapter.
He might be
And
dead
I'll
now.
hate him.
though.
And I'll hate him every day
After the
for it.
time skip, he might
No.
be.
He's
He might be gone.
alive.
No, hate him.
Wait, how old is Gran Torino?
Forever for it.
He's got to be
That
like
was-
90. So
Yeah,
like,
Gran
the
Torino's
dumbest
the
thing
oldest
in the whole-
character for
that's
sure,
one of the
right?
dumbest
What
things
a-
in the whole-
He's the
What a
oldest
piece of
character.
garbage.
strongest
living
character in the
configuration.
He's the oldest character.
okay, whoa.
He's
Everyone's
got-
just railing on Gran
Bro,
Torino
no,
right
no,
now.
no,
Wait,
no.
no.
Not
He's
opposed to
got to
it,
be
but-
the oldest character.
He
Look,
got
like,
punched.
we
He got
don't know
punched
his
in the
birthday.
stomach with a strength.
And it created a
strength
crater.
enough to create a crater.
He should be
And he
dead.
lived.
Okay,
He's
At
so
talented.
70
dead.
plus.
He's
At
dead.
70 plus.
He's-
At 70
should
plus.
Gran Torino be dead?
Yes.
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 There's
But-
no question to
but-
it.
but
No,
there is
no,
something-
Aniki, don't you make no excuse.
No,
Don't
Kendra,
you
stop.
explain this.
Oh, man.
The guy died.
There's
No,
something
sir.
that has
Big.
not been
No,
considered.
goddamn.
He never. He
There's
never
something
came
that
back.
has not
He
been
never did
considered.
anything.
Let Aniki speak.
He never said
Have you
anything.
considered that Gran Torino is simply built different?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
No. We don't go the Edge Runners route.
Everyone's built different in
We
this
don't go
manga.
the Edge
I wanna
Runners
hear
route.
that.
Okay,
He
if
set on
he didn't-
fire and he survived
if he
that
didn't-
shit. Everyone's
if he
built
didn't tell
different.
Deku, if he didn't tell Deku to kill Shigaraki in the hospital, I would agree with him. He doesn't deserve that status of being built different. He was
Exactly.
he
Thank
was a
you,
very
Mighty.
mean.
Yeah, he
spirited
ended
old
up
man.
being right.
No, hold on. He
ended
didn't
up
say
being
that out of
No.
meanness.
No.
He felt
Yo,
He
great
just said it because
Alright,
he's
sorrow.
alive.
he wasn't
He
right.
thinks he can
He
do
felt
anything.
great sorrow
Piece of
over the
crap.
path that like Shigaraki
Yeah, he did.
took.
Just
He
want-
did feel
listen,
bad. He
fuck
did
he
feel
did.
bad.
You
He
can
felt
die.
bad.
Listen, man.
Sonny.
You can die and still be
Sometimes,
built different, man.
in order to
Night Eye
save-
died and he was built different.
Yeah.
Yo,
If
yo,
I-
yo,
okay,
yo, yo.
if I
Wait,
was
wait,
Night
wait,
Eye,
wait.
I'd be so mad that all these people have lived through like these horrific injuries that can kill anyone.
Thank
Like, what the
you.
heck? Why
Thank
didn't
Okay,
you go to the
let's not
bathroom?
forget.
Exactly.
Night Eye was
Consider.
Like,
ripped.
no.
Night Eye
People
was
done
not
was able to
different.
live over
Have you
some bullshit
considered
ass
that
damn
Night
shit,
Eye-
but they died, but these other ones live. Edshot
Wait,
live.
Kendra.
Brett
Kendra.
Okay,
Stevens-
Ed
No,
Shot
no,
bothers
Ed
me.
just
Okay,
spit,
wait,
let him
wait.
spit.
I need to talk about Ed Shot. Ed
We
Shot
haven't
is
seen him
interesting.
in
So
this chapter.
okay,
I don't
no,
know.
Oh my
I
god.
I am in full belief that Ed Shot only lived so Horikoshi wouldn't have to write a segment about Bakugo also feeling
I saw
bad
that
at
post
the
you
end.
made about that.
That
I
is
have to-
literally
because
So
that was
bad.
bullshit.
that is
agree.
the only reason. Otherwise, he would have died. I promise.
And you know what? I was
Huh.
like I thought I think I saw that too, and I was like, you know what? That's actually fair because I don't
I disagree.
like. I was fine because like I initially said that like okay, Bakugo getting his heart replaced with Ed Shot is literally the Tony Stark proof Tony Stark has
And
a
a
heart
bubble.
meme like brought out, but. I was like, but that's another hero going down for the count so that Bakugo can,
Yep.
survive.
I
And it-
disagree.
there's a
I
certain,
disagree because
think there's-
if that's the case, why did Kido and Onuma live?
Who?
look, Kido
He
and
never
Onima
said-
should have been, those two should have died. I'm more
Headshot had a
disappointed
bubble
they
in
didn't
his
die
pocket.
than Ed Shot.
Yeah, I'm
Ed
gonna be
Shot
wait,
is
hold on,
literally
pause.
the shriveled lady from SpongeBob. Like, I want to buy
Wait,
some
time out,
chocolate.
time out,
It's like
time
that
out,
one
I
kind of
wanna-
thing. It's basically
I
what
really
it
want
is.
to talk about
better than
somebody
death.
who
You
did
can't
die.
argue
though.
against that. No way.
Who died? Somebody who really did die. Makia.
Yeah, he was off
We don't
screen.
know.
They just like no,
He
he
wasn't
died.
even
That
off
attack
screen.
killed him.
He's
Yeah,
I
dead.
say that was off screen because like
He's
that,
dead.
okay, the attack
His
he
arm
took,
was torn off.
Mount
It wasn't
Lady,
just his
Mount
arm.
Lady survived. Mount Lady
That
was
attack-
ambiguous. Till this
different
that
attack
attack
though. It
so
was a
didn't
different
just
attack.
take his arm. That attack
It
took like
was.
part of his side. It was like,
Yeah.
yeah, you just lose half of your
he
like
was
torso
cleaved.
and like Like, yeah, your organs are
could walk it
spilling out
off.
onto the road, but
Nah,
you're a villain,
nah.
so we don't care.
Nah, but
Like-
this chapter definitely confirmed it like 100%. Maki is definitely dead.
Yeah, All for One's only
Like,
good at
and
team
Stain.
killing, man.
Okay, so
Yeah, Stain's
here's the
dead.
question: what shrine are Aizawa and Mike visiting? in
It's
that little
Shirokuro.
tunnel?
Yeah,
My
they-
shrine.
they buried
Probably
the
both.
the goo pile of Kurigiri. They buried that.
Okay.
They caught the
Probably
wisp.
midnight.
They
It's probably
gathered his
midnight too.
ashes. Yeah.
It's probably
No,
right
they
next
probably
to
just
it.
went
The
to his.
vacuum cleaner and just sucked up the goo,
Oh,
man.
no.
Or that's his original.
That's messed up.
Kumo probably
That's
already
his
had a
original
grave.
grave.
I
There was
think
someone
Hori
off screen
himself.
who was hoovering all the mist.
I think.
Oh, by
Hori
the way, it's crazy we see Endeavor one more time, although it be a little
I'm
smaller.
glad,
panel.
One last time.
His real family's with him.
It just shows people around him. He's not
Don't
all
say that.
alone.
I'm
It's-
already
This
it's
is why
nice.
Sayas isn't here for the chapter because Endeavor's not in it.
He technically.
We should have seen Dobby's grave, man. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
lie.
I agree.
We should've.
I think that should have been him.
Listen to me. Listen to me. The fact that they didn't show anything on him, I'm willing to believe he's still alive. You don't
No.
show me
No,
the body, he's
no,
not.
hold-
I'm with
yeah,
it.
no.
I'm
That's
with it.
all I'm
I
saying.
am with it.
as
You
well.
better
No.
show
I
me
don't
something.
buy for a second. Like unless you actually write in the story, like this character is dead. I'm not believing you. Especially Hori, who loves to do his fake out deaths. Like, no, I'm not
Thank
taking
No,
that.
Y'all smell that?
Dobby's
Y'all
dead.
hold on.
Dobby's-
That's
Copium.
Dobby's
That's
dead.
copium. I
Guys.
smell.
Dobby is
picking
just
up a scent.
haunting the estate. He's alive. He's not alive, but he's
Oh,
still.
Do you guys think Shigaraki's ghost is gonna haunt
I
UA?
don't believe it.
Wouldn't that be
Otherwise,
funny?
I smell
Like
something
Shigaraki's
on the wind.
ghost just
he
like
probably
messing with
was able to
people.
keep him alive on that machine. All the money he got.
You know what I'm smelling
Hori-
on the wind?
Copium.
Yeah. Just
It-
smells
I
like somebody's
smell
got
it
a
too.
nice stick of
Nah,
copium burning.
nah.
Just
Okay, I could.
they got that
Nah, man.
fragrance.
Copium,
No,
Nah, like I
Hori is
said,
taking
nah, I
for-
won't
for him
believe
to
until
write
you
down
show it to
the way
me.
that he
Show me the
all
body,
jokes,
but don't
all
have
jokes
So-
Technology
all
evolves,
jokes
man.
aside,
Technology
all
evolves.
jokes
They could have had
aside,
something.
all
So I don't wanna
jokes
make
aside,
fun
I
of-
don't care if the doctor said that he's supposed to die. Ujiko
Exactly.
said he was. Ujiko said he was supposed to die, and he didn't.
Yeah,
He
exactly.
lived
Yeah.
Yes,
before.
sir.
Exactly.
Lived this
Like,
whole
it's
time. You
not
tell me
like
he
the-
died
like he-
because of that? Nah.
Yeah,
He lived
No.
I'm not
before,
saying-
And he
you
never
showed me
said
at
that
the
Toga
last minute
died.
Yeah.
He has an ice quirk.
Because
The
that's
last
because
minute
like
you tell me he has ice and he's gonna die still.
Toga's alive too.
Nah. That got
nah,
Man,
nah,
thank
Toga's
God she
dead.
That's confirmed.
Alive.
That's confirmed.
No, it
Confirmed dead.
wasn't.
No, because the Dobby, the last time we saw Dobby, he was alive.
She never
and it was
used the
just a
words
thing
that
of the
Toga is
story.
dead. She said
He
Toga made a sacrifice.
Do I
Yeah,
need
but like
to-
the
like,
last,
do I
but
need
the
to
last
post
time
a
we saw
panel of
Dobby,
him in that
the last
machine
time we
again?
saw Dobby, the last
Possibly.
time we saw him, like it was just the idea of the story going like, oh yeah, no, he will die. I promise you. It's just that I don't want to write it, bro. Like, come on, that's not how it works.
my stance on that is that Dobby's death. How do I say this delicately?
Don't say it delicately.
We
Hit
gotta
us
cope
hard,
in real
man.
time.
Hit us hard. You gotta
Okay.
strike us.
So one of the things that I was starting to talk about earlier is that there's the death of the hero persona, and then there's the death of the physical person. So
Oh no.
and Horikoshi treats these things very, very like as very unique and singular things, but like sometimes they can be combined. So like All Might died, and then Toshinori Yagi lived. Endeavor is dead, and G is alive. I would say Ed Shot the hero is dead. Kama Chameleon is still alive. I don't remember his name right
Kill
now.
me.
Come.
Kill me instead, then I'll go in Ed Shot's place.
Yo, and Ed
give me,
Shot,
just give me a bubble.
In Ed Shot's
I
defense,
get what you're saying, but yeah.
his scene looked
But-
pretty cool last episode. The little red mist he turned
Yeah.
into, it looked kind of fire. Just a little
So
bit.
inherently, Dobby died
Fuck that
already.
shit,
Like
though.
Dobby dies. Like the villain persona of Dobby dies the second he apologizes to Shoto. That
Yeah.
persona cannot exist anymore. It's gone. But
Yeah, I agree with that.
Toya was supposed to have been dead years ago. And the
Mhm.
thing that kept him alive was that Dobby persona. Without that Dobby persona, I do not believe Toya can hold on to life.
I disagree.
Okay,
That's a great
also,
story.
like,
Right.
am I crazy? I feel like the story is better with him being dead. Does that make sense? Like it's
No,
more
absolutely.
fitting.
That makes
would've
sense.
been.
Absolutely.
No.
Absolutely. Obviously, it's just that.
Yo, hold up.
So it just,
Terrence,
it,
that's
I
a
don't,
pretty
I
harsh
don't.
way to describe Dobby as a burnt fish stick in the back of the oven. Like, come
That's
on,
very
bro.
angry.
Oh my god! In
He's
the
about as
back of the
useful,
oven.
so.
That sounds from like personal experience right there. No,
He's about
but
as
like,
useful,
Yeah, that's
so
weirdly
listen.
specific.
in a series where people often
Nah,
mock people for
where
not
is that,
dying,
yo?
we shouldn't be trying to convince ourselves that the one person that, like, one of the few people that did die did live. Like, I don't know.
Also, one thing that I'll say that I
Yeah, I'm
wish had
not-
been covered in
I
this
don't know.
chapter is we didn't get a panel of Ida at a doctor getting his hand fixed.
Yeah, again,
Ida has
every-
earned that. I understand,
Yeah.
like, whatever, it's technically something that most people don't care about, but it is a detail.
I care.
No, if
And I
he
don't-
brings Die into this chapter, he could do that.
And I
Come
don't,
on,
Gazelle, because we haven't we haven't interacted on Twitter a lot, and we haven't interacted on YouTube in the past. But one of the things that I had talked about all the way back when Ida first met up with Deku again during the Dark Deku arc was how Horikoshi made it a point in Kamino to have like Ida punch Deku with the other hand, not the one that was injured when they fought alongside Stain.
Yeah.
And how when he reaches out to Deku at Dark Deku arc, it is the hand that is injured when they were fighting with Stain.
My heart.
Yeah.
And so like he makes it a point to keep track of which hand does what. So I would like the nerve transplant to have been a
Yes.
part of this like last bit.
Absolutely.
Like I
Yeah.
get why
Yeah.
I
like,
love
it's not
Horikoshi for
that
that so
big
much.
of a deal, but if he's willing to put that detail in to keep track of the hands,
It means something to me.
yeah, like that matters to me. That's a part of Ida's
I
character arc.
wonder if that specific thing crossed his mind, and he's making that page with all the small panels.
Yes.
And he's like, I just can't squeeze it in. There's so many
Yeah.
things I need to show right here.
It's one of those things that I'm like, I'm fine. Give it to me in the volume.
That
better
or it's
get
going to
to-
be we have those art books and stuff coming up with like various other things in it. It could
Yes.
very well be put in there. You know, there's a lot of room for him to sort of tie up
Yeah,
little
just
loose
kinda
ends
do
like
stuff.
that. And
Yeah.
like
Oh, also,
official
Mighty,
capacity.
your countdown is complete. Hizashi never showed up.
Oh, yeah.
yes, yeah. I need to go
God.
celebrate. Yeah,
Hizashi,
where's all my
fuck that
shit?
nigga.
Hori-
All my
Okay,
homies hate Hizashi.
listen.
All Might's right
okay,
there. I
No,
don't
no, no.
get it.
Here's my thing. I hate
Hori
Hisashi, and I've
lied to
never
us.
met the man. He like All Might is the only dad he's ever
Yes,
needed,
sir.
and
Yes, sir.
like
Thank
the
you.
fact that people wanted him to appear irks me because why?
It irks
Like
me
what?
No,
too.
you know
Ultimately
why they
because
want
Horikoshi
Conflict.
stayed with
Sorry,
him.
Drama.
Horikoshi-
You
Wait,
want
wait,
that?
Oh my! He don't
Wait.
need nobody
Okay,
else.
so I want to talk about that. I want to talk about this
Horikoshi
because I
said he was gonna come up, and he never.
I don't
did.
care what he
Exactly.
said.
So
Hori
I
said
want
it
I-
Good that he
himself.
I think
decided
it's
against
important
his
for
own
a
word.
family
I
figure
promise
to
you
address
guys.
what Deku was going through.
Listen, I want to like talk about this because I'm pretty sure this is the reason people want Hizashi, aside from just seeing what he looks like, to have issues with All Might. That's the only reason. That's the only
No,
reason
No,
that makes
also
sense.
Hori told me he
No.
would do it. Also, Hori himself one day on an interview was like, "Oh yeah, nah, I'm sure he will show up." And then if he says that, if you're the author of the story and you say that, people are gonna be,
No,
now I'm
so-
interested.
the real reason he never showed up is they reached a point in the story where it was either gonna happen or it wasn't gonna happen. I'd say it would have happened like before the first war, if anything, because after that point it's full go. Like you can't add this emotional baggage of a dad who was never introduced like Deku. It doesn't
And-
gel with any of the
And
themes
to
or any of
that
the plot
point,
Also-
I
lines.
say that's a fumble in writing.
I feel a little
No.
bad about this. I
It-
feel a little
Inaudible.
bad.
I think it
It's
should have been
inaudible.
in the start of the story. It should have been there.
I feel a little bad about this, but I want to see if any of you guys remember who this is. Who is that person under Deku and Ochako when they're looking at the snow?
Is that Compress?
That's Compress.
It's Compress.
He's reading a
Okay.
book.
Okay.
He's
okay.
reading.
I know it. I
'Cause
know it's.
I was like, I
Compress.
can't-
I know it's
With
him
the hair.
because of his hair.
Yeah.
Dude,
I
I was
remember
just
that
about to
ugly
say,
outfit
I've
he
seen
said
that
he
is
wore, man.
amazing. You guys pointed that out. I was about to say there's no compress in this chapter. I guess screw that guy, but no, never mind.
Yeah,
He's
Compress
reading.
right
He
there.
has to be reading.
He's
Spinner's
reading a
book.
book.
He
Look
has
at
to
him
be
go.
reading.
League of
Wait,
Villains.
Comic book,
on the
he's
opposite,
reading
like
very
not
like
opposite.
horrible way. It's like, oh
Yeah,
man, this
I
comic
was
book
gonna
is
say
really
there's
incredible.
no Spinner. We see the book, but
We got
Spinner's
enough of
not-
Spinner. It's okay.
I need more
Spinner,
Spinner.
Spinner got
I
a
like
whole
Spinner.
little section.
He got his whole
dedicated to
chapter.
him.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he said he was a gamer,
And I
so
like
that's fine.
Spinner too. I like
Oh my
Spinner
God.
too. But
Also, out of curiosity, do you think that they're implying that Eri started growing up? Because you see that when Eri and Koda are together, they're with Mandalay. Do you think
Yeah.
the implication is that Eri eventually moved in with Mandalay, or do you think like she stayed with
My
Aizawa.
head canon is
No,
Aizawa.
she lives with Aizawa.
My head canon is Aizawa adopted her.
Yeah.
But, you know, we haven't really got
I've always thought that Aizawa
Aizawa's
basically
close with the
adopted her.
Pussycats. Aizawa's
Yeah.
close with the Pussycats.
I like
Probably
I
could've
like to
chilled.
believe that Mandalay also had a part to play in like raising her too.
So
Hey man,
Yeah, so that's exactly what I was saying.
As a
That's exactly
follow-up
what I'm getting
question,
to.
I love
as a
looking
follow-up
at
question,
Aries' little
Yes, I
guitar on
agree.
her back.
I agree, Araki.
as a small
Gonna go be in
follow-up
Boshi.
question, just because, do you think, and this is partially copium on my part, do you think Aizawa's bad haircut is
No,
because
he's
he's
forever
matching his
virgin.
wife?
Yes,
No,
yes,
no.
absolutely. That's
Forever virgin.
Wife
We missed
Mandalay.
joke.
Wait,
We
who's
missed
his
joke.
wife?
His wife, his beautiful wife who never shows up.
I like
No,
to
his
believe.
wife
He
Mandalay.
married Miss
I-
Joke, and she thought it was funny.
Or
I would
Miss
never,
Joke, or
never.
Miss Joke is still shooting her shot.
Yeah.
No, she never
I
showed
think
up.
he got.
We
He
completely
probably got
forgot
tired of
about
being
her.
called
Miss
like a
Joke
homeless
ain't never
guy.
letting it go.
He looks homeless here. Like,
Okay,
he looks
to be fair,
worse.
no. If you look at him, at the
He doesn't
gravesite,
look
his
bad.
hair actually isn't that short. It looks kind of normal there.
He looks like he's
But-
having a midlife crisis. It's not good.
Yeah, but later, like
He's
8
blind,
years later,
bro,
his
and
hair
cutting
is
his hair
awful.
blind.
Yo, listen, I hate Horikoshi because this.
I'll
I
stop
hate
you there.
Horikoshi because listen, there was a cyber war that happened 5 years ago with Gentle and Labrava, and I didn't see it. What is this? What cyber war happened?
It's just a little bit more of lore added to the world.
Movie 5.
The cyber war.
You say?
That's where Deku's dad was. Makes sense.
Solo Me came through, said, I wanted to say thank you for being a beacon of MHA talk after all these years. Even when I disagree with you, I'd take that 100 times out of 10 over any other MHA space. Also, how do you feel about the Doctor Doom casting?
Cheeks.
Well,
wait.
Wait, the what?
Because you
recasting?
asked.
Dr. Doom's like actor.
Because you asked,
Man's
I'll
back.
say this.
Read
I'm
on
not
the
exactly happy with Dr. Doom being RDJ. In fact, I've actually said, and I think I've said it
I
on
would
stream
agree.
before, I didn't even want Dr. Doom to be in the MCU because I don't trust the MCU to do Dr. Doom well.
You did say that several times actually.
I like Doom a lot. Like, Doom is one of my favorite Marvel villain, anti-hero, whatever you want to call him.
He is a super layered character. Like, it's
Doom
not just
feels
Bring
complex
back
for the
Julian
MCU.
McMahon.
Like, for what the MCU likes to do to characters, makes me very anxious for Doom to be in it.
I mean, like, here's the thing: people think he's like the big bad of Secret Wars. He's really not.
No. For all intents and purposes, like, yes, okay, so anytime Doom is the hero in a story, he's an asshole. I gotta make that clear. Like, but okay. Spoilers, because it's not going to go down this way. I'm telling you that right now. It's not going down this way. They don't have the pieces in place to do the Illuminati plot. So even if I spoil this for you, it does not matter. We are talking about comics here. So, Secret Wars in the comics, at least the most recent version of Secret Wars in the comics, the one with the famous panel of Miles Morales with the cheeseburger that he feeds to Molecule Man that's been in there for 2 weeks, that's Secret Wars. The incursions begin to happen. And the Illuminati, which consisted of like Tony Stark, Beast, who was taking over for Professor X, Captain America, Black Panther, and Namor, they were like, okay, the universes are colliding. We got to figure out a way to do things. They end up using the Infinity Gauntlet because those 5 people had the stones, and they like stop one incursion. It ends up being too much for the gauntlet. Pretty sure the gauntlet breaks. From there, they realized that the only way to like save their universe is to shoot like antimatter bombs into other planet Earths as the incursion is occurring, wiping out that Earth. So for a while, they're going against Earths that are strictly lifeless. There's a bunch of lifeless Earths coming in because Earth is the center of the universe, which is just Marvel's way of saying this is why Earth is the main character in our stories because we live on Earth and blah, 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 whatever. Anchor, what's that? The Anchor thing that was introduced in Wolverine and Deadpool? Same concept there. Like the anchor of the universe ends up being Earth. So they eventually come to a point where there's a universe that's going to collide. It's inhabited. They do not feel comfortable doing this. Captain America has already been kicked out of the Illuminati because he wasn't comfortable blowing up planets. And they were like, fuck you, you can't make the hard choices. Oh, yeah, Doctor Strange was in it too. I don't know if I said that. Doctor Strange is trying to negotiate with like demons to sell parts of his soul so that he can make deals. Demons like, you ain't got no soul, bro. You can't make a deal with me. Your soul's gone. Eventually, what happens is Namor goes, fuck y'all won't wipe out this planet. He gets like Thanos and some other villains, and they go wrecking shit. So they start destroying. Like every time an incursion happens, they pull up on the planet and they genocide it. They don't give a fuck. They're like, our universe is the only one we're trying to save. Eventually, Miles Morales universe, and so the Ultimates universe and the 616 universe are the only two left. They still have an incursion. Captain America is an old man because during the Captain America run, he lost the super soldier serum. This wasn't expected, but it is what it is. They just had to change him to an old man. All this stuff is going on. Doom ends up being the one to put the pieces of the universe together, or the multiverse together, to create a temporary functioning universe. Because Doom had secretly gone to the beginning of time and created a cult of himself that worship him throughout the ages. They were like there was like this Black Swan cult, and because of Doom's machinations, they eventually come in, support him. He gets this crazy ass bomb that's made out of a bunch of molecule mans, kicks him into the Beyonders, which is the beings that exist outside the universe, whoops their asses, takes control, creates the new universe, is control of it, does do some petty ass shit, but he saved them. Like, the universe still exists, life still exists because of what Doom has done. Now, the douchey part. Johnny Storm rebelled against him at one point and was permanently fixed to the sky so that he functioned as the sun. He basically made Sue Richards his own wife and some whole other stuff.
Okay, that is some like Zeus and Prometheus shit, you know?
He earned it, you know, he saved the world. You get to kill at least one guy.
So
yeah, you get to be
there's
an
like
asshole.
Hulk, there's like Hulk factions and all kinds of other cool shit. Obviously, none of that shit's gonna happen in the movies. We're not gonna get the Beyonders. We're not gonna get, and Loki got his ass whooped. Loki was irrelevant. Loki is more important in the MCU than by any stretch he was during the Secret Wars. And eventually, what ends up happening is that like they do some shit and they kind of have like a philosophy battle, and Reed beats him in a philosophy battle, and that's how he ends up getting control of it. And eventually, because Molecule Man had so many versions die, he was able to be like the anchor for the universe that Doom created, like fueling it. And Strange was like Doom's right hand man for this whole universe, but he loses the philosophy battle. And what ends up happening is that they cut off pieces of Molecule Man and put them inside of micro universes that Franklin Richards is creating, and then they throw them off into the cosmos, and that's how the multiverse is reborn. Reed Richards and Sue Storm's son create the multiverse all over again, and that's why Miles Morales and 616 Peter Parker are in the same universe now.
It also has like a wholesome ending for Doctor Doom. It's not like, oh fuck you, look what you done and shit. Like Doctor Doom actually gets like a happy ending, which is like
ultimately Doom is just like really based and he just stands on business, you know?
So my opinion on Doom, like MCU, right? Because I agree, like Doom in the MCU will turn out like not like he should be. And like how people feel about his past adaptations is whatever, right? Because he hasn't been handled the best. However, that should not matter because the MCU is the grand majority, like the grand public's first good look at some characters, right? Like up until that point, the only times you'd ever hear about Iron Man is from the comics, and now Iron Man is a household name.
And his early
RDJ
90s cartoon.
Oh, that too, absolutely. However, now everyone's going to associate Iron Man, at least the public, the ones who don't read the comics, with Robert Downey Jr. Doctor Doom, however, now, unless they pull something where you don't see, they don't pull a, oh my God, it's Mr. Stark, it's Tony. He's going to have the mask on, which is fine, but he's always going to be associated with RDJ, and I think that's a big
I don't
change.
know. I don't know if that's true. Because I would agree with you, Thomas, but like the fact that it's RDJ, like there's no way they're paying that much just for it to be RDJ.
That's why I'm giving them like, if that is a possibility, at least that's better, but it's still an egregious choice to make RDJ Doom.
Yeah.
Because like, is he connected to the Fantastic Four that we're getting? Is he not?
That's my other problem. He's supposed to only be in 2 movies, and that doesn't make sense. You cannot build up that version of Doom in 2 movies. Also, Nader Moat said, comics bullcrap everyone, which is true. The other thing that I want to point out here is that part of why Doom is so power hungry, though, is because when he was born in one of the iterations of his lore, it was basically stated that the world would have peace when ruled by Doom, or like there would be peace as long as Doom ruled. So Doom is effectively guided by a prophecy that was made over him. And the important thing is that every single time Doom is in charge, there actually is a bunch of shit going right. Like there's a ton of shit that goes right when Doom's in charge.
He's just
There's
a jerk about
also
it.
some fucked up shit happening in the background. Like
Yeah.
so
Yeah, it's
there's
just
always
I think the MCU is just gonna be a thing of like, it's just gonna be the novelty of like, oh, this martyr, this like person that we all value so much and we all know is such a good person. Like, oh, now he's a bad guy. I think it's just
in
gonna
this
be like
universe. Yeah.
yeah.
the
It's
only
just gonna
way
be
it
like
works for
that
me
version.
is if we barely have any of RDJ's face. That's the only way it's
Which
really
isn't
going to
gonna
be able to
happen.
sell.
But
Yeah, it's
even
not going to
gonna
happen. That's not
happen,
how they do it. That's
obviously.
just not how they do
However,
it.
my big
Yeah.
issue is like if we do get another Doctor Doom and it's faithful and it's like it's going to be reads like Doctor Doom, he's going to still be compared to RDJ's version. And I don't like that. I think we should like if we still get Doomsday, but it's an actual like what did MK say? Who was the previous actor? Like
Oh, Julian McMahon.
I would take that 100% over RDJ. But even still, I want this Doom to come from Pedro Pascal's universe. Because like it seems like they're going to cross over to the MCU, like be modern day, because it's going to be a 60s period piece, which I love. I like that idea. It's also not going to be an origin story, which I also like. It's just it's just bothering me because if they could do it right, they could do it well. Like the possibilities are endless, but I don't trust them. I really do not trust them.
Yeah, Aniki, you want to bring up Gore with what they did with him?
Hey, look, we don't need to talk about the way
It's
Gore,
really-
my God, Butcher was butchered. Like
You got Christian Bale and you butchered him. How the fuck do you do that? That makes no sense to me.
Nothing.
That-
will ever
It's
be
really
butchered.
just like a situation. It's really just like a situation where it's like we cannot say anything quality wise because nothing has come out yet. It has a little chance of being good, but commercially speaking, it's just something that's like, bro, this is atrocious. This is like
They
ridiculous.
will
This is
never do any other character as bad of justice as they did to
Hulk.
the Hulk.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
Hulk got Hogan.
oh
you don't
man, the
talk
Hulk
about
has
Hulk.
been
That
getting
ain't Hulk.
long
That's
dicked.
that ain't Hulk.
Oh.
That's Bruce Banner.
Okay.
Don't talk
That
about
is my
what?
favorite
That's not
Marvel
even Bruce.
character,
That's not even
and they
Bruce.
just I can't get on
butchered
the
him.
rabbit
What?
hole again.
Hold on, Mighty. Hold on, Mighty.
I heard my name.
No, Hulk, not Volk.
Hulk.
So, Mighty, I'm about to go on my why I'm pissed about Thor Ragnarok rant, specifically from the Hulk angle. I don't know if I've done this before.
No, don't
Please
do
do.
that. I'm
Time.
traumatized by the movie. I'm traumatized. I'm
I don't know if
traumatized. I
I've
don't
done
want
this
to
before.
hear.
So, the thing that pisses me off about Thor 3 and the way the Hulk was handled is that Planet Hulk is a beautiful story.
And they just
It
ripped it
is
apart.
beautiful. It is based upon like the Illuminati betraying Hulk, sending him off into space through a fucking wormhole
Yes.
because you're too dangerous to be on the planet after he just helped save like a planet level threat. Reed, Tony, and a couple other people basically sent him a hologram that's like, "Hey, Bruce, we're sorry to do this, but we're sending you off into space because you're too much of a liability, and like, fuck you. We know that there's Bruce in there, but the Hulk is too dangerous. Bye, go live on this what we think is an abandoned world." So then Hulk lands on this world. He ends up living on it. There's like this whole emperor, and they're doing like that Colosseum and shit where the Hulk is fighting. Yeah, that's way more serious. It's like there's a whole hierarchy, and there's like this one person who has like a bunch of power that's collected in them from their entire race, and he ends up leading this whole uprising against this totalitarian emperor. Gets himself a girl. They're basically gonna be together, woo 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 type. Basically talking like they might as well be married. About to have the white picket fence, make some Hulk cross black alien babies, and then the ship they sent Hulk there on blows up and kills everyone but Hulk. So Hulk is like, yeah, I'm going back to Earth and I'm about to whoop everybody's ass. Like everybody's ass.
Everyone's catching
Now
the
they gonna
smoke.
get this work. They
And
gonna
that
get
leads
this
to
work.
why I hate the MCU Hulk. They made him just a wimp. They made
Yeah,
him a
Maybe a joke.
Like that story has so much heart. I purposely condensed it because I don't remember every single detail about it.
It's
and
a
I don't
long
want to
story,
misrepresent
yeah.
it, but
A long
it's such
story,
a
bro,
good
comes back
heartfelt
to
story.
Earth,
It's
he
so
beats on
fucked up, man.
Some of the best like
Everybody gets smoked by him, bro.
some of the best Marvel comics, not some because there's a lot, right? But a good majority of when the characters are like heartfelt, right? I guess the best examples are Spider-Man comics, right? But Hulk comics are very special because it's a man versus the beast type of story, like the Jekyll and
Jekyll and Hyde.
yeah. Sorry. But then he's such a like nuanced character. And because of studio interference, because of gatekeeping, essentially, Hulk has become a joke. Like in was it Shang-Chi's post-credit scene? Bruce is like he's in a sling. What you mean he's in a sling? He should be in a
Dude.
sling. He has healing. Like what do you do?
Nothing-
You don't know the character well.
Nothing encapsulates it more than when I'm drawing a blank. Black Widow, when she dies, and all he does is throw a bench. Bro, that was like your girlfriend and someone like you loved deeply, and she dies. You're like, oh no, this bench, see ya. Okay, that's it. That's my whole rage. Like, okay. What
One
are
of
you
Hulk's
doing?
best like key parts of him is that he has multiple ways to calm him down, right? Like cute animals will calm him down, but it's the love of the person that's closest to him will always calm the beast, will always make him stop.
You know what got me?
And I
you know
love
what got
love
me
the
mad
Black
about-
Widow and Hulk relationship, but it's
They
just
kind
it
of
was
dropped the
handled
plot
terribly.
line though after
You know
Age
what
of
got me?
Ultron a little
You know
bit.
what got me mad about the
pretty
Hulk?
much.
It don't even go back to She-Hulk. It don't go back to none of that. Okay, I'm talking all the way back in Infinity War. Okay, all it took was one fight by Thanos, and bro didn't have dog in him anymore. He got
Bro,
beat.
Yeah, it's so stupid.
Hulk
why didn't
has
he get
gotten his
mad?
ass
He got hit
beat
with, listen,
plenty.
he got hit with the first one too. Like he ain't ever seen no boxing, nothing, and then he gave
He's
up.
supposed to
He didn't
be
wanna fight no
among
more.
the strongest physical characters in the Marvel universe, and he just gets like bitch slapped. I can't.
The thing that made me upset was he didn't.
The
He
two
lost
hit
the
combo
fight.
was strong, man. He was never corrected like that, man. As a character, man.
But
But you can do so much interesting stuff with that.
You're
though.
telling
Like,
me Hulk? You're telling me Hulk
Yeah,
had been in all these
yeah.
fights and had fought like Thor and also like
Yannicki.
Iron Man, and
What
then
up,
like Thor
East?
for
I mean,
another
what up, Tarnish?
rematch.
Oh my gosh, East
I
is
mean,
here.
yeah, that
And
is what it's
ain't-
time for.
And he
Yeah.
and he didn't have any dog in him after
Yo, Squid, I need you to chill the dog in you real quick.
because we have
I
something
mean,
to address.
Hulk in the MCU in general is just like, I mean,
Clown show.
they were trying to crack it, and honestly, the Edward
We'll get
Norton
to it.
movie is pretty good. Then you have Avengers, which is like, all right, I'm kind of getting more into this, but then after that, it crashes because Whedon also does something very weird in Avengers: Age of Ultron, which is this whole freaking romance between Bruce and Natasha, and I'm like, I'm watching it, I'm like, what is he doing? What are they doing? After that, it was done for. And then the Russos got their hands on him, and it's like, man.
Also,
Hey man, at least they
sorry to
did-
cut you off. However,
at least they
we
did
do
one
we need
fight.
to approach this. We need to you know.
So
Yeah, everybody get your hands motherfucking up for the one and only. This is the person everyone's been hyping up, waiting to see on stream. He's been gone for a while, but this is the motherfucker you've been wanting to hear.
Oh,
Your
boy.
one
Yes,
and
sir, yes, sir,
only
yes, sir.
glorious king, East Kohei.
All right,
There you go, brother.
lower the volume.
Also known as Horikoshi's son, or most devoted ally.
Hold on. The one and only, I'm back again. Hold on. Put me in the track again. Hold on. I said it's the undefeated of the East, baby. What is
That's right. Talk to
Yes,
him.
sir. My go.
And damn, I feel invigorated. What's up?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You know, like they say, yeah.
Horikoshi's greatest creation right here.
Better late than never. Woo! Now, let's shine out the sun because I know y'all feeling under the weather.
all right, East.
You got the floor.
You got the floor.
Oh man. What's up? Well, how everybody doing? Y'all got to read me in the chat and ask me questions because I'm off my phone, so I can't read. I can't read the YouTube comments.
You're good.
What poppin'? What cracking? How we feeling today, y'all? Well, although I've been here all stream, this ain't say shit.
I'm in shambles. That's how
I
I've been
know.
feeling.
Yeah,
Mixed
Thomas
emotions and mixed
needed to crawl in my arms so I
I'm
can
feeling
comfort
like
him.
shit is. I'm feeling like shit is over, man.
There's
Like
It's finally
it was over for me on leak night, but something about officials,
Yeah,
being
it
on
hits.
stream with y'all is just like it's. I don't know though. Something tells me in my gut it's not over because they already said like yo we got an announcement coming up. Would y'all be down for some streams whenever the movies drop? Like it
Absolutely.
might be a little early. Like it's up to Aniki, but whenever some new movies come out, if it's some post epilogue shit, I can see
Spanish,
it.
how about we meet each other again in 8 years? How about that?
Yeah, it'll be class reunion.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, but I can see us doing some streams when movies come out if there's
In
some
8 years,
canon.
I would have seen everybody of you already. I will have done my travels through America, so I'm fine.
But other than that, yeah, it really is raps for the
Hold
original
on.
run.
Real quick, I want to. So, Axel Blaze, and I've been to a Brewers game with him. I was on his podcast once when we were talking about My Hero, but he said something really important actually that about this chapter because you guys remember earlier we were talking about like how the McDonald's memes and all he didn't have friends for 8 years.
Yeah,
was like a really shitty interpretation of the chapter.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to address what Axel said here because it's super important. He said, now that the chapter's out officially, I'm going to comment on one thing that bothered me about people's reactions to MHA's last chapter in the unofficial translation. When you get out of high school, it is hard to have your schedule line up with all of your friend group. People get jobs, they go to school and have their own lives in general, not to mention people move and people change. Wow, they really ignored Deku for 8 years? No, do not take that translation at face value. I know what it feels like to see some friends once a year if I'm lucky. I know what it's like to grow distant from the people you grew up with while making new connections as an adult. I envy anyone that can regularly make time with their friends without exception. So here's something I want to point out to you guys. If you notice, like when Buried Alive is in the chat or when I Smoke That Fire's in the chat, I always say, these are friends that I've had since high school. Keep in mind, I graduated high school in 2011. I stood in Buried Alive's wedding as one of his groomsmen and I think I gave a pretty good speech at his wedding. If I do say so myself.
if he's still here, you definitely did.
And we have not, like Ryan and I have not hung out in a good while, actually.
He just said that, I believe, in the chat.
Yeah, we have not. Like, I don't think he's even gotten to meet my daughter yet.
No, let's fix that.
He's married and he owns a home and he's got his dogs and I'm married and I got my daughter and we both work full time. So the reality is when you have a full-time job, most weekdays you don't want to do shit after work.
That part. Especially if you don't like the job.
On Saturday and Sunday, you want to catch up. You got to catch up on stuff around the house. If you have stuff like I do, like with the streams and projects that you want to do on the weekend, if you want to have any kind of hobby at home, most of your time is spoken for. It becomes this thing where you want to do stuff to maintain your personal relationship. You want to, like, there's so much that you have to take care of in life that you just don't always have the time for. Also, Ryan, if possible, you should go to Bobby's birthday party because I'm going to that. So try to squeeze it in since he gave us a month heads up. See if you can really get in there so we can at least hang out there.
Can I add something to that, PK?
Sure, Thomas.
So growing up, one of the reasons why I resonate with the series so much is because I didn't have the best school life. Like from bullies to some teachers being mean, like it was very like kind of hard. But there were certain people in my life that I genuinely like. They brought light,
okay, Deku.
right? They brought light, right? And I haven't spoken to one of them in so long. I haven't even seen him in it was 2018 when I graduated, so 6 years, almost 6 years. And I just talked to him on Instagram, wishing him a happy birthday, and he was happy to get a happy birthday. And it's true. Like when you graduate, when you like move from this huge portion of your life, those friends that you made, you may have some of them, but you're going to lose contact with a lot. And you may try to get your schedules to co-align, but life just be lifing. You can't magically have all your schedules line up because that's not how it works. You are not the protagonist of the world. You're the protagonist of your own story, but you don't control how people live their lives. So it's very weird seeing people approach this translation because let's be honest, Rukusu posted that really fast because Rukusu got the chapter leaks very really late. Like what, it was like 2 hours later than it should have been.
Also, on top of that, that shit was funny as fuck because that motherfucker was asking other people, "Hey, I'll buy your leaks off you."
Yeah, so I had
He
heard
was
about all
off
this
That
like
was
after the fact.
hilarious.
So
for that
apparently
chapter, bro. And he
someone
still
like
got
screwed over
scammed.
the leakers, right? Or
Yes.
something?
Pineapple screwed over the
Good.
leakers.
Bro,
Yeah, pineapple.
It's just so funny. Like
the usual source leakers got behind somebody else to get the translation.
Yeah,
so
because
other
they were
motherfuckers
posting
were
it first.
before
okay,
them.
and what
Is
happened
that-
with the translations that people were mad about?
So one of them was that they said that they barely ever talked to each other, and people took that as they just abandoned Deku. They just
Yeah.
Oh
ghosted
my
him.
god.
Like
That's what I
cynically.
thought.
So
That's what I
that was
thought.
drama going on for a few days. I'm glad I
Yes.
didn't see that shit. Okay.
Yeah, I saw that like on Saturday morning. I was so pissed. I'm like, what are y'all talking about?
The
Also,
officials don't even come
Also-
close to saying like that.
Yeah.
They basically
Yeah.
says like,
Also-
yeah, people
no,
are
for-
busy. They're
for
like
y'all-
heroes now, you know? Like it's
For
just
y'all to
busy
They're
understand,
schedules.
the
adults.
message was
Yeah.
for y'all
And
to
I mean, here's
understand.
the
The
thing,
message was
too.
one of the leakers was DMing other leakers
Yeah,
to say,
ever.
"Hey, can you pass me the leaks, please?" And
No
then people,
way.
And then they immediately blocked them after.
Wow.
I mean, here's
However,
here's
Thomas,
the
let me
thing though.
finish.
Like
Thomas,
this
let me
chapter
finish.
as well. Sorry. Go ahead. I mean,
No,
this
I'm saying,
chapter as well. It was like, I mean, like they made the suit so they could be with Deku again, like during hero work and stuff. Like that's why that's why they did it. It's like, well, yes, their different careers was making things difficult, and they're always going to be busy in some capacity. But like Deku being there with them now doing hero work, that means they get to hang out again more often.
Wait,
if it's on
can
the
we
job.
can we share images in this?
If you share your screen, I should be able to make you the priority.
Okay. Let's see.
Or
I
just
know
send
what
it
you
and
mean.
we'll post the link in the chat.
because there's no way like they made Deku a suit and didn't talk to him. Like that is just like a really cruel interpretation because the leaks aren't the end all. I like also they omit so much like good information about the chapter a lot. And it's only because they have to rush it out, and then Rukusu fixes it in the fan scans, because he translates them, right? Like yeah, slightly, absolutely, because the
I put it
official
in the chat if that works.
is the way to approach this manga, and
All right.
also they never mentioned that Deku had a like a statue. In the scans, it was really hard to make it out, but in the officials, you can see Deku does have a statue.
All right, so now I'm about to go ahead and take the floor, and I'm putting my cape on and my suit, my lawyer
Cape
suit.
suit is prime time.
Oh, it's prime time.
Go for
Now
it.
I'm stepping out. Come here, baby. Coyote, come here, sweetheart. I want y'all to imagine me petting Coyote, saying, "I'm here now," and I'm patting his long, luscious, white hair, Caucasian hair. Now, this is the point is along. I know you've been struggling, baby. I'm here now. It's okay. Now, to point out, this is why a lot of the issue resides in this story is the perfect example, prime example of debate. Is it about the journey or is it about the conclusion? And what takes precedent over the other? And I've already come to the conclusion you can't have one without the other without the balance in the act. I come to it's just no answer to that. It's a what you value. Put it like this. I come in at the end of the movie, right? Y'all watching the movie, y'all sitting down, eating chips, ha 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 ha. I come in at the end of the movie just ended, the hero beat the villain, and this, that, and the other. You niggas cheering. I just see a random nigga that's just been like, I beat this nigga, da 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 da. All right, cool. I don't feel anything. I'm just seeing the conclusion of the action. Oh, this look kind of raw. I might beat this movie later. But I don't get the same level of satisfaction because I didn't watch this hero struggle. I didn't watch his mom die by this nigga. I didn't watch him lose friends and struggle through their journey. I didn't watch A, B, C, and D. I didn't watch him bond with these characters. So it's like, Cool. So like at the end, he reminiscing on all people he lost, all things he did. I'm just like, movie all right. Cool little scene. Might peep that shit later, tad bit. While you niggas, oh my god, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life. This Swiss cheese, nigga, you can't believe it. Stop talking to me, that nigga to go type shit. You feel me? What's the difference? Because it was the culmination. It was a buildup. It's not just a single incident. Don't look at it as a single incident and that alone. You need to look at it as the culmination of everything. You want to talk about the series in general? Isn't it the culmination of everything? Wasn't the issue that Deku did all this shit just to get nothing, but then he got his shit at the end? It's a culmination of everything. It's not just about the one factor. It's the things around it that build it up and stack it up to what it's supposed to be. That's what the story is about. How we became the greatest hero, how I became the greatest hero, right? It was a story about the steps we took to get to this point in the journey, right or wrong. Right. I don't have to wait for you to answer that because I'm gonna tell you right now, right. That part. I'm standing on it. So, as I was saying, in that case, in that regard, it's like the multiple things. I should feel everybody's valid in feeling. Don't care what anybody want to debate this after the fact. Everybody's valid in feeling. It wasn't enough recognition for Deku and on-screen presence of his aura and like, I'm the one that did this. The jokes are funny. Put the fries in the brag. I peaked in high school. The jokes are funny, but it comes with a slab tad bit of realism because it's like I should feel more aura. The reason I really like My Hero and one of the reasons it grew on me because what was different and everything else was two things. One, thank Aniki for dubbing it, stay in your lane effect. The kids stayed in their lane for majority of the series when they weren't on adult levels. But as their power increased, they came more to the front lines. Deku started stepping out more. Every interaction, I usually have a problem with anime. The main characters, the level up in a fight, and after I don't see the effects. With Deku, I was constantly seeing him do different things. Shout out to one of fucking Ian's favorite characters, Eri. The scene after the sports festival when he gave Eri the apple, he talked to her. That was the moment I felt this nigga grew. It wasn't just a fight. I power up, I get stronger. It was a mentality thing too that also built. So once again, if this is the end of an episode, I come in there, niggas have already watched the whole series from 3 seasons, see that and cry because that's my nigga. And I just come in and see, what's this nigga? What y'all crying for? This nigga just gave a little girl an apple. This shit not that serious. You seen the culmination of Deku going, here you go, to give a little girl an apple, putting that cape on his back. You're seeing the culmination. Once again, the buildup. So for me and other people, I wanted to see this nigga get his full on recognition. Yeah, little die shit is cool. Yes, but
some interview. Yeah, at least an interview. Give us an interview.
Yeah, like it's
someone
good.
Talking to him.
Everybody is valid and 100%. And I debate anybody right now that want to step on it. They're valid in saying there should have been definitely more, and not in the sense that we always just want more. We always want that. No, it's the MC of the entire manga who became the greatest hero. Like when I feel All Might's presence on screen, I feel his presence on screen. Like I should feel more for Deku in all regards. Like I should it should be something more than just like at least this should have been in the final chapter was worse because there should have been more with his class. At least let me see the nigga teaching and be like, oh, unless somebody respect him, I just see like one kid that's died. That's cool. That's a nice interaction, but I've already had that with Koda and them. I'm trying to see the world recognize the nigga that saved the world multiple times since the movie canon.
I will say the kid at the very end die. He immediately knew who Deku was, and he was like, "Oh my god, like you're real!" Like so clearly, Deku has at least a significant status among the news that came out, right?
The way I like to put it is that Deku, he has the same amount of like notability as like an actor that like you know exists, but like you don't know much stuff of. So like for example, I know like if you have never watched anything with Daniel Radcliffe, but then you ask somebody asks, hey, do you know Daniel Radcliffe? Oh yeah, I know him. Like he's a famous guy. I know I feel like that's what it is for Deku. It was like everybody knows this guy. Like yeah, Deku's an important dude. He helped defeat the evil lord and shit. But it's not the same as like the top dog.
Nah, we needed more. We needed more.
Yeah.
I disagree. I think it's the opposite. When he's like,
we had enough.
Whoa, Deku, you exist. You're a person. Oh my god, that's the way I interpreted it. Obviously, it's like everyone has different interpretations, and that could be valid. That is absolutely valid if you feel that way. However, Deku does get recognition. Of course, I do agree. I 100% agree. I wanted more because this is Deku. This is the kid who grew from zero to hero. He's the kid who defeated the greatest evil. He was the strongest hero in the world. So he should get more recognition. He should have people just jumping out, from stores and be like, "Oh my God, Izuku Midoriya, can I get your autograph?" Of course, we would see Deku immediately after be like, "Oh, thank you for that. I appreciate it." And then he does the autograph and move on because that's who Deku is.
But at the same time, I don't need them. We don't need them. You know what I'm saying? We don't need niggas glazing him like he's all my like they hawing like, "Oh my God, he's Izuku Midoriya." Like we don't need a crowd of niggas chasing after him and glazing him and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying more recognition or more respect was definitely because
I want to see kids wearing merch.
Yeah, and
does he have merch?
Like at the end of the day, what's undeniable is this whole epilogue and this ending was rushed. Even if you're satisfied with it, this shit, regardless of how you put it, this shit was damn right. Like honestly, and I've seen other epilogues that have been more concise and like shorter towards the end, or like just be like one chapter. But honestly, this should have been. This is the final chapter. It should have been more pages than this. That's undeniable.
Yeah.
Like this
To
should
be
have been
honest, I was okay with it short.
Jesus
I was okay
Christ.
with it short, actually. I thought I thought the fact that we had this 5-chapter epilogue to begin with was a blessing. Most series don't get that. So if you really think about it, we actually got a lot of like pages out of it, but
So I actually want to build on what Mighty said there. A lot of series, and okay, I don't hate the ending of Bleach as much as many people hate the ending of Bleach.
Same, true.
Same.
I'm gonna reread it and he.
I wish Bleach though had gotten to at least have as much of an epilogue as we got here.
Yes, also true.
And the same is also true for Naruto. And East and I talked about this yesterday, and I need people to stop treating this section of My Hero like it's the 7 deadly sins.
Oh my God, yes.
I need.
I do agree with that. I do agree with
because like the level of vitriol we get for the end of My Hero, you would think it was the end, and like maybe people just haven't read an ending that gets so like, what the fuck are we doing here? That like the 7 deadly sins hit, but like that is actually the worst back like 30 chapters of a manga I've ever experienced.
Yeah.
Don't remember.
You're right. You're absolutely right about that.
I ain't finished that. That shit was abysmal.
That Spinora's conclusion is it's god awful.
And here's the thing is that I have what I call, and I think a lot of people, I don't think people consciously have this rule, but I think a lot of people do have this rule. And I call it the 6 out of 10 rule, which is that it is very hard for me to continue reading something that doesn't hit a certain floor level quality for me. And I always say that like Black Clover is kind of like my floor. If you're worse than Black Clover, I'm probably not going to keep reading. It's just going to be really hard for me to read.
Once I commit, I need to finish it.
And the thing is that I almost never drop anything on purpose. I can't think of something that I've dropped on purpose. Like I liked the concept of Dear Anemone, for example, that manga that was here for a little bit. I dropped that on accident, and you know what? It got canceled like 8 chapters later, and it was like, oh, that probably explains why I just accidentally stopped reading that.
That happened
it
to me
wasn't
too.
intentional. It just didn't matter. Like I'm sitting here on Sunday reading stuff. Like sometimes when we're on these streams and we're taking turns talking, I'm taking some time like, okay, people are talking about this. This is a conversation that I think that they're going to hold up really well. I don't need to contribute here. I'm going to real quick sneak in a Yozakura chapter, or I'm going to sneak in and read this Undead Unluck chapter and real quick read that.
Undead Unluck. Somebody in the chat said they would like a Shonen podcasting whenever, because they would need somebody to talk to Undead Unluck.
So
Fiction.
I'm going to make this clear.
Everybody once a month, maybe.
Everybody who's made it into these streams or has been here is 100% invited going forward to have more discussions, of course. I'm probably not going to do another stream this month, though. I'm probably going to just take this month off.
This is valid.
And if we come back, because this gives me some time to do some projects on Sundays and like get the house really in order, how I want it to be like more cleaned up, and I just want to take some time.
You don't got to explain yourself.
And I want to get some more grilling in too, because I've only gotten to grill like once this summer.
Yeah,
Yeah, you were dad
But
now. You
I
can
don't
practice.
know about your area, but where I live in NY, it has been raining way too fucking much.
the
for
one
anyone
day
to-
that I grilled, I got rained out. So
Yo,
there's that too.
yeah, oh yeah.
Um,
But I mean,
but
that ass over here, it rained like all last week, and that shit like stopped. But now
Same.
rain again. I can't stand this fucking state, bro. Dumbass state.
Yeah, it
But-
seems like it's the country at this point.
But the intent is, as Alves mentioned, to do something similar to like a Church of Jump, where we'll just kind of talk about whatever's in Shonen Jump, and honestly, any manga you're reading at the time, we can kind of talk about whatever.
Yo, I
if you
would
guys
love
want.
to do like a server overhaul. I'd love to do that.
I mean, yeah, we probably will.
So let me test with these things before I forget. This one thing before I forget, because it was funny as shit to me. And I ought to keep it laugh his ass off. And the second thing we talk about, y'all touched this before, but I want to get this out because honestly, I'm about done talking about the series. And I will talk about my final thoughts and everything later, and we'll in a bit because I know we're gonna go soon. First thing is, the fact that MK using that fucking fake ass PG white voice has got me hollering, boy. She don't damn why she don't talk like that. Oh, why she put on that PG? She put on a white people voice for y'all. Don't believe her.
Yeah. You can't possibly be talking about me.
Now you just did it
extra.
extra. Now you just did it extra. Like I didn't even notice it until he said something.
Yeah, see, look, like
You
Get
always
some
want me to
whole-
come on here talking like one of the niggas, bro.
just be what you are.
I can't see because I've been outed as his wife now, so I can't be one of the niggas. I gotta come on here talking real sweet. I
Man,
gotta
everybody,
I gotta be
everybody
this
that
girl.
know
Oh my
Aniki
god.
know he ain't everybody know Aniki know he ain't finna marry nobody that sound like that.
You got to
I'm
put
trying
on
to
that.
decide if that's offensive or not.
Super chat.
Mr. Andrew said
I
time
think
for
it
Rooster
is.
Fighter
I
manga
think it's.
discussions.
Absolutely.
Going crazy right now.
Yo, fucking.
Oh, Andrew.
Any super chats to read before I start up this next segment real quick? I'm gonna breeze through this one, but I just want to touch on it.
Yeah, Andrew said rooster manga discussion. Little jokey joke, $2.
It's pretty fire.
He blessed earlier, so you know he's always the GOAT.
Yeah, always. So let me touch upon this real quick. I'm breeze through it. You might want to chime in. They can this and the other.
What
I don't like, and I was to like pretend like it's like Bianchi heard it's about deaths in the series, right? We didn't need any kids to die until he did that pump fake out with Bakugo. All right, no kids was really on the chopping block. As theoretically, we did it at one VC. That was just and one church stream, but that was like a major theoretical. Like we wasn't gung ho. Now, as far as pro heroes, that's a different story because if you said the president, we're going on all out war, and this, that, and the other, it's a little different. But now, fake outs here and there, okay, or whatever, you can overdo anything in the series. You can overdo anything. But unless it's like that's your baseline trope, and that's what we have been presented before, let's not do that. Because I'm gonna ask y'all this now. Where not I been for the last 100 chapters? Crickets, huh? Okay. Where Magnate been for the past 100 chapters? Crickets, huh? Oh, okay. Hey, yo, Jim Boubacar. I ain't seen that nigga last 100 chapters. There's some clones.
Not without his mask.
Niggas have died in the series before, okay? There's no problem if you're gonna do a fake out here and there, but don't keep doing the redundancy of that. And don't act like people are just bloodthirsty or blood hungry and wanted deaths in a final war where you're hyping up winner takes all. These niggas are not backing down. They don't give the villains don't give no damn. We don't give a damn. We don't give a fuck. You gonna take us out the cut type like we ride or die, Zionist, cultists, all that shit. We're going for bars. Either this, give me liberty, give me death type beat type shit like revolution. Like don't hype that up, gas that up, and then like you start backtracking off. If you was already like that prior to, like this was Fairy Tail, I don't expect a nigga to die in Fairy Tail. Or I expect a nigga to come back if they die, quote unquote, or whatever the case may be. Or I expect the power of friendship to always persevere through at the end of the day. But when you have niggas like actually die or like get packed up previously in the story, and like that's kind of been a precedent that has been set prior to, and then you start doing these whole fake jump cop outs, then it's a problem because you've already presented me to be one way, and now you're starting to switch up and not like an okay way. And once again, it didn't have to be like bloodthirsty, but like it could have But then that comes in another form of a problem issue is that holding the PLF, that's the issue no matter which way you look at that. Because I'm not the nigga that wrote on screen. You got the Violet Squad, the Brown Squad. What was a Toga Squad called again?
Carmine, I think.
Carmine Squad. Like, don't act like
Violet.
I'm the nigga. Don't act like I'm the nigga that wrote that and put that in there and gassed up. Oh, these are each regiment leaders. Niggas with gassed up poses and designs. Talking about something. They're all lieutenants and they got strength and firepower and they can combat, over your average. You the one that gassed all these niggas up. I didn't do that before you. You hyped them up in a panel when you showed them all off, Playboy. So don't look at me crazy and don't look at us crazy when we expected something from them when you hyped them up. And I let it slide and we let it slide in POW when it was like, damn, so you just going off screen Geetin and Redestro like that? I mean, Geetin and Redestro and like S-Shot and all those fights? Okay, I guess they're going to run back. They'll get something more later. That was the excuse we always had. Something more later. We're at the end of the road. There was nothing more later. And it's one thing to be like, okay, he's off screen here or there, but like you're not Oda. You can't just be throwing you can't just be lobbing a pitch. Hopefully they fix it in anime. That's fucking lazy, bro. And that's disrespectful. And because why? You are not the same as Oda, because Oda and his studio have been working together for like 20-something years. Those niggas are like family. He's already said, I can pull the interviews if you like. He said, yo, we like family. We talk like damn near every fucking day. And they already had that established repertoire. Y'all feeling what I do. You can't just throw the ball out there when Bones don't add any extra scenes like that already. They did here and there, very few at random occasions and highlight occasions, but overall, that's not what they do. Unlike with fucking One Piece, they do that all the time. They make a whole episode out of a fucking 5-chapter shit.
Bro, East, to go with what you said, you could apply that to like, not only just the fights, but like I feel like, the event like the events of like the first war as well, because like everybody, that was like a thing that like we all kind of hold on to, I think, myself included, everybody, I think, like the whole deal like with like all the characters, like when the biggest like character who died, besides Twice, was Midnight, for the hero side. And like, well, true, but maybe, all these
Shout out
heroes
to
that we
Crust.
thought, yeah,
Yes, sir,
yeah. There's also Crust, but
shout out to
as
Crust,
a
too.
character though.
Yeah.
But like as like the ones that like we care about, the ones we have an emotional attached to, like like when all the heroes didn't die, it was like,
Yeah.
oh, but but like we can, Gang Orca didn't die, the Pussycats didn't die, even though they were put into situations where they clearly should have died. But it was like,
Yeah.
well, true that he didn't die, but we have now a possibility that's going to be really interesting because maybe moving forward,
Maybe they'll
we
do
can work
something.
these characters. Yeah, he'll do something, but he never
Yeah.
really did.
Wrong. Same with Gran Torino. Yeah, that
Yeah.
was the big one.
Can I
Gran Torino just sat in the bed.
please let me add something, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
for it.
Pop up.
Because I agree with everything Issa is saying. Like, everybody know I'm a villain stan. Everybody know that. But I also like some of the heroes too. But I just do not like how Horikoshi dealt with them at the end like this with their fate. More heroes are alive compared to the villains. I just didn't think it was balanced. You
No
have
hero died.
like no hero died. Pro hero at least. If like he said, I was expecting the students to die, of course, but all of the pro heroes happen to survive. I just feel like
Not
Horikoshi
even
kinda
Endeavor's sidekick died.
Thank you. Not even his fucking sidekick died. And you expect me to somehow Horikoshi bullshit his way into, with, okay, for example, Toga apparently died because of blood loss, but Toya is happened to be alive, and Headshot is alive. After him turn into a worm thing, I don't want to call it an ass. I don't care. I don't want to call it like an ass pull, but it seems like both sides isn't balanced. Like,
Yeah.
do you see what I'm trying to say? Because it just doesn't seem fair. Like, you went out of your way to save these certain characters like Headshot, Best Genius, Gran Torino, but you end up giving your main villains this kind of fate the way that they did. I'm not saying that they didn't need to, like, it's not like I was expecting him to die, but it's more like the execution of it all for me.
You wanted more
That's how I feel.
basically.
Just because it felt like a little, too.
It was a
You know,
one-sided war. I'll say it.
Thank
I
you.
uh,
That's
I will
it.
say
It
I
felt
liked the
very
execution for
one-sided.
Dobby a lot.
Huh?
My
I know, I
personal
know, I know. The
stance.
conversation about Dobby is a little bit like people have different takes on it, but I actually really like that he died while also getting a chance to spend time with family and be different.
Yes,
But
I do like. I do like it. It's a very bittersweet, but it ended with like a hopeful type of thing. I was actually okay with it. I just feel like a lot of characters actually got away with certain things, and then your major players just got nothing. And a
So
lot of people like me feel that way in the community, and people are like shitting on us for feeling like the villains got shitted on for this.
and this is why I bring in my cape and my suit, because what nobody gonna tell me is there ain't that nigga out there that glazed and did more tricks on Horikoshi shit than me. That's that damn near one. Who they call? Who they call when niggas was talking reckless? Who I had?
You.
Who came in niggas? Who was coming in my DM talking about something? Hey, East, let me get a prediction or let these niggas know, or like, look at this right here, or they talking this, and who put out the Horikoshi bat symbol? Who created that? All right, then when they put it out there, who came to the rescue? Who came to defend that nigga more than anybody? So
I
it's
was
not
right
just
there with you, honestly.
exactly, and I had niggas on back. So it's not just niggas that's just hating on the series or whatever the case may be. It was niggas that was emotionally invested, was promised some shit that was shining off like a jewel. You put this in my face. You tease this. You highlight this shiny diamond jewel, and then he's like, you wipe my ass with this shit, nigga, and threw it down the sewer.
Horikoshi's own son.
Come on now, call that nigga my dad and my pops.
Dude, this man was posting panels every day in the church trying to debunk everyone and hype this
Dog,
shit.
dog, come on, bro. I want to know anybody in here right now. Tell me you was shitting on the toilet writing notes about my hero right now. Okay, then that was me. That's how invested I was. I had all faith in this nigga. I bet all my chips on this nigga. And the only thing he had to do was follow through on the simplest shit. Because I don't care how you put it. Even the fatigue excuse, I don't even buy it. He was definitely fatigued and worn. Don't get me wrong. What I mean by I don't buy it or I'm not going for it is, guess what? We did not have to spend all them fucking chapters at UA with Melvin doing all that bullshit just for, if none of that shit was even going to matter. All it was a stall gap. And Bakugo didn't even actually fucking die. He just got to fucking revamp. And you didn't even have to do that. You could have just sacrificed somebody else, if anything, and gave Bakugo just something critical. I just put him on his ass for a minute. And then he come back with something else. So all in all, we didn't have to spend all that time. And then, honestly, another thing about this, these two things go hand in hand. That's one of my biggest problems by the end of the series. The lack of the PLF advisors, they meant something for the series. They were supposed to give us another eye, another lens, why they are with the PLF, why these advisors doing the things they do. And besides the heteromorphs, which niggas we didn't even get named quirk boxes on, which in this series, that was something the most important thing right there, quirk boxes and stuff like that. We didn't get no names of quirk boxes for niggas. We had to dub them and come with our own names for these niggas. And then you just set up the battlefields. You had all the bro. Honestly, he had one of the most perfect endings set up I've ever seen in my life without a part two. Because by the end, I was like, you know what? I don't even need a part two. You set all these layers up. I'm good. Just give everybody what they need. Anything extra, I'm grateful for, and we're good to go, Kohei. Guess what he did?
Yeah.
Looked at me and said, fuck out of here. Looked at the boys Ayoma, fuck out of here. Little nigga Cero, I'm cheating on you niggas. Like, bro, what are you doing? Meanwhile, this nigga held up his highest sword, shining lights, like cleaning this shit like he the fucking Mr. Clean with a bald head, shaking his booty in white shorts. And he over there just glazing all my boy, get that thing. Boy, yeah. I know it's about the kids, but fuck them kids, nigga. I'm on my MJ shit, nigga. Fuck them kids. All about All Might. I was like, nigga, how the fuck you gonna tell me this about the kids and the students? And you over here glazing the fuck out of this nigga. So at the end of the day, you could be like, oh, he's tired and this, that, and other. Guess what? I don't need more page counts to get the same effect that I could have got inside the story. All you need to do is work around. So the excuse that he was too tired, don't work. Because guess what? All Might cool, he shouldn't have had that much screen time compared to the other kids. And if he want to direct his attention elsewhere, that's fine. But don't set up the places like you was going to give me this shit and you hold it and throw it out the window, bro. That's not on me.
Right.
I didn't read anything. I didn't read anything wrong. You set this up. You said Mina up, like Aniki was talking before. You set Mina up with the Midnight Connection. She'll be there to teach us. She crying. Her character changed. And now she facing a nigga who talking shit on the battlefield said, yeah, I remember that hoe from UA. I clapped her shit. What y'all gonna do about it? The same person that had a connection to her. When you ask her for too much, maybe it would be like, you know, I would have liked Rafa to pull up on Kirishima, but you know I didn't get that. But at least I got Mina and Gas Mask guy in an actual fight. She do her MHA thing like we did. We used to do an overhaul. We fight our best abilities. We give it our all. We get down, and guess what? We never give up. We go plus ultra. Don't just show me plus ultra. Show me what got me to plus ultra. Because that's what the fuck I got here on. Working my way up, seeing these niggas climb to plus ultra. Don't just show me plus ultra and throw everything else out the window. I'm not finna feel no satisfaction about that. And everybody's valid for not feeling satisfaction about that. You got hype villains, hype characters, and plot lines you set up on a perfect battlefield. You set that shit up strategically. Bing, 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 bing. All you had to do was go through, draw the fights. We out. But you spent all 9 chapters on UA with Melvin and all this nonsense. Over here, oh my god, fucking 7 chapters. Like, bro, what the fuck?
Yo, oh yeah. I definitely had something in mind that I wanted to talk about, yo. How long? All right. So considering how important the whole Iron shit is for this ending, when do y'all think he created Iron Might? Like, when do y'all think Horikoshi thought about Iron Might? Like, as a concept.
I think it was immediately after his retirement.
I personally think that it was once he concluded the whole arc with the stain and deciding, oh, I'm it's okay for me to be on the on the back lines. Like I don't need to be in the front lines all the time.
Stain's talk
And then
definitely
No, I remember the scene. I remember the scene of when he was attacked by villains in the middle of the street.
Yeah,
in his
he
car.
had the
Well,
suitcase.
I think it's at that moment. I thought that he had the idea.
That's why I say like when All Might
True.
was in the hospital and he was talking to Red Torino, that's where I like to believe he came up with the idea. Okay, there has to be another way for
what I'm
to be a
asking
hero.
is valid because whenever he conceptually created Iron Might is pretty much when he created this suit for Deku, and that's
Oh,
like
you meant
what we're-
Hori. I thought you meant All Might.
Yeah, I'm not
I
talking
wasn't
about,
sure
I'm
if you
talking
meant
about
All Might
Hori.
himself or Horikoshi.
So
No. He
Or
had
you want
always
honest-
When do y'all think Hori
in
thought
my head.
about the suit? Like,
Wait, 2 seconds.
From
2
the
seconds.
fucking beginning.
Let
Yes,
me
I'm
say, guys. Let me say, because the one shot of Mario Academia. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear your point.
Yeah, you're
Okay,
actually really
the
good right
one
now.
shot, the one shot of Mario Academia, Deku had no powers. He had gadgets. It's just
Jack.
literal Jack. Yeah, Jack. So Jack literally was just a Deku, like he was a working. If you see even the way that Deku is like, his clothes, the way that he's dressed, it's literally Jack, but like more cheerfully because his eyes are not that full with I will say black lines under his eyes. So literally it's just a homage to the chapter, that the fact that he has also the suit, all the things that he can still be a hero even if he's quirkless. So yeah, it's just to honor it at the end, that the story ends like he started it. That's how I think about it.
Naming every single move after his students is still one of my all-time favorite anything in My Hero Academia. It is such a cool
I
homage.
loved your
It makes
reaction
his
to
it makes
that.
his it makes his fight just so, it's just like, I can't fight anymore by myself, but I have all these like younger, heroes and whatnot.
If I can answer your question, Tarnish, I think that I still think that, especially when Horikoshi was told that you have to give Deku a quirk, you have to give him powers. I think the concept of a Iron Man suit or a technology, right, being a core part of the protagonist's kit or like a tritagonist or whatever still stuck with him. And I do think that when Hori had All Might go through his how do I cope with reality, right? Like I no longer have a quirk. I can't be a superhero. How do I approach this? How do I live? And I do think that he was growing that idea until he decided to formalize it and go, okay, in the final arc, well, technically the final major arc, this is when I'll introduce this.
So you think it might have been like a leftover idea from the
Yes.
beginning?
Absolutely, I think so. I think that if Deku kept being quirkless, I think that suit would have been like maybe in Arc 2 or Arc 5, he developed a Iron Man suit rather than just relying on being like Dick Grayson, right? Like I have a Batarang, I have the staff, I have all these tech that I can use.
Nah, because I know when Iron Might became a thing, you know, it was highly debated. Like, yo, was this always the direction for All Might's character? Like, was he always meant to go into this suit? Was this always meant to be a thing, pretty much? And now that's such a big thing for Deku's ending as well. Like, okay, now he's in an Iron Man suit. Like, was this the goal all along to get to this point? Where
Yeah, I
like,
get you. I get you.
so
I
whenever
wonder that
whenever
as
you
well.
whenever you believe that suit was created in Hori's mind, like, okay, I can put this into the world. I don't know. It's just it's
Okay.
so important for the ending, and it
Guys.
came out of nowhere in the last act.
Guys.
So
Guys,
you know.
What's up,
I have a rough estimation for you.
Cook though.
Somewhere around February 2018. And the reason for this is I double checked the dates that Heroes Rising released. Because you remember he said, like, you know, he gave them his initial ending. So he was like, you know, this is what I was originally shopping around as like my ending decision. I decided to go a different direction, so I gave them that ending. Now, Heroes Rising as a movie releases in late 2019 in Japan. So if you assume that mid 2018 is around the time that movie is starting to be planned, do you know what arc is going on at that time? Out of curiosity, do you guys know off the top of your heads? You don't have to. I just want to know if anybody.
Endeavor Agency?
Was it
It's
Endeavor
not
Agency?
Endeavor Agency. It is not Endeavor Agency.
Was it MVA?
Joint
Well, actually,
trainer?
it was close to that.
Joint
But
trainer.
Culture Fest.
Yeah. That's when
So-
All Might said don't rely on it.
Right, but that's also when he was
Yeah.
looking like we get him working out and we see him being like, wow, this gear actually is pretty amazing though.
He did say that while
And,
looking at it.
him thinking about like, oh, this is a lot more compressed. And like he specifically is zeroing in on the compression tech.
Yeah.
So that's around the time that I think he was like, all right, I've got this compression tech in the story. I just decided, because around 2018, we had already had the first MHA movie, and I'm sure he gave some of the ideas that he was looking at or thinking about. Like, you know, that one's the first movie is the most fan servicey in the sense that like that Deku and All Might thing was never going to be possible in story and canon, like outside of where we saw it. Like it had to kind of get fit in there, but I feel like that's around the time like when they probably would have like been like, hey, like we're thinking about doing this and this and this for a movie 2. We know that he like worked on it, and remember he was really pushing movie 2 a lot. Like he really liked, you know, so we know he had a bit more of a hand in that, and we know he was involved more specifically with the movies after the first one. It seems like these are the movies he was more invested in. So like 2018 is around the time I think he started like really getting invested in the costume, because if you think about it, 2018 is also the year that the Pro Hero arc came out, which is also when we get the Endeavor's costume having the new costume reveal. You know, he's got
Yeah.
the extra plating and all of this stuff. That also
Which was
uses
also-
similar compression tech.
It was made by Melissa too. She helped
So-
make it in the volume. They said she
It's
helped
around
make it.
2018 where I think that pivot comes in, and we, you know, so we have Deku. Because like before that, Deku, like yeah, he has the Iron Souls, but he doesn't have really like hero gear isn't important, and so we kind of have all these suit modifications getting emphasized throughout the story, while focusing primarily on Deku's growth. So I do think 2018 is roughly around the time he like when he was making that pivot, he was like, you know what, I'm going to do this. I'm going to create that Iron Might suit. He already had All Might training to get back in shape and like make sure he was in shape and healthy. So adding that layer on, giving him that Iron Might suit, really everything about All Might is like a prototype for what Deku's heroism will look like. So the difference is also Mighty Gazelle. I really like your Lemillion hat. I've had your reaction kind of playing around in the background this whole time, just at least so that I was like, I at least want to give it the view, and I'll go back and watch it later. But and like so,
That estimation does make me feel better about everything because it makes it feel a lot more less minute.
But yeah, I
Yeah,
genuinely
like,
think that's around
that
the
is
time
true.
he
Like
started
I do
like,
think,
pivoting.
yeah, because like you do like bring it a good point, Aniki, like in saying like because because I completely forgot about like I remember like I only remember the the don't rely on the gear line, which to me was like, well, but isn't it weird? And now he's relying on it. But maybe that was the point. Like considering like that he did have those comments of like, oh, this is gear is actually pretty amazing. I haven't thought of that. I do just wish though that like we got to see that was more upfront. That wasn't like something that like the thing that Horikoshi like that you yourself said like that Horikoshi likes to do. That you get it, which is like oh, it's very like if you actually do pay attention to it, you see the character going to this direction and like seeing that this has been planned out for like a long time or whatever. But I do wish that like it was more upfront because the way it was done, it really did seem like very like out of place because like the last arc that All Might went through before he used the suit was the whole thing with Stain, which was like, oh, it's okay for you to be on the you don't need to be in the front lines all the time. You did already much. You can be a hero like without having to do the heavy work or whatever. So like going from that to the Iron Man suit was like
and I can see why that's jarring. The thing about that suit is that, and I have to emphasize, this suit existed before that conversation. And when I say that, I don't mean like just in
For sure.
Horikoshi's mind. I mean that suit existed when he got a jump on his way to Deku.
Yeah.
It's the same suitcase.
Let's not forget that when All Might was near the end of his fight with All For One, he says, "I too can't give up on my dream." Like the whole time, even when he couldn't fight, he still wanted to be a hero. Like
Yeah.
So,
Story-wise, I
always in
just
his mind.
fundamentally, yeah, no, I agree. I think it was all set up. It is the same suitcase. For me, the suit, the reason I don't like it is I just fundamentally disagree with its inclusion. Period. I think it was.
Agreed.
I think it's
Agreed.
very powerful. The idea of there are limits to what people can do, and like the upper limits of technology was usually saved for like crazy mad scientists like the Doctor, and usually what that was like disfiguring the body in a way of like making into a monster. So I just fundamentally like what I liked about early on was All Might saying like, no, Deku, like you really can't just go be Batman. Like we just can't do that. And I think that if you were going to have it be that
Unless
like
you're Knuckle Duster. Just wanna say
yeah,
that.
of course. And even then, that guy's not going to fight, All For One and win. That's kind of the point, right?
Yeah. And
but
that's
so
what
like,
cheating a lot of time. He did some bullshit sometimes, but he mainly cheated most of the time and did slick shit to outwits.
yeah. And so like the heart of the matter to me is like, sure, you can say, well, we had this movie character who's really smart, so they made me like an All Might suit. All right, cool. But like, one, that's not very emotionally compelling. And two, again, I've always said this. Part of the thing with Deku's arms, what made them so cool, is that we had to create a new style of fighting just for Deku because like his arms were so banged up. And then what do we do once he's completely destroyed them during the fight? We bring that back. We say, well, you know what? There was a movie character, and she just like made a really good arm thing, so you don't have to worry about shoot style. Remember how we created a whole new style of fighting to show the consequences of going all out? It doesn't really matter anymore. We can just build a suit for it. So to me, like the suit just feels very cynical. It feels very like just counterintuitive to the consequences of the characters to just say like, oh, technology's just really good now. We fixed it. It's like, no, I don't buy it. So to me, like the suit is just fundamentally not good.
Wait,
okay,
so as a
I agree.
sorry, just
I agree.
let me just clarify this. When you said suit, Ian, were you talking about the mid comics? Like with the
when he referenced Melissa being referenced, yeah, I think that's what he was talking about.
okay.
Well,
Okay.
so
Just
the
to make
suit
sure.
is yeah. I'm talking about when there's the time skip that happens and it's like, oh, Deku left UA. Like one of the big things was how's he going to deal with the fact that he really wrecked his arms and he kind of went against what he was supposed to learn. Oh, he's going to now have to really double down on shoot style, which would be really cool. And there's no reason you couldn't do that in the story because you could just have Deku kick. It's not impossible. It's not hard at all. But Horikoshi went, actually, in the movie we had this one lady and she fixed it. It's fine. It's not a problem anymore. Oh, cool, great, thank you, great. I love that. I love that for my story.
So I have
So here-
I have mixed feelings on that. Actually, I'll
Yeah,
let you
me
go first,
too.
Mighty.
Okay, so I just want to say, so here's why I like Iron Knight. The whole theme, the original theme of the series was that anyone could become a hero. Obviously, Deku was quirkless. The Iron Knight suit was the only time that I can think of in the whole series where someone actually engaged in battle heroism without a quirk versus just doing a heroic act like saving someone from a disaster or whatever. And I found that really profoundly like beautiful. Not obviously, All Might has bank, he has money to make this happen, but here we are 8 years in the future, and he's saying like it's become more streamlined now. Like this is something that's more available and it doesn't cost millions of dollars. It was a precursor to what we just got in this final chapter.
Yeah, and here you go, Deku. You can just have that now. We're good to go. Like that.
Yeah,
I don't know. It
deserves
feels
it.
very casual. It feels very casual and just like not emotional in any sense of just like, oh, technology got better, and here you go, buddy. It's like, oh,
Well, no,
great.
here's why I like it though, because Deku this whole time he was like, okay, you know what? My power went away, and we saw Deku's true colors without having the ability to fight, and that's something really crucial. I think it's really cool for his character. We saw what happened when he went through all this. He was never selfish. He never pitied himself. He was like,
Yeah,
you know
it's
what?
great.
I managed to set a precedence for people. I did a really great job. I'm happy. And how is he rewarded? His entire classmates who like they fund this suit for him so we can fight again. I like that personally, but
Oh no, no, yeah. No, I was gonna say, like, I think, you know, like from the standpoint of like the whatever you're invested in, that is like I can see that being emotionally resonant. But I think what just Ian is trying to say is like mostly like the whole concept, like, you know, it's basically like breaking a rule for the sake of the emotional response is essentially what it is. Like, yeah, but that was a thing though, you know, like we couldn't do that. That was a thing that was established, and we could not do that. And that was a thing that got me invested in.
Well, isn't that the whole
but the
point
way
of
we
Mei Hatsume's character? To show that like just because you don't have
but
shoot
that's what
lasers and
he's saying.
whatnot.
But that's what we were saying,
she
though,
didn't
like-
even and she didn't even build it.
Well, it's the fact that people who can't
was a movie-
lift
it was a
lift
movie
cars with their
character.
body, they can still do things with inventions and help people that way.
I don't know.
What is
I
the
just
suit but another
don't-
invention?
I don't agree with the suit.
No,
being
but
able
like,
to do it.
right, no, but like here's the thing though, because like I think, but you don't, but like the whole
But
idea
Hatsune
is not
did
that
help
like
build it.
it's not because it's not the idea that the gears exist. That's not the point. The point is that they do exist to a fault, where they can help you fight even without a quirk. Like Mei Hatsume and like Melissa, they were gonna have help out no matter what, because we do need gear. That was a thing that already existed. You didn't
That's
need
what Deku
you
already
didn't-
used.
Yeah, so like you don't need to make him quirkless for them to be useful. They're gonna be useful anyway. So like it
Hold on.
just really just fell. Oh, go ahead.
So I don't know if this is a scanlation issue, but All Might directly does say my overseas friend and young Hatsume
Yeah, and
came together
Hatsume.
to create this. So the suit is made by Mei. as
Okay, well
Yeah.
that's good. I still hate it.
Yeah, my overseas friend and
But
Hatsune.
But that is
I want to
good.
address something here
I'm
too.
glad.
Is that I don't think like I didn't want Deku to finish the story quirkless. I really wanted him to like the quirk to kind of find some cheat code because now here's the reality of the situation. I've said this before. Throughout almost the entire story, the villains had way more plot armor than the heroes. Like so much shit in this story goes in the villains' favor because like they're just them niggas. Like they just get to be built different. They just get to have the better like come up. Like they get to have shit go their way sometimes. Like the entire second act, which is the longest act of the story, is shit just going upwards and upwards and upwards for the villains. I feel like like objectively, it is Shigaraki swallowing every other villain after AFO is gone and becoming that nigga. Like even when he loses at the end of PLW, he doesn't lose. Like he loses control of his body, but the villains, like the side of evil on that scale is fucking stacked. Like Deku's out here flailing around like an inflatable arm tube man at a car show, swinging his tongue,
So
trying to do
you're
something.
saying Deku deserved a little bit of luck, basically, at that point in the story.
Yes, like at this point in the story, like
that's
Deku
fine,
had-
but you could have just had him overcome it through being like, you know, like an interesting, compelling character, and not just like, well, it worked out, we got Deck.
But the thing is that I do think this is interesting. That's the disconnect here. Ian. I don't
Right.
see him not getting a suit, and I think fundamentally the suit, yes, it represents the progression of technology, but the second we got better clarification on how far tech had advanced from, because like All Might's opinion on support tech is also skewed. And I think that's something that we don't necessarily talk about because there's no reason to discuss. Why does All Might have an inherent bias against support tech? Well, because 30 years ago,
they couldn't keep up with his strength.
I just want to also add, Iron Might's suit, as great as it was, got wrecked in about 10 seconds. So
Yeah,
let's
but
not
it fought
pretend it's
against All
like
for
something
One.
insane.
Bro, he was
okay?
fighting
it
all
is,
for
but,
one.
like-
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
a one.
He was fighting the
if it
biggest
was
villain
against
to ever exist.
Muscular,
Right,
maybe,
but, like-
but that was All for One, man.
Wait, let me speak. Let him continue.
No, I just think that like we're weighing his suit a little bit higher than it really is. He wasn't just gifted like an amazing quirk or anything. It was like here's a suit that lets you at least partake in heroism with your classmates. You're not going to be like the number one hero, but you're going to be able to be in the ring. You know, like that's what I like about it.
But then,
That's fair.
but
I just fundamentally disagree.
That's fair, but I do think like what you're saying though, you're contradicting yourself a little bit, because then I would go back to the whole thing that we already established is not the case, and we don't need to read that's the case unless we have very bad faith that that's what Horikoshi wanted, which was a pity gift. Like, oh yeah, Deku, you will never be one of us, but yeah, you can be in the ring. You know, you can stand a little bit.
Hold on.
I don't think that was
okay. I think that's a little, like I said, I think that's also like a very harsh. So okay, and I want to make sure this is understood respectfully. I don't think the suit is cynical. I think you have a very cynical view of the suit.
No, in
was-
universe,
that's
of
what-
course
no,
not. Yeah.
No, that's what I was trying to say. I was saying like, because if you do say that, right, that's what I think like it would be. That's what I was trying to say. It's like you would have to like you would need to have very bad faith if you really think Horikoshi wrote that in terms of being like, oh, I really want to be very cruel with Deku. Obviously, that's not going like that's not what's happening. Like again, like you can only see like you only see a story in bad light if you see like if you see like in bad faith in terms of like, oh, I really do believe that Horikoshi really does hate his characters and that's what he's doing. Obviously, that's not what he's doing. But all I'm saying is that I do see as like a possibility of like a way that you can view the series. Like I
It
do
can
see how
feel that way, I guess, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Because how I'm looking at this is one, yes, it's years later, which part of the reason why I like this is because it shows that the effort that Deku put in and the risk that he took, technically he's the culmination of like a 100+ year effort. And so I think him being a teacher is, yes, it kind of is a reward, but it's not actually, like Deku would have qualified to be a teacher even if he didn't have to give up one for all. So it's not.
Well, it could have felt like a reward if we saw him be a teacher and him loving it, but Horikoshi decided not to write any of that into the chapter.
I think we would have had to have had like an extra chapter or two then, because otherwise
which he could have also done.
Which he could have also done because it was like really short. It was 15 pages for a last chapter. 15 pages. I thought not even I thought it was going to be the case. I mean, I knew
I thought it was going to be longer. I actually did expect it to be longer, but
yeah,
we chose like they chose like a bit more of a macro of like, because Deku's a teacher. We know that Kota's one of his students. We know that he's working through school. But what we get instead of him focusing on the teaching aspect is his inspiration of Dai. But the thing is that his conversation with Dai is derivative of his impact teaching.
Yes.
So it's
for sure.
It's
but
just
like,
he's not in a classroom right here. But so like I get what you're saying, but I also think that when we see the way he's interacting with Dai. Also, I think it's interesting that the kid that fell down kind of has like Mirio's haircut, but whatever. That's only like a non sequitur kind of interesting. I was like, oh, that's an interesting character design choice as I'm looking at him like falling. But so
I mean, yeah, because what you're saying is like the things that happened in the last chapter represent scenes that I would have rather seen, and that's where we're on like the two sides of the spectrum. Is like you're like you said, macro versus micro. And the thing that I always loved about MHA was that it was almost entirely micro for half of the series. But I understand why you can still resonate with the macro, because like obviously you are correct. He is pointing towards these things in the narrative. Like that's obviously what he's going for, you know.
And so for me though, like with the suit, and I think, and this will sound weird, I think it will be a plot hole if something like the suit doesn't show up in the last chapter. Like actually a plot hole. Because the question that is reasonable, because think about this, for most of the series, the idea of like Deku being a quirkless hero is fundamentally bullshit. Like it does not work. Because of the scale of the villains we are dealing with, it just doesn't work for Deku to, but we don't have any villains like on that level currently. So now Deku can like, it's like, okay, the stakes and like the risk of villains has decreased. especially because of part of what Ochako's been doing is like that reformation of court counseling. So the scale of heinous people with crazy jacked quirks becoming villains has decreased. Also thanks to Granny. Granny really clutched up because I don't know what that boy's quirk was, but very clearly it was something that they had his mouth sewn shut and everything. That man was a demon in the making. Like we don't know what, and like you saw, like we kept getting this emphasis on his fingers and like trails of blood like hanging down from them in that chapter. Man would have been on demon time. He was going to be the next version of Shigaraki, and realistically even
Kill
more
every
dangerous
single
because
one.
it was going to be a complete quirk. Not just a piece of
Yeah.
quirk, but a complete one like that. So
This is super
And I
chat,
like
by the
that
way.
scene.
oh, okay. Let me acknowledge the
I
super
think he
chat.
has more to say, but
With
we can
quirk
just read the
singularity,
first one.
why did Deku's OFA embers leave so quickly? Based on the story, it'd been better to eventually lose OFA
I
and
mean,
make more sense.
compare
Okay,
All Might and Deku. All Might had it for 40 years.
I'm gonna touch on this real quick.
Mhm.
This is easy. Deku got One for All back in February of year 1, we'll say, because I consider the first year where he's in middle school to be year 0. Year 1 starts. He gets the quirk. We'll call it like the date. All Might loses all of One for All's embers by August of year 1, so like 6 months. In comparison, Deku's quirk One for All is lost in like May of year 2, May or April of year 2, and he still gets to be a hero and do school stuff for 2 years, which means he actually had embers for 4 times the amount of time that All Might had them. So that is quirk singularity. His the embers lasted 4 times as long.
You also got to look
either.
at the actions they had while they used them. Like
Yeah,
All Might,
exactly.
All Might used a lot of his embers probably way faster than Deku did, because he fought in Kamino and various other things in the movies if you count them. So
No Mu at USJ.
Yeah, you had no
Also-
USJ like
The first chapter 2 when
Just a quick
yeah, I mean, like if you think about it, his
later.
time limit was 3 hours, and then after that fight, it was down to 1 hour. So theoretically, he used 66% of his embers just from that alone. I mean, if you want to do it like that way,
He overpowered it.
I wanted to ask that, by the way. Like, how do y'all feel that Deku never got, like, y'all personally, how do y'all feel the fact that Deku never, like, after this whole series and like all the build up, like, oh, Deku, like, like you got to reach to 100%, but like, like we never truly got there, like, or maybe
Yeah, instead we cheated with the alternate quirks instead of just having him do it.
Yeah.
So, my personal stance on it is that, how do I put this? I think that we got to a point where the percentages weren't valuable.
I think it was more of like his own headspace
Right,
of
'cause
like I'm
we get more
gauging my
quirks.
own output versus like
It's not even
actually
just
whatever.
It's not even just because he gained more quirks. It's because the percentages were always estimations. Like, this is what I feel like I'm doing. This is the percentage I feel like I'm hitting. And even without more quirks, once you're able to do stuff like the St. Louis Smash Air Force at 45%, you're already on a very ridiculous amount of power. And the implication is, at least how I took it, was that because Deku put in effectively a year's worth of training during the Dark Deku arc, that he had actually hit 100%, and that's why he wasn't talking about the number anymore. That's how I took that.
Well, here's the thing. I think that's the perfect encapsulation of what we're disagreeing on. Is that all makes sense, and I think like logically, like that actually tracks. But the emotional core that we established in the story was that Deku wanted to reach 100% hits. So I, as the audience, enjoy whenever he will use that and it hurts his arm. And so like you have a set idea in your mind of, oh, isn't it going to be really great when one day Deku on his own can just do what he did in the overhaul fight, where he can do 100% smashes and he's not getting hurt, basically. So sure, the story can write that out and just be like, well, maybe Deku, like, he just figured he didn't do it. And it's like, okay,
That's part
sure,
of what I
but
consider
that's
to
not
be
an emotional
bittersweet
moment.
about Deku's journey, is that he hits that peak just to lose it all. And that's part of why I'm like, yeah, he needed something like the suit, because we see him finally reach the mountaintop of his power, and then the mountain just gets taken. Which obviously, you know, mountains don't just get taken in real life, so that's
I get what you mean.
analogy. But
I
you
think
know,
I think another way to put it would be like one of the most compelling aspects about MHA for the longest time was the idea that Deku genuinely really earned each one of his victories, even to the point like where he gets one for all. He gets one for all. He needs to clean the beach. He cleans the beach every day. He trains like a motherfucker. Works really, really, really hard, and then he gets fucked. He gets screwed, but then he gets the final victory. That was like one of the main appeals of MHA. So the whole percentage thing was intrinsic to that. So like once we abandoned it after the first war, I was like, oh Deku, now you just you can learn all the other powers off screen, or like maybe or maybe not, you reach like your full potential off screen. It's like so like I think that's what it's hard to resonate with, because then he's just winning because of something that like
he figured it out.
Learn.
The quirks I agree with. The one thing I'll give Horikoshi is I do think it would have been relatively hard to portray, let's say, like he went to 80% against a random villain, because you'd have to justify a villain being 80% worth of Deku's stronger power of All Mights. And I don't think realistically there are any villains that are above 50%.
Yeah, Deku, Shigaraki, and All For One would have to
Yeah,
meet
you'd have to find a way to
times.
get him to rematch Shigaraki or All For One, and that wasn't where the story was going to
Well,
go.
and he had a
or relatively
rematch
maybe
with
a Nonu,
Shigaraki.
but Horikoshi doesn't want to use them though.
Right, but he had a rematch with Shigaraki, and the way he did damage to him was that he was like, "Hey, did you figure out the second user's quirk?" And he's like, "Not really." And then he does, and it's like, "Oh, it's like a gear shift." Or
I agree.
and that's how it works.
I'm just saying, like throughout before, like the second Shigaraki rematch, it's kind of hard to portray any big shift in percentage without it being a Shigaraki fight.
Then just don't.
Exactly.
just wait till we get to the Shigaraki fight and do it.
I do want to say because like looking at the end goal for Deku being like I have to reach 100%, I have to do it comfortably, was never the full goal of completing One for All. And we know how Deku completed One for All. It was woven together by everyone's courage and heroism. It was never I need to get to 100%. And once I get to 100%, it's done. Like,
yeah, but he does still do 100% punches, and those 100% punches don't mean anything because they're not real. They're cheating.
So the thing is that
like he still does them in the story, though. It's not that
again,
there's a character moment where he goes, you know what, the percentages don't mean anything. Sorry, go ahead.
I want to make sure this doesn't come off like the wrong way, but what Ian's kind of locked in on here is, and we've actually talked about some of the stuff before that you've mentioned that you liked. What Ian is referring to is a certain thing that like is a rule of cool factor, which is that like the percentages as we progress through the story mean less because that's not actually what Mastering One for All is about. Partially because of other quirks, but also because the completing One for All, it just isn't about your power level. It's about One for All's true mission. That being
and were you
said,
emotionally invested in that true mission, or were you emotionally invested in Horiko or Deku achieving his dream of being really good at his quirk and using it to save people?
Like I think the quirk, like the percentages are the rule of cool factor. They're like, because like, let's be real here. The coolest percentage moment in the entire series is not when we see 45% St. Louis Smash Air Force. It's not when we get 5% full cowling. It isn't 8% Deku versus Kachan. The coolest percentage moment in the series is 20% when he's fighting Overhaul. Because everybody's like, oh yeah, Deku uses 8%, Deku uses 8%. And then all of a sudden we're reading and he goes 20% full cowling. And all of a sudden, like, when the fuck did you get to do that, buddy?
Yeah, and as soon as he does it, he's like, shit, I can't move it all, and it doesn't work.
Yes,
and that's the emotional core of it.
Yeah,
and it's like,
because he's not good
that
enough.
Scene is it's incredible because it was really a gamble. Like he didn't know if it would work. It's like fuck. Like I don't know if that's gonna work, but like it's the only solution I can think of right now.
Because he's not good enough. And so when he does do a 20% Air Force, you go, oh my gosh, he actually finally did it. He's able to do it. Oh, but he can only use it for like a split second. But that's okay, Deku. You got to that little bit of power. And then we get to the final stretch and goes, oh, there's like a thing called Fajin. And you just rev up, buddy, and then you punch, and it's like basically 100%. And I did it. There you go. That's the emotional core. We figured it out. We just use math. Lame. lame.
So I actually like the fact that Deku cheated, if I'm honest, but cheated because I don't think that because I don't think the fact that he's not saying 45% suggests to me and this is the other problem that I think the series was always going to run into, whether people think about it this way or not. I don't think it's a conscious bias, but
Right.
I personally think that the series, so long as Deku's body is also allowed to keep growing, there is going to come a point where it's just not. How do you show Deku's growth? It's kind of like the arms thing about post-war, right? Where Deku is able to use 45%, so he takes less damage. And he also had Black Whip to support his arm, so he takes less damage from using those 100% smashes.
Right. And then during the fight, Hori goes, "Hey, remember this? This is going to be really important. He's going to suffer consequences." And then he goes, "Actually,
Wait, continue
he
on.
figured it out."
I didn't finish. I didn't finish.
Oh, sorry. My bad. Good.
Because, and that's kind of what I'm talking about, though, Ian, is that Deku has to be rewarded for progressing.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
Wait,
It is
let Aniki
bad
finish.
writing.
Let Aniki
Like, it is
finish.
straight up bad writing to have your character progress and give them no reward throughout the series. The downside is that and factually, if we saw him go 8%, that means he's going to be punished less. The more, if he gets to 20%, he's going to be punished less. The higher his threshold gets, mathematically, the less damage he has to take, because that's just how it works. If I get to 45%, then that means only 55% of my power has a negative backlash on my body or is going to do damage to me. Similarly, if I'm at 5%, that means I'm taking 95% blowback. So he cannot, you cannot have him progress in power level and accessibility without harm and have him take the same amount of damage. That is
Right,
fundamentally
but the story disagrees.
bad writing.
No, but the story
does
disagrees
not.
because
No,
it's,
the story does
no,
not.
because it gives him the gauntlets to make up for it.
The story gives him the gauntlets
True.
because he still took some damage.
Wait, but the gauntlets keep it. Wait, hang on.
Not the
But the
same amount
gauntlets.
of damage as he would have taken at
Wait,
when
the
back when he was stuck
gauntlets,
on 5%.
like the mid gauntlets, like they are keeping his arms secure. He can't use 100% with them because they'll shatter. So what does he do throughout Deku Black? He keeps them secure. The same way that Black Whip keeps his arms secure, but it's not a temporary solution. That's where I
And then
that.
Right, but then it doesn't have any problem because then he just uses Fajin and cheated.
Guys.
So you don't want Deku to be creative with the quirks he has?
No, I want him to use
No,
shoot style.
that's
I
not
want
the
him to
problem.
I want him to use shoot style, which is what he used to be creative with the power.
Yeah,
he doesn't use shoot style.
I think that's the bottom line. It's that the problem. Sorry. Like real quick, I was just gonna say. I think the bottom line is that the problem is not that Deku used creative solutions with the powers, like to use them and like achieve 100%. The problem is that I didn't get to experience him finding that out for yourself, and therefore
he did it off
it's hard
screen.
it's therefore hard to connect because then it's like, oh, I can just use 5G and cheat. All right, like when did you figure that out? Like when? Literally when? Like
what was
like,
the
why
moment that you had a storyline to figure that out?
He figured it out during the
with just
Nagant
shoot
fight.
style.
That was when he first used Fajin.
Yeah.
He literally said, "This is my first time using this, so I'm not
The
gonna."
same with Gear Shift was the first time he used that was when he arrived at UA.
And what's the emotional hook when the rest of the series took the time to show you that before it happened? Like just use shoot style, the thing we spent a whole arc learning. Use Air Force, the thing we trained an entire arc to learn to just be able to do. But no, he can just use Black Whip, so it's fine. We don't need that.
A different way to do a different way to do like what basically he's proposing would be, for example, yes, Deku uses Fajin in that way, like in the fight with Nagant for the first time. But wouldn't it be better if like we actually got to see Deku use Fajin before? Like, oh, so that's how I use that. Interesting. I wonder what I could do with that later. And then in the Nagant fight, it's like, oh, I can do that thing that I learned. Like, then you do it. That's how you would do it.
Guys.
Wait, Impossible, you're leaving, right?
Yes. So I have a call right now. I have to do a call, so I have to quit. If you're still on stream after the call, I will come back. And right now I'm free, so I will be able to also say my piece. But I just want to say goodbye right now. So.
Well, you might give your final thoughts in case it's over.
Yes. Okay. What to say? First thing first. I'm thank you for all of you guys, because if you had told me a few years ago, like before COVID, that I will be on YouTube streaming with Americans or people from everywhere of the world, I would
Yeah, and
not
British
I would
people.
not believe the rest. Yes, I got Brazilians and stuff, and Germans, even people from different states in USA, not only one. So it was really something that helped me as a person, helped me with my language even, because English was something that we struggled with my whole life. So the fact that I could express myself, and what people gave me room to express myself, that was something that was, and I was didn't expect it first. So I really want to thank you all, the chat, everybody, for this adventure, because it took like most, I think, 4 years of my life. This YouTube adventure, and I'm great that I spent it with y'all, even in the downs and the highs. So I remember all the people that came and went away, the moment that we had, the moment that we laughed together, the talks that we had, the hours that we called and things. You will always be in my heart. So I'm really thankful for y'all. And Horikoshi brought us together. And that's why I really love My Hero Academia. I grew up in a manga anime family, more anime. My parents both watched anime, so I always had it at home. So it was something that was first difficult for me to share as a kid, because it was not seen as cool. So yeah, I really, the fact that I could till today I'm sharing this with as a full grown adult, it's amazing. And Horikoshi puts everything, as a writer, as an artist. He really pushed myself to become the best uh the best artist that I want to be. Every time I read a chapter, I'm thinking to myself, damn, that's so well drawn, or damn, that hits so hard. So I want to thank him for that. Mario Academia is a story about believing in yourself, going forward, and love yourself too. And I struggled with the last one a lot, and My Hero Academia really helped me. And you all helped me with this. So I'm thankful for you all, and thankful for Rikoshi to have written for 10 years. I discovered the story like, I think it was a few months. It was like after, it was between the fight of Bakugo and against All Might, I think so. At that moment, I think it's chapter 75 is when I discovered the story. So I'm quite happy. I'm really happy to have been part of this adventure. So yeah, take care of you all, people. Love yourself. Take time with your family and friends, and
Heck yeah.
don't be scared.
Yes,
You
sir.
too, Doge.
It was wonderful to have met you, Ponzu.
We love you, Fonzie.
We love you,
Yes, sir.
Thank
We
you,
love you,
thank you, thank you.
Ponzi.
I love you.
Yes,
I
sir.
love y'all. I love y'all. I love y'all. Everybody, really, really. That's why when I said in 8 years,
Pretty great.
God knows I will have the money to travel around the world to see y'all. It's my plan. It's my plan, literally.
Absolutely.
So
Hell yeah.
yeah. And if my wife doesn't want it, I will take her with me. So by force. So this thing.
By force.
So see, if I have a wife, but still. So yeah,
Wife, you
it's
don't
something.
understand. I have to meet people from 8 years ago. We did YouTube.
Yes, for sure. Oh, but yeah. So so like you said, Aniki, you won't stream for 1 month.
Yeah, I probably won't stream
Yeah,
for a month.
it's good. It's good to know. I will be back to you for when you start again, because I got some agenda to push. There is a story here in Shonen Jump that I really love, Centuria, of Centuria. I love this story, so I hope that it doesn't get axed. It has like that Berserk, Vinland Saga vibe to it in a Shonen way. It's really good. So
Oh, I heard
I will.
this.
It's really good. It's really good, man. The story, the story is just perfect. So just check it out. It's full with emotions like Vinland Saga, and the art is berserk like. So you have nothing. You don't miss that. Share that with everybody. everybody has to read it because it is a story that don't have to get asked, really. But yeah, I will end it like this. I push my agenda. Love y'all. Take care, y'all, and hail Hori. Don't
Hail
forget
Hori.
that. Hail Hori.
Yes, sir.
Hail Hori. Hail
Love
Hori.
you, Bumsy.
Bye.
See you,
Bye,
Pump.
Bye.
Pumsu.
See you,
Bye.
Bye bye.
Bye. Bye.
All right, so like apparently I saw on Twitter that the award that Soji wins in the chapter is named after Horikoshi's editor.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, yeah, the Imamura. Yeah. That's cute.
Adorable.
Yes, my daughter is adorable. Thank you for noticing.
Oh, that's true. Yes, absolutely.
Does anyone else have like any main topics, or do we feel like because I think everyone's gonna give a grand goodbye, so I wonder if we'll still hit all those topics in the goodbyes.
Yeah, I gotta get going.
Because I'm gonna have to leave soon too.
Yeah, we are at that 4-hour
let me-
mark. This is the longest
let-
one we've had in a while, which
Well,
feels
it is the-
appropriate.
It is the finale, but let me pop off some things real quick. I wanted to voice this out to the world, and not just in chat. Now, I just want to get all my gripes out while we're here. Shit, hold on. What's up?
He forgot because it's all goaded.
Oh, there we go. Sorry, my phone was
There we go.
buzzing. I just want to get these gripes out of things real quick. If you yourself enjoy Shigaraki versus Deku, and you think it's peak or whatever, that's fine.
Okay,
Well, I won't deny. What nobody can deny is that undeniably that fight should have been way longer than it was. It should have been way longer than it was. Not even just hold it to the standard of you know who versus I'd win versus you know who. Because I know there's still some and only for JJK. Not even for the standard. Those two motherfuckers, that fight was hype all series. And they ran that shit for like 13 chapters down there. And that motherfucker still running the gauntlet and shit. Just on the court that like this is a fight that's been built up since Shigaraki has got here. And like the nigga's been on screen since chapter 11. And all the work and everything he did, all this, that, and the other. And a lot of reasons I let the last PLW ass whooping slide. And Deku, because Deku was kind of around for most of the part until Deku got him at his lowest off guard when they got in the air, and then he boxed him out. And that shit always makes you cringe when shit is just like, ugh. I'm like, I'll let it slide because she gonna run his ones back eventually, and they should have been boxing. And there's no excuse because the hype was lackluster. But compared, not only an emotional thing, and scale too. It's like those things go hand in hand. It's like you can debate that on any other fight, scale or rather emotion, because MHA's thing is more emotion and choreography. That don't really matter to me when I've seen him versus Deku versus Nagant, Deku versus Gentle, fucking all Endeavor's fights. Like choreography, when he want Barrico's fights, when he want to pop off of choreography, he can fucking do it. So choreography is the thing, and when it's your main antagonist that was supposed to be the main antagonist of the entire series, and your protagonist, and them niggas been building up to actually go at it this entire series, like 100%, the gloves are off, we're going at it, and you're hyping up Shigaraki, he's his ultimate being off on pulling out all the stops and all these immaculate, all these crazy ass he does like the same 4 things on spam. That shit like they were supposed to be around 2 and 3. Shigaraki did not get to lock in like he was supposed to. That shit got cut in half by thirds. Like there was like even people here. I remember like they're like, yo, they're definitely supposed to be like there's round 2 Shigaraki got to lock in this, that, and the other, that type shit. So I'm like, yeah, there definitely needs to be shit.
We can hear you.
Okay. Damn, where did I leave off at? Because I couldn't.
Round 2 Shigaraki was supposed to lock in.
Okay, because my shit keep going to my headphones, dumbass shit. But no, they were supposed to like lock in and shift over like after. They were like that fight felt too half one side, and Shiki wasn't even using his brain. And the excuse that Shigaraki off one had 100 years of experience with quirks is like, bro, he didn't have to use the most complicated, complex quirks. Nigga, if anything, he woke up out the pod, said, "Let me use Raider Waves, air blast, not only shoot myself from the ground, but use it as a double take and make normal wake up and have them niggas rise up from the ground and do that." So the excuse that he couldn't keep up with, like, bro, don't hype this nigga up to do all this, that, and the other, and then he don't do a damn thing. Like he's here, he got all the quirks. There was like nothing, and the excuse of like, oh, but if he touches Deku, like this, that, and the other, like he didn't have to get a nigga danger sense. He could have gave him smoke screen or anything. I know smoke screen played a part in another move Deku used later, but that wasn't a move that was like, oh my god, if Deku didn't do this move, he would have never been able to like get Shigaraki type shit. Like, no, I've seen there's plenty of power ups you could, or just Shonen. It's like there's plenty of stuff you could have did. It could have had him keep danger sense to like dodge, barely dodge. But guess what? Once again, one of my second favorite anime of all time, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Scar versus that nigga Fury Bradley. If you know Scar in his fall, anything that nigga touch is destroyed. Ed and other people have also fought a nigga on multiple occasions. And that nigga King Fury Bradley was putting, look at my Sugarfoot. Hey, Sugarfoot. But back to the case. She was just like a daddy. Thank God she ain't got her mama crazy genes. But anyway, back to the point.
Hey,
but back to the point being, but it's just like, yeah, bro, like that fight left a lot to be desired on like a lot of scales. And my biggest right was like that Deku like really hold Shigaraki and him not actually seeing the entirety of what made Shigaraki really seeing the tragedy. Because just because he stopped that, it really didn't mean much. Like I would have rather him see what actually happened, and then grabbed his hand after the fact when nobody was there. Because Shigaraki didn't act on his emotions and feelings. He wasn't asking somebody to come and hold his hand at that time. He wanted to do what he wanted to do, and he acknowledged, "I wanted to do that." Before all one came and ruined every fucking thing like he always do. But at that time, he was like, "These are my feelings. These are my emotions. This is what I want to do." When Deku should have raised the hand out is when that nigga was supposed to be alone in the street, and then smack off ones like Vessels the way of like, "No, come here, Tenko," type shit. But he kind of like was cutting the origin of what really made him short because he had that desire in an act to do that. I was like, yo, I'm trying to get my family back. And, like almost again, that goes back to all form ruin a lot of shit just for that cheap ass reveal. Like for what? Because again, nobody can blame Granny because guess what? If you think All For One plotted all that shit and he was just
Thank
going,
you.
you think
Thank
he
you.
all gonna plot all that
Yes.
shit and lose Tico to a grandma on the street?
Yeah.
Oh, please. That
Yeah.
that nigga who got his hand in everything. You think
Yeah.
he was gonna accidentally lose? Damn it! Where'd he go? And then he's just off getting fucking grandma's cookies like it's an episode of SpongeBob.
Yeah, it would have made no difference if Grandma helped Tenko way back then. None
That's what-
at all.
Time out.
I don't know.
There's something here that I actually talked about either last week or the week before that.
It was last week, I'm pretty sure.
So, have you guys ever played a tabletop like D&D or like
Oh, is this the metagame topic?
Yes, because
Oh, yeah,
the
it's a metagame
logic,
topic.
yeah, the logic that you guys are using is what's called metagaming. Fundamentally, society does not realize All For One would have done all that shit, and that you're using knowledge characters do not have, and you cannot use characters that like knowledge they don't have, because you're like, oh, it doesn't mean anything because Granny grabbed him. Like, no, you're cheating. Granny understands that.
I mean, I was gonna say I do agree. I do agree with what you say. Like I do think it is good for Granny. I just fundamentally disagree with the idea. It's like like if she did the right thing, it would have been better and it would have said something about MHA society, which has changed in the end. I just disagree with the fact that if she had done some good now, that would have done any difference because it wouldn't.
Well, you
So,
have to
like,
also
the-
factor in this.
That.
Shigaraki would have still had a memory of her trying to do something. It would have been harder to justify the hatred.
And then the
It's-
doctor removes it.
Like,
Yeah,
if
and then
he-
the doctor
well, we
removes it,
we
that's
see
true.
nothing about him actually being able to manipulate memories. They specifically talk about
He literally
Shigaraki's
says
own
in
trauma.
He says he can do it. He says he can do it.
He
Hold
says
on,
he can
speak.
do it.
Shigaraki's own trauma is what was repressing all that stuff, though. He didn't say like I can just instantly make him forget everything in a modern. What he said, like, do you want me to try to mess with this stuff? So it's
So
important
you
to
want me
realize,
to?
like,
Yeah, I get you. Yeah.
like, yeah. So that's like a metagamey thing, and that's dangerous for interpreting character interpretations to like for interactions and intentions. To be like, I have extra information that this character does not have. They should have. Like, no, that's
No,
that's
no,
the
no. But
purpose
like,
of like,
but
like
nobody.
even Shakespeare understood that. Like,
Well, it's
come on,
about you.
guys, we're better than that.
It's about your personal investment because
Hold
I
on.
can't be as invested because I know that's not what would have happened. They can be
Hold on.
invested. The characters can be invested all they want, but they're not real. They're not
Now
me.
why? Now why? Now
Yeah,
why?
exactly.
Now
When
why?
analyzing character motivations, though, you need to factor that in. Like, otherwise,
Hold on.
it's
Oh no,
that's
their
that's
character
that.
motivations
Oh
line
no,
up, but my
100%.
emotional resonance does not line up
Yeah.
because I know these things because of the story.
Hold on.
And this
Now
is
why?
yeah. I was gonna
I
say
don't.
that as well. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't
Go ahead.
disagree with you, but I'm saying from the standpoint of like everybody like see when I look at the other chapter is like when I go to the other chapter and then I see her previous chapter and then I see her doing that and then I'm like ass falling flat because of X, Y, and Z. But I'm saying I'm talking about in the context of like she did something she didn't, it wouldn't matter. So like there's no reason to like be on her head about like she the reason she called this. I'm more so backing her up. And like I'm more so
You're
backing
gassing
her up.
Brandy
Like
up. Yeah.
I'm more
Not
so
her
backing her
fault.
up. Like if she helped or not, it wouldn't like I'm not blaming her. I'm saying if she helped or not, off one gonna fold that bitch. Do you think that's what I'm saying? Like you think off one is gonna let he go do all that meticulously planning, whining and dying cultural, probably stuck his finger in his booty or some shit, and then he gonna be like, cultural, think about like, the
But I,
time
I
perfection.
agree
And
with
then he gonna be like,
you, Aniki. That's good
I
for her
lost I
character.
lost her
I
to
do
a
agree with that.
he gonna lose her to a grab on the strip. Like, boy, no way in hell. But and again, once again, that thing was not needed, and it just ruined like so much like the character arc that bait Shiki Shiki. And then once again, he didn't even try to like really justify it or really save Shigaraki's character after that because this Shigaraki just pops back up, and that's one of my biggest issues. He just pops back up, and again, it goes against the gripe because at the end, the writing was high, low, high, contradictory. Because how you gonna say this nigga hatred and everything it all is enough to snatch the quirk, which off one couldn't do. But then he gets like the revelation. He's like, "What the fuck?" Shigaraki not tight to be heartbroken. He not gonna sit there and cry about that shit. He might be like, "What the fuck?" Oh, but then like he's gonna want to laugh. That's Shigaraki. Even in Tenko, no matter which one you want to use, same difference, not difference. Either one of those niggas is lashing back out and using their anger, and they could have took that nigga out on their own. They didn't need to team up with Deku with the double punch shit. But it's just like, even if you wanted to try to do that, like he just like threw it back out there. Like he just kind of like threw it nigga back. It didn't build up with like even a remote panel like with no. It's just like you heard a little solid cry. Oh, he's like, shut up, nigga. He put the hand over the mouth.
I
And
just
then
wanted
just
to say. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
but then you just threw it back out there, and then you got these niggas like teaming up. Like what the fuck? Like random as shit.
Like I just wanted to add as well, like the whole thing that like with the old lady that we brought up, like I don't think it had anything to do necessarily with like the character of the old lady, like her, like like what she did. It's not about what she did was right or wrong. It has nothing to do with that. It's not about judging the old lady. It's simply like the concept of like, all right, the story is framing everything in a certain way, and it's telling me like that like that's what we got to do to do the difference. And it's just that in the context of MHA as a story, it's hard to buy that. You get the messaging, you get the intent, like you get like the good heart and the goodwill behind it. Obviously, like that's what Horikoshi is trying to do. Like I just think like like if you do take into account the story, like it's hard to see meaning in it. That's what
I got like this. It's like this. If Off One had not did the shit he did, right? And I'm the evil mastermind, my big meaty claws all over everything, wah ha 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 type shit, right? If it was just as it was, Shigaraki was just initially neglected. He did what he did, and then Off One was like, perfect. I'm a little late to the party, but they've neglected you. That's the flaws of Hero Society. This is what we've been talking about the entire series. You're mine, perfect. Like, and then it would be like, okay, at the end, it would have resonated more because it would have been like, okay, she really turned her back. And it's like, if she had not turned her back or she just reached out her hand, like it'd be a little bit different. But Off One was already orchestrating everything from the get go. He didn't find it wasn't
Which
an
is lame.
It wasn't an accidental quirk mutation. It wasn't an accidental quirk mutation that just so happened to happen.
It wasn't bad luck.
Yeah, and just like a fortunate event happened, and then we could have changed it had the right person reached out. You were doomed from the jump altogether.
And also, I think another thing that like I mean, I wanted to like to add to what you say. I think another cool thing that we kind of lost when we did the All for One reveal was that the coolest thing about that whole deal with Shigaraki is that the story is fundamentally saying a society that creates heroes like Nana is the same society that creates villains like Shigaraki, because she was doing what we always see in like superhero stories. It's like, oh, I can hurt my family and friends. I can be close to them, otherwise they'll get hurt or whatever. Like I can't do that. So like by doing that, doing that thing and like giving her son up for adoption, that's what created Shigaraki before the reveal. And that was like the genius behind it, because it's saying while heroes like Nana exist, there will always be villains like Shigaraki. And that's why Hero Society got to change. As of now, it's like, it's like, well, not really. It was just All for One who was fucking
as long as Hitler exists, and there'll always be one, I guess, they will make it and orchestrate it so that bad things happen and take advantage of society, which is a different message.
Yeah.
But well. East, if it's okay with you, I do need to go. So can I say my goodbyes?
Yes, I will allow this.
Well, thank you, sire. No, just real quick, I just want to say, for anyone who might be wondering, the reason I haven't been on these streams is one, obviously, back during the time the war ended, I was already on the fence on a lot of things, and I just kind of didn't want to be a big Debbie Downer coming in. Obviously, even during the stream, you can tell there's times where I'm a little snarky, and I apologize if I've said that towards anyone, especially you, Aniki, just being a little too snarky in a mean-spirited way. I don't intend to be. But, I don't want to be that. And then two, I just actually had real-life church. The church I go to had a different time, and so that just happened to line up with the time we did this, and it's an hour drive, and then we eat out, and then it's an hour drive back, and what do you know, the stream's over. So I just literally couldn't be here. But this entire Church of MHA has just been so wonderful, just getting to meet all of you people. I remember watching Anaki's videos back in the day when he was reviewing I think it was the Twice chapter where he gets Infinite Sad Man's Parade. I was like, oh my gosh, this guy's videos are so fun and engaging. I really love them. So
Damn,
just kind of to see how yeah, so just seeing how far Anaki's come, obviously just in your life and just also with the stream, keeping a positive energy, always trying to kind of engage with that side of the fandom when so much of the fandom is toxic. It is full of people who want to keep things down. It's just been really great, and I wouldn't have been able to meet all of these wonderful people I'm getting to hang out with right now, and some who have become lifelong friends and such. So just thank you so much for putting this all together, Aniki. And while MHA has not become something that I truly cared about as much as I did, it was my favorite series. It has some of my favorite characters, and that'll always be the case. I'll always love Deku, Eri, Todoroki, just all the characters, for the parts that I really love with them, and they've really enhanced my life, in many ways. Regardless of that, just being able to be here, when Aniki messaged me and was like, hey, I really want you in the final stream if you can be. That really, really touched my heart that I've still remembered. So just overall, just thank you all for being here, and especially thanks to you, Aniki, for even having this at all.
Glad you
All right.
time to come through.
This nigga trying to get some kisses.
Absolutely.
I'm glad I
So,
didn't
all right.
miss that while changing pants.
Oh, that would have been really awkward if it came back. Sorry, I missed all that. What'd you say? Well,
I'll watch it
see
later.
You in 8 years. I'll tell you in 8 years.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I
Happy for you.
appreciate everybody that came through. Also, let's. I'm gonna get the ball rolling on the goodbyes, and we're gonna stay consistent with that. So thank you, Ian, for
Wait a minute.
stopping
Did
by.
everyone already give their thoughts on the chapter?
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
not
we're just leaving you
that's
out,
what we're
Squid.
doing.
Yeah.
We're gonna
Oh,
do that with the
In
goodbyes.
fact, Squid, you're up next.
Oh,
Alright.
shoot. Okay, so so this last year or so, I've been kind of not disappointed by the series, but I think I was just more content. There was a lot of people in here that were actively disappointed by it, but for me, I just kind of reached a stage where it's whatever happens just kind of happens, and that'll just be it. So once I kind of adopted that mindset and understood how kind of the pace that I had preferred for the series had changed, it didn't become more enjoyable, but it definitely was. I understood a lot more of the decisions that were being made. So with that perspective, the ending makes sense. I can definitely say that. But I guess my main criticism of this ending is that I feel like the issues that were initially proposed about this world that Horikoshi created wasn't actually addressed at its root cause. Like again, I use the example of quirk counseling, right? So if I go back to the chapter, let me just pull that up. Where is it? The part of expansion is the plan spearheaded to expand access to court counseling, which was thought to be the most essential initiative all in this day and age. But as I initially pointed out, the problem with Toga wasn't that she didn't get court counseling. The problem was the actual focus in quirk counseling, which is around suppressing quirks that are not deemed desirable. And it's the same problem that I found in the charts. The problem wasn't that there wasn't enough charts. The problem was the hero billboard charts in and of themselves created a hierarchy based on quirks on what society deemed valuable and what they deemed heroic and powerful. The problem wasn't the, I guess, the exact. The problem was the hierarchies that were being created through these systems, not the fact that we can just slightly change it. And that's what I think disappointed me most. I felt like the deepest structural problems that are presented in this world aren't actually being addressed. There is change, but it doesn't address like the root cause. Now, as for the characters, like what they ended up doing ended up making sense. And, despite there being a good amount of setup for a long time that, okay, so Ochiko's parallels kind of like Togen, that they're both kind of suppressing their feelings. But at the end, she still ends up like not confessing to Deku her feelings, or maybe she did and we just didn't get to see it. I don't know. But the fact that we didn't even get that moment, whether it was either a rejection or it was an acceptance, the fact we didn't even get to like see that unveiling, I think was didn't leave me bitter, but it just kind of like left me wanting more. I felt like there was a lot of questions and character arcs that weren't fully given a conclusion, even if it wasn't the stuff that I would have exactly wanted. I think there should have still been something around that area that should have been addressed. I ended up napping like midway through the stream, so I'm still kind of collecting my thoughts again, because it's been so long. So altogether, I give the ending like a 5 out of 10. It was pretty good for what I had learned to expect from the series. It's not bad. Everything makes sense, follows a smooth line of logic, but it did its job. That's what I can say. The ending did its job, and it did its job adequately. And those are my thoughts on the last chapter.
Hey,
Coffee?
Wait, before coffee,
yeah.
we have 2 super chats.
Oh,
From
sorry.
Nadir, I can't end this without a final message. Bakugo still getting hoed. And one from Ian, glad to be here. Take care, guys. Love y'all. Had to get the final ones before the end.
That makes sense. I was gonna say, let's see, Coffee, you want to give your final thoughts?
yeah. So it's a little weird because it's the first and probably last time I'll be on the stream. You guys probably don't know me, but I usually, I guess I'm a big player, I guess, in the Church of MHA Discord. I just never came in here because, much like Ian, like kind of similar sentiment. I've been on the downer side. I haven't been enjoying MHA as much as I have the first 2/3 of the story, I would say. And I think there's enough negativity in the internet, and these streams, like, what made me
fall in love with him was just that Aniki and like every like all the team and like all the discussions were so interesting and cool, and it was always like even if it was like a place where people like had different opinions and stuff, it was always a place where it seemed very welcoming and very cozy. So I do also want to thank Aniki for the opportunity to let me join, even if it is like the last time. And also, since that was like basically what made me, like fall in love with the Church of MHA, like that's there's no reason for me to go there and be a party pooper. I was like, I didn't like that. I was dumb. I didn't like this or with that or whatever. I don't like doing that. But hey, a lot of people still really love MHA, and I'm glad they're always gonna have this place to come back to. And that's enough for me. That's always something that's worth. If it wasn't for MHA, if it wasn't for Horikoshi, none of us would even be here right now. So that is great. And yeah, it was just like a great journey, all together. Maybe for me personally, maybe not because of the the actual content, but just because of meeting all you guys, and it was just like pretty cool. Yeah. And in regards to the chapter, yeah, as you know, like I didn't really vibe with it. It wasn't my thing. I thought I didn't really like the suit. I didn't like the Ochiko's arc was never fully resolved in my eyes, and like because for me it's never like a question of what the author wants to do or like whatever the story is trying to say or whatever. Like to me, it's always like it's always like the text. It's always like the actual experience for me. Like if I don't vibe with that, then it's hard that I'm gonna care about everything else, like the themes or motifs or whatever. Like that's what comes first for me. Like storytelling is always like what comes first. And so like if you had any doubts or like any questions about my reasoning and my train of thought, that's like basically what it is. And yeah, and just know that every time I try to explain, like even every time I try to explain my train of thought or like try to make reason of something that I didn't like, know that that's where I'm coming from. I'm just trying to express my feelings the way I felt, and basically that's what it is. It's not out of ill will. I know, I'm not trying to say that the story is bad or it's bad for everyone. It's just that it's not good for me. And yeah. And finally, thanks Aniki again. Like it was great to be here at least one time. And yeah. That's it.
Let's go with
Another
Coyote.
super chat. Thank God. Another super chat from Derek W. I hope there will be lots more streams in the future. I appreciate each and every one of you guys. This weekly thing has meant a lot to me. Love you too, brother. We appreciate you for joining the streams.
I was actually calling on you for your final thoughts. I wasn't gonna ask you to read the super chat, but that worked too.
So I guess I'll start with my thoughts on the chapter as an ending. I think as an ending, it's very much hit or miss whether or not you believe in the Iron Might or Iron Man suit type of ending, or in general thing can work in a My Hero universe. I think if you've always hated the Iron Might idea, you're never gonna really prospectively like Deku having an Iron Man suit, and that's just what it is for me. I've always made fun of Iron Man suit in My Hero since the very beginning. I remember I was like, oh, what's Deku gonna do against Muscular with an Iron Man suit? He's just gonna get washed. And I still firmly believe that idea, even though it's been changing recently in the course of the series. So it's just an idea I never really vibed with from the start, but it makes sense now because they've been trying to push the idea that technology does evolve. So it does make sense in universe. So I can't really get mad at Horikoshi for putting it in universe and expanding upon it. But I don't like the idea for me personally. That doesn't make it bad itself. But I think, per se, for the series, I don't really mind a lot of the stuff that happened here. I don't mind it showing a lot of the stuff with the students. I don't really mind that Deku isn't able to hang out with the people as much on like a day-to-day basis. I'm sure there are moments where he hangs out with them off screen, but it just so happens Horikoshi had a set limit he put himself on and isn't able to show them doing so many options in 15 pages or whatever amount he wanted to show. But if I'm talking as a series overall, there are obvious disappointments, and that just comes down to different perspectives of what you want in a manga for yourself. I personally I can already say I'm more of a meathead and I'm more of a dumbass. So I would have preferred having more action, cool, flashy moments. in the series, but that's just me. And if other people don't want that, that's fine. That's just something that will always affect my rating of a series. And if it doesn't affect yours, that's fine. It'll just be mine. But with that said, I'm very happy with my time here on the server. I've met some wonderful people. I've met Aniki, Squid, East, Tarnish. All these are my goats, and I love every one of them. I met some lovers in Tarnish, or not Tarnish. That's another thing. In Tarnish.
Oh my god.
So
I feel offended.
Oh, that I cheated? I'm sorry, brother. But overall, it's been a very fun experience. I think overall, it's been very fun in this church because I can actually say throughout my time in the time I've had in the church, I can actually say I think I've grown as a better person and less of a hothead compared to when I started. Like, what was it, 3-4 years ago?
Amen to that. And shout out to Thomas for taking his boy down. Ever since they got together.
Oh,
exactly, man. Thomas chilled me out, man. But yeah, hell, Hori, love you all in the church. Thanks for having me, and hope you all have a good day. And super chat from Tunisia, love MHA and all of you. This was fun. Love you, Tunisia. Thank you for the super chat. Have a good one.
All right. Let's go. Technically, we interrupted East during his final thoughts. My apologies.
No.
Okay.
You know,
okay.
you know how the routine goes. I know it's been a minute.
All right. So we're gonna go with Joseph Shiola.
All right. I've always been bad at this part. Well, in that reply to that tweet you sent yesterday, I really meant every word. Like this series and your streams and as well, they really mean a lot to me. Like um I released a video on Twitter, and like it was submitted as a school assignment because I started going back to school in June. And the assignment was to like introducing someone you just met to something that you like. And the video I did was on My Hero, and I get a little personal into it, but the series saved me from self-harm. And like I said, it always means a lot to me. It always meant a lot to me. I don't know, I'm probably saying not enough or more that I really should, but I just
good.
Yeah, like I said, like this was the first complete manga that I've read that I actually was not feeling the ending was lacking. Like I guess the big one that kind of disappointed me was Demon Slayers. And like I got what the author was going for, it just didn't land for me. But like if there is a sequel, great. If not, I'm more than content with what we got. And I am very glad that I got to meet all of you guys, and I am glad we get to interact. And I don't know, I'm just glad for the experience in general.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I want you guys to know Seth's been trying to reconnect to audio for like 5 minutes. I don't know what's going on with that.
Yeah, I noticed
But
that.
I just wanted to let that be known. Like Seth's been trying.
Hey,
Kendra,
man.
you want to give your thoughts?
Sure. Um, just like Joseph, this series means so much to me. Kind of hit me during some dark times, starting out and things like that. As corny as that sounds. Um, although near this end, this epilogue, it left a lot to be desired. I was very confused about certain directions that Horikoshi was going with certain things, and I didn't agree with it. But I always wanted to keep in the mindset that this, no matter how I felt about the epilogue, that it wouldn't change my feelings about the series overall. And I really cherish this series and love it so much. That's never gonna change for me. And this ending, it would people made it seem like it was just absolute garbage from what I've seen. It was not. It was not. It was nothing like that. And if anything, it made me even more emotional. Not only because it was ending, but it was just. It was so fitting for like Deku becoming a teacher and inspire the next generation of heroes and being rewarded for all he's done thanks to his friends and All Might to continue being a hero. I just found that just so heartwarming, and it's just something he deserves. And it's yeah, there's things about Deku's character that could have been a bit developed more, introspection and all that and stuff, but I will never hate his character for what it is. I'm very thankful for Horikoshi even creating these characters who I can relate to, who I've come to love so, so much. I've said before on Twitter that I plan to get some MHA tattoos. There's gonna be 6 or 7 of them, but they come. I'm making me a sleeve. It's happening. So this is like that. This is very important to me. Like I'm very thankful for what this series has been for me, as well as allow me to meet all of you. I never thought I would be able to go on stream on YouTube and do this kind of thing. I've met a lot of great friends because of this series. I really care about all of y'all. I really love y'all. And I want to thank Aniki for always inviting me to come on and speak my thoughts, and you guys being like-minded and understanding, and we having great healthy conversations and discussions about things, even if I disagree with some things or you disagree with what I be saying, but it's always been respectable and fun. So yeah, I'm just really, really happy to be able to experience this, and I'm sad it's over, but we it's not like it's completely over. I'm sure you'll have more streams coming up on the kid. You'll be talking about all kinds of stuff, but I hope I'll be there to participate in it. But I'm really, really thankful. So thank you for that.
Yeah, I'm glad you took the time to come on, Kendra. I appreciate you, and I've always appreciated having. Because one of the things that I kind of feel like this ended up being is a space for, as far as fandom is concerned, older fans. Like I think most of us are post 25 here. I think Coyote's possibly the youngest in the stream right now.
Nah, that's probably me.
All right.
No, I think I'm younger
yeah,
than
because you're
you.
both like 21, 22, right?
Yeah.
You're babies.
Not babies, they just young guns. They can drink, so you can't call them babies when they can.
You're right
Almost
about that.
legally.
You're right.
We talk about drink.
No.
Sorry.
I'm probably the oldest in
The
this call.
stereotypes they came out.
But yeah,
I never look at twice in no Millie Bobby Brown. I never look twice in no teenager.
Hey, calm down, Drake.
I'm too famous.
Mighty, you want to give your thoughts?
Sure. I'll keep this short and sweet. First of all, thank you for inviting me. It's my first appearance on here. I usually work on Sundays, so today I called off of work for this finale. I know that's a bit
I
much,
respect
but you know what?
I respect
Yeah.
I did the same.
But you know how when you love someone, like really love someone, you don't even notice their flaws, like things that aren't aesthetically perfect, or people might walk by and be like, oh, that's not right. But you like love them for everything they are. That's kind of how I am for My Hero Academia, where like, yeah, of course, there are things that objectively are not perfect and it could have been done better. But when I look at it as a whole, I just look at like the experience it gave me, the friends that I've made, and the interactions I've had, and I'm just like, man, like I could not have asked for anything better what a truly phenomenal experience, and nothing in my mind about this finale leaves me like other than just happy and thrilled and sad, which is what I think a finale should do. And man, like My Hero Academia, like a reviewer might look at it and give it an 8 or a 9 out of 10, but how can I give my favorite series anything else other than a 10 out of 10? And something that will probably be my favorite series of all time, purely because the time of my life that it hit me and the experiences I've had. I don't really see anything surpassing it. Not to like say I don't want that to happen, but I just don't think it will. So yeah, that's all I
Oh,
got to
yeah.
say. Love the series, and I couldn't ask for anything more.
Hell yeah, man.
Lovely wife.
You said
gonna give-
me?
That's a you.
What up, dog? So
Yeah.
Hey, relax. Chill on my wife.
Awesome. Awesome.
So
that's my sister, so I'm not gonna do that.
you know, I picked this series up a long time ago and then kind of dropped it and picked it back up because it brought me my husband. And it's just kind of always been there for like the best things. It brought me my husband. It was literally there for the birth of my child. um so I was kind of surprised that I didn't feel as emotional as I thought I would towards the end. I think partially because I'm just in denial. Um, I I just love this series, and like through all the flaws and all the things that I think could have been handled differently. I just love this series so much, and the art is always so good. The story is always so good. I can't wait for Horikoshi's next project. And I mean, I think, yeah, I just can't wait for the next project. And yeah, I mean, I talk about the series so much, I feel like I don't have much to say now, but I love it. Yeah, that was all.
And I didn't force her to read My Hero.
Oh yeah,
Kind of accusation is that?
basically when we met, I was like we were doing something for work, and then a couple weeks later I just kept thinking about him because he's so handsome and everything. So I just kept thinking about him, and then one day I was at my desk and I was like, you know what? I bet he's a fucking nerd. And I went up to him and I was like, do you watch anime? He was like, yeah, why? And I was like, you fucking look like it.
Not even close to her smoothest line.
And after she said you fucking look like it. Wow.
And so yeah, after I said you look like it, he plugged his channel and I started watching, and like I wasn't current on the series or anything because up until then I had only watched a few episodes of the anime. And so I would watch the stream still every week. I would watch it and have it muted just because like I wanted to support him because we were friends and everything. So I wanted to support him. So I watched the series while it was muted, and I would just have it like I would have the stream muted and I would be reading and trying to catch up and everything,
She was oogling you while it was
I
muted.
was.
Wow.
I just wanted to see his face and support his stream.
Oh, that's cute.
With that pole at the time we was on the street back in the day. God, what I like, bro. We really
Oh my god.
A nigga wearing polo, now see, now everything makes sense.
So yeah, I would watch it muted while I would read and try to catch up.
Oh my god.
So yeah, the stream has been a huge part of my life even before we were together. So I've known you guys from a distance for so long. I'm so glad that I know you guys, and like you guys have been there for so much for both me and Anaki. So I just love you guys so much. I love you guys obviously more than I love the series because you're actual people. So yeah, above all, I love you guys and I love the community, and I hope you'll also be here for whatever endeavor he chooses next.
Endeavor.
Shut up. Nope,
More like
not that
Endeavor.
endeavor.
Hey, sometimes people step out of line.
True.
Sometimes you gotta pop out and
He
show them.
seems to be an infinitely better father than Endeavor. Let's be real.
Absolutely.
Hey, listen, all I'm saying is, Toya like 22. That nigga Endeavor had a good run before they came out with the truth. Oh, that's all I'm saying.
That's 2 decades. Wait a minute, that's 2 decades. That's solid.
Hey, all
Two
I'm
decades.
saying is niggas be having good run before the truth be coming out.
Matt Williams said this is the year of truth. Everyone will be.
Also, I
hold on.
can't believe that so many people, like, I have frequently said things in the chat that alluded to me being Aniki's wife.
Yeah,
I'm
and no one
so
picked
shocked.
up.
bro.
No one picked
I'm
up on it.
so shocked how many people didn't know.
I'm gonna admit I knew immediately.
Yeah, as soon as you joined the church, I'm like, is this
Couple
Anaki's
months, I'm like,
girlfriend?
alright,
What the
yeah,
fuck is
guys
this?
are connected, I know.
All right. Also, I'm going to read this super chat from Giorno
Yes, sir.
Giovanna, who, if I had been smarter, would have gotten a link to the stream today. I will always be thankful for MHA and the church. So appreciative of the journey with all you guys. Can't believe it's over.
My king.
It
Hell
may
yeah,
be in
Giorno.
Dover, but we'll save my thoughts.
It's not
for
really
when
over,
I'm
man.
Yeah.
closing.
Don't later in
Tarnish,
VC, Giorno, I'll send you sweet nothings. I moved on from Thomas.
you want to go next, Tarnish?
So
Yeah.
if Seth wasn't able to reconnect, did he at least like send like something for you to read or something to get his
Oh,
thoughts out?
Seth? Oh, he said earlier that he was giving out his final thoughts pretty much. He gave it out.
It just
He
says he's
gave-
trying to reconnect. I don't know if he is or not for real.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
Probably
if he wants to say something again, yeah. But earlier that was like his last thing he said was like, "Oh, I'm gonna leave, but I'll still be here," kind of. Like,
All right.
I don't really like. I don't know where. I really don't know what to say. Like, first of all, it's actually over. Like, that's crazy. Like, we're at the point where, there's no more manga next week. It's no more leaks. Sunday, like, there won't be no stream. Like, I won't get the notification for it on my phone. Like, all of this, these characters, I'm not gonna see them change no more. Well, I mean, it's crazy to see them be adults too, but I really it's just been so long reading this manga and it's over. And there have been so many twists and turns, things I'd like, things I haven't liked, even towards the end, for very much things I haven't liked. But despite all of that, I haven't been able to let it go. Cause when I first started the series, I knew there would be plenty of things I didn't like about it. Especially like, when I first started getting into anime and manga. I was watching other stuff before this, obviously, and then there were always things I didn't like in other series. I'm like, it'll happen eventually. And then once it started happening, I'm like, well, here's the rocky road. But, it started happening really much near the end. I can't say I was reading half of the series upset with it. No, it was really the later half, which, seeing what the man was going through around the time, Horikoshi has gone through a lot. A lot of it may or may not be self-inflicted. Even if it is, it's still, whether it's because of him or because of Jump or because of whatever, the fact is that he was going through a lot that, impacted how much he could put into the end. So you got to look at it as despite everything, we still got here. So the fact that a lot of people are happy with it is a good thing, because there were a lot of stumbles. This man could have crashed out at any time. He could have crashed out at any time. So the fact that we got to this point with a lot of people happy is a good thing. Even if people are upset, they're upset because they did like it a lot. Some people. And then you got the haters who have just always been hating from day one, where we don't really worry about them, but they're still around.
We let him see.
Yeah, right. Those are and it's crazy because those are the people that get the most attention, the people who really don't care about the story, but they just want to make fun of it and talk shit. And unfortunately, it ended in a way to where a lot of slander over the years can really come back full force, like Quirkless, Deku, Batman. There's a lot of crowd of people that did win a little bit, just a little bit, unfortunately, and it wasn't it wasn't people that really liked the manga. It was people that really didn't like the manga and wanted to see it fail, who are gonna feel justified and have a voice. But for the people that did like it, you know, we liked it for similar reasons. It just went down. Yo, I don't know. If I can't even rate this series out of 10 because even if I can't justifiably give it a low rating knowing how much like it changed my life. Like how much I've experienced because of it, how many things I've decided to do because of it. I can't, be truly mad at it or Horikoshi because he did what he wanted to do. Hopefully, that's what I hope above all else, that he's happy with the ending, because I'm actually like really worried about him because we all know I feel like he's the definition of a workaholic, and it doesn't end when the work ends, because then you think about what you're doing next or if people are even happy about what you did before. So Horikoshi needs to be on some type of watch. I wonder. I'm really interested to see like where he takes his career after this, because this was his last shot at being a manga, and it went really, really, really far. And then he ended up getting really paranoid at the end, and now it's all over. So I'm like, all right, now we're gonna see the dust settle with this man, and the dust settle with us too, because despite how we all felt about it, we kept reading this manga all the time, and now it's over. 430 weeks. And that's just off how many chapters. That's not even counting the breaks. Like, this is crazy. This is really a large slice of our life leaving all at the same time. And yeah, it's been nice. I could say being on stream with y'all, talking on YouTube, this is all documented, it'll always be here. It really was a time in my life. I could say fully being on this with you guys, I got to live out a nice little childhood dream, talking about manga, watching it grow on YouTube, theorizing, watching theories go left, go right, being a part of a big fandom, talking to you guys. It was untradeable.
Hell yeah, man.
It was untradeable. But that's all I got. But we'll keep talking for sure. This is nowhere near the end for the church, because we've all bonded in a way that you just can't be changed.
Family.
No. Volk?
Wait, before I need you to read the super chat because I am not a part of the Melanin Brethren.
What is the super chat?
Tyler came through and said, "My bad for thinking you were a nigga, MK." Wild.
Unhinged.
Wow.
Unhinged.
I mean, you're not wrong. You have to go there.
Hey.
Hey, calm down. Chill on my wife, bro.
You a
Okay.
hating ass nigga, bro. Shut this nigga East up.
Okay.
Keep playing with me, and I'm traveling to Atlanta with a rolling pin.
What a bit of preamble. Okay. So
Yes, you.
Man, I've been following this series for like almost a full 7 years, ever since November 2017. I've been waiting and waiting to see where the end of the journey would go, like what it would look like, what what the whole story with Shigaraki would be, where the individual characters from Class A would end up. I was always feeling I'd be disappointed if Deku ended up quirkless at the end, but then you have the introduction of the suit. I think the suit needed kind of some. I think the suit stuff needed some better build up. Like I think they needed to explore more of the support course tech if this was like the end game, but it is still a mostly happy if bittersweet ending. I think there's so much that just makes sense. Like Shoji, like I know the quirk racism arc that could have been handled better, everything, but that was like it's good to see he's making sure, and he specifically says like the people in the uprising from all those years ago made this possible. So it wasn't like them making a stance was a bad thing. It's just he thanks them and is like it's because of them that they made this possible. So I think that's a way of kind of smoothing over some of the awkwardness from that arc. Ochako, uh, whether or not her and Deku are dating, it does seem like they are. We can't be sure that they're still in close contact though, and they still mean a lot to each other because Ochako has the mask that's like Deku's, right? So she's not going to do that if they kind of drifted apart. So the fact that she keeps it on means that, like, yes, they're still close. And of course, that would include Ida and whatnot. I feel like Aizawa, like that little moment with Deku, kind of shows how like he's not how Deku isn't a kid anymore, but also it kind of seemed to be leading into the suit at the end. Because I think Aizawa knew about the suit, and he's kind of like, don't you miss being a hero? And he's kind of trying to get him to admit some things. I've been wondering who would parallel Deku at the end of this series, and one of the candidates was Dai, because like he was somebody who showed up very briefly, and then we never saw him again. I'm like, I feel like we're gonna see him aged up at the end. He's gonna meet Deku, and that was a cool moment for sure, because like, and it wasn't just another quirkless kid. It was just somebody who would have difficulty getting into the hero course, and Deku gives him that message. Also, Deku got his statue along with the rest of Class 1A, and so he's renowned the world over. Everybody loves him, and so when he charges into the fray, and All Might, All Might's journey, especially post Camino, has been so perfect. It's not about him.
Preach.
Yeah, it's so perfect. It's not about him like having that stereotypical type of death. That's a limited way of thinking. That's the way AFO was thinking. That was the way Night Eye was thinking until Deku changed his mind. By leaving kind of the comic book tropiness behind and focusing on helping, focusing on being there for others and them saving you, and you get to live, you get to see the bright future that has been built. I think All Might's death is always going to be something that people are going to argue back and forth over. It's like, well, he should have died, he should have not. Personally, I argued very strongly for him living because that was what made the most sense for him, and I'm happy to see that. The whole thing with passing on the power, it's technology as well has caught up to a point where Deku's efforts and everybody's efforts, and Bakugo being the one to organize getting the suit so he can have his buddy back in the field. I'm guessing everybody more or less kind of contributed the same amounts. Like I don't think it was like anyone in particular. Bakugo was kind of like the one organizing the fundraiser, I guess, but I think they all like I think they were all putting in like hella amounts
I
of
hope
money.
so, but honestly, I'm confused because like you got characters like Ida and Momo who are rich. But go on,
Dude.
I mean,
Endeavor's
that's
family.
they only say
chipped in a
Bakugo
bunch.
was organizing it, right? So like I assume Ida and Momo were tapping into that fortune of theirs to like fund the suit, because remember, this thing is like $2 to $3 billion. No, it is expensive. And also, it is like working on it over the course of 6 years and using the data and all of that, that does show it's a lot stronger than the version All Might was using. And it's not like Deku is just going to stop at this suit. He's going to keep upgrading it, developing it. And even if he like has to, even if he's not using it all the time, he has his teaching job. Aizawa does the same. He can bounce back and forth. Point is, he's with the crew again. I am hoping on a personal note that it is confirmed Deku and Ochako got together. However, it is effectively in place, like soft confirmed for what it is. And also the last look at Shigaraki. I honestly do not know for sure what that means, but I think if One for All awakens in the future, or if there's like any vestige scenes or whatever, I think it's left ambiguous for now. We'll see. It's kind of hard to think. Even though this is the end of MHA, it's kind of the beginning of the franchise as a whole. Like Dragon Ball, Naruto, Bleach, like they more or less kept going in some capacity. So whatever we hear tomorrow, whether it's a sequel or it's something else. I don't know. They did specify that we are going to keep seeing Deku's adventures to some degree. They're not done. So yeah, I've been really thankful to be on here and talking with you guys week in, week out. It is sad to see it come to an end, but I think it is also time. And I'm really looking forward to what he adds in the volume as well, because he's gonna have to add those volume changes. There are about like 50 to 60 pages looking like of what he's gonna put in there. So thank you all so much. I gotta head out. Peace and hail Hori. All right. Bye.
That's right. Let me know, brother. Seth, are you here, or did I put you in the waiting room, let you back in, and you have no audio?
Yo, hi. I actually did just. I
Hey, you're
actually didn't
back.
expect you guys to still be on here. So, hi again.
Yeah, I was just doing wrap up, so I figured if you had any other thoughts that popped into your head since you left, you might want to get those out.
Gosh, honestly, I really don't have the words for it. I mean, I do, but there's more than I could possibly say. I literally would not be here if it weren't for MHA, starting my journey, developing content, of course, meeting everyone here. I owe My Hero Academia and Kohei Horikoshi so much. As far as the plot goes, yeah, I don't feel like I have direct comments to make on that. Not that what hasn't already been said. I simply just wanted to say thank you so much for this space, and just I wanted to express my thanks again for My Hero Academia. I think it's saved a lot of people in a lot of ways. And so, yeah, I think that's how I'd like to leave it. Thank you, Aniki.
Hey, I'm glad to have you here, Seth. All right, we're down. I think we got 2 people left, unless I'm mistaken. Thomas, you want to go?
Hi. I've just been throughout the entire stream, I've just been trying to process the end of this series. Because obviously, it's not over, right? Depending on what the new project is, we may still spend more time with these characters, but until then, I may have to prepare myself for the possibility that no, we are done with Deku and All Might and Uraraka and Shoto, and obviously Bakugo. But regardless, so I started the series when it first came out, chapter 1. Um, so I've experienced it from the start to the end. I've seen the highs, I've seen the lows, I've seen the Reddit threads, I've seen obviously not everything, right? Because it's kind of impossible to see everything. I'm not God, but I've seen such a great manga get recognition, get shitted on, get mixed reviews, seen the anime come out, like the trailers, I've seen the first movie. It's been such a thrill following this story. Um and it all started just because I saw myself in Deku, just because of this character. And knowing that this is the final chapter, it hits so hard. Like seeing Deku from age 14 to now a bit 25, 24, around my age. It is just, oh my God, I just love the series so much. Um, and I appreciate Horikoshi for everything. Um, I think we all can say, Joseph also said, that the series has saved us from multiple bad endings, I guess. I don't know how to phrase it, but I remember growing up, because I'm Irish, I'm from Ireland, the anime isn't big here. So it's really hard, it's very rare to talk about it with people. Not only that, just secondary school life, which is high school for you guys. You can imagine, kids are mean. So it was that was my lifeline. That was something I was holding on. Because when I first started My Hero, I went to a new school. Um, and because new kid also just added to it. But My Hero was always there to comfort me. Um, and sure, it isn't the perfect series, but because of my pure raw love for it, it really just made me accept. Because yeah, My Hero, like of course I have my issues with it, but it's like for every chapter that has like something that isn't perfect, the next chapter always rectifies it. It always makes me love it again. So I've always been on this like roller coaster of very high highs, very small lows, like when SpongeBob and Patrick are on the roller coaster, it's like a tiny one. Like those were the lows for me. Um, and just like Mighty said, that my love for it made me just be blind. And sure, I have had a reputation in the church of being like a dick rider, which I guess so. But I don't really care. Like it is what it is. Like who cares? Um, as for the church, um, I remember Anaki when you first text me out of the blue. I think it was March of 2022. You were like, "Do you want to be on the stream?" And that was like such a big highlight for that week. Because I've always wanted to be on the streams. I've like just the talks that you guys had. Um, they were just something I feel the MHA community needed, because a lot of times people just go at each other's necks. And not to say that hasn't been the case in the streams, but there was always a civil conversation that followed it, right? I see that smile. Uh, all those moments come back to you in terms of like a compilation, right? I just like I'm not ready to say goodbye, but I also want Hori to at least take a break. Um, who knows if he does, or he could probably just go lie into bed and go, new idea, and just get out of bed and work on it. But as for a chapter, I think it's a great conclusion to the series. It isn't perfect, like what has been mentioned before, Uraraka's confession. I wanted to see it, or at least imply it, right? And I think we got a kind of an implication, uh, with that, like when they're talking to each other when it's snowfall. It does give off the vibes of we're on a date, right? Um, Obviously that is just my easy culture within me because I'm not a big shipper. I don't ship. Maybe there are relationships in manga that I am behind, right? Like Yor and Lloyd from Spy Family. I adore that. Um, but obviously that is a actual relationship, even if it is quote unquote fake. Also watch Spy Family. But just knowing that Uraraka has Deku's like mouth guards, um, it is cute. It is cute. She still hangs on to it, which does imply that they do talk a lot, and maybe they are dating. Who knows? Who honestly knows? But it was kind of a shame we didn't at least get to see it because that was a big core part of Uraraka's arc. Even if it is a confession, like her love for Deku is such a positive part of her character. And to see people try to spin that into a negative part, it always grinding my gears. It's the same with Deku. Like all the stuff that people complain about Deku, which yes, it does have its merits. I do miss whenever Deku like has the introspection, but we have so much of it that I was like, you know what? I'm fine if we don't get it for a bit of time. And Deku has had introspection, even if it is of the type that people want. It satisfied me. And of course, that's kind of a bullshit way to approach it, but I don't really care. Um, I just appreciate this. I know I'm running back and I'm going around in circles. It's just hard to process it. And I don't think I'll process it for another while. Maybe until the anime ends and the movies conclude, because it's not over. It's definitely not over. But overall, I just appreciate all of you guys. I've made such great friends here. Like the amount of kind comments I've seen in the stream about me just usually make my day. Like I don't know who said it, but Chill Cascade said that because I, recommended Wild Strawberry, which is fire, y'all should get on it. Um, it must be great, and I appreciate that. That was a really nice compliment.
Also, I want to
'Cause-
clarify that Thomas started reading Wild Strawberry because my wife wanted him to read Wild Strawberry.
Yeah, I
I've
read
been
it.
pushing that agenda.
I consumed it in a VC with the two of them, and I loved it. It was really, really great.
Yeah, that was so respectable. I asked you to read it, and you sat in VC and read
Yes,
it that moment.
absolutely, absolutely.
Man, he'll ignoring Coyote, but we don't have to go there.
Coyote has been
Yeah, how for no
being
reason.
very cheeky to me the entire stream.
Yeah, the
But
DMs.
but yeah, I appreciate all of you guys. Like the church has always been like such a great community. And even though sometimes it can get a bit negative, there's always light at the end of the tunnel. Like there's a lot of lighthearted conversations. And no matter what, like we're all here to consume media. We're all here to talk to each other. So I always just brush those aside. Because not every place is going to be perfect. You're going to have arguments. You're going to have people butting heads. But that's just life. That's one of the reasons why life is so precious. I don't think we talked about the new episode, but it was phenomenal. I need it. You know what's crazy? My Hero ends. We get to see Deku, like what we get in the future, right? We get to see where he can go from here on out with the Seuss. And then in the anime, the conclusion of it is Deku arriving. Not to say it was intentional on Hori's or the team's fault. Also, the fact that the Olympics are happening right now, and I wanted the new episode to tie me over this week because we don't have the leaks, but then the Olympics is putting on a hold, so I have to wait another week. Like, you know what? Fuck the Olympics. But it has just been a pleasure being with you guys for so long. I think what 2 years, 3 years. It's just been a blast. Overall, this ending has been great, and sure, it is kind of biased of me to say MHA is a 10 out of 10, but it is a 10 out of 10, to me at least.
Well, yeah.
Also, I don't mind Deku getting a suit. I remember last week, not last week, a couple of days ago, I was trying to think about how Deku could still be a hero because the Embers were going to go out, the Ember itself. So I want to know how we could approach it. And I thought for the longest, maybe One for All burst into a flame, right? The embers grow. But I also thought maybe a way to keep the flame alive through tech. I just didn't expect Hori to go, yeah, we're going to give you a Seuss. And it makes sense, and I like it. I know that people say it's kind of a cop-out, it's a quote-unquote pity gift, but no, like the suit is a combination of 1A, like, or I guess the pro heroes, right? Like his friends. It's made from love. Like One for All was the culmination of 8 people before Deku's efforts. The deceased, like it's their remnants, their hopes, their desire for a bright future to take down All for One. But this Seuss, of course, like I said, like technology has grown so much, right? Like in the past 8 years, it has become on par with quirks to the point. Like, so people say that in order to be a superhero, you have to have a power. But like I always deemed that kind of weird, right? Because Iron Man and Batman are superheroes. They are superheroes. They are valid in that term because they have a means to, be a hero through technology, right? Through money. So knowing that technology is now on par with quirks, I don't mind that. It's still a power, right? So I just love the Iron Might suit, the Iron Deku suit. And I think it kind of warmed me up because I was never a big fan of like Deku could just be Iron Man. Deku could just be Batman. Because we weren't at that point in the story where I felt like it was necessary. Because up until that point, we were dealing with Shigarakis, we were dealing with All for One's Musculars, Dobbies, right? And what is Batman gonna do to Dobby? Get him past Toga first. And twice. Now we're at the point where society is healing, is growing, all because of Deku's efforts, because of UA's efforts, because of heroes taking a stand and like influencing everyone, like pushing people to do the right thing. That yes, villainy is a problem, right? People are still going to go out there and cause crime But it's not going to be. We're not going to have countless Shigarakis. I think Deku is fine to still be here because Deku isn't aiming to be the strongest. That's Bakugo's goal. Even Bakugo is also aiming for saving. Deku just wants to be a great hero. He wants to save people. So if this suit isn't as strong as 100%, but it is able to get the job done, that's fine with me. Because I don't want Deku to have a suit that is capable of outputting enough power to rival One For All. Of course, that may be the case if we do get movies focusing on 25, 24, 25-year-old Deku and co. But until then, I don't care. I'm not a power scaler. I do think it's fun, but I just care about Deku's conclusion. And of course, Deku's journey up until this part, right, with his characterization isn't the most perfect. Of course, I would have loved to see more introspection, but Deku from start to finish has always been my favorite character. And he has never changed. He has never wavered. I think my second favorite character is All Might, but there's like a gap. It's like Bakugo and Deku's gap in the popularity polls, that level of just difference of just my admiration and my appeal, right? Overall, great chapter. And great conclusion to the story. I can't wait to see where we go from here. Make sure to like the stream, drink some water, eat some food, stay safe, spend some time with your families. Do not give in to the hate that's online because a lot of people are just going to take the bad faith approach. They're going to take what the leaks have gave us. They're going to just go, oh, Deku ended off the series being a McDonald's worker. And let's be honest, and this may gonna sound very cruel of me to say, and I don't mean it in this certain lens, but I just mean it in what Andrew would say, where it's like those people just eat chicken nuggets in their mom's basement, right? They always make fun of McDonald's workers, but they always go to McDonald's. So who helps you when you want your McDonald's fix? The workers. So put respect on them. But ignore those haters. I know it can get really frustrating to see them with their bad takes, but you gotta realize that these people are just doing it for the intention. They don't care about the series. Most of them have probably never consumed it outside of Reddit posts or YouTube comments or just people who push agendas. So you are always going to be the better person by not engaging. If anything, just block, report, and move on. That's what we all should be doing. Because let's be honest, these people don't deserve the attention. Hopefully they can change, but until then, just don't invest any energy into them because your energy matters. Like we have such short lives. We should spend it doing what we love, whether it's watching anime, reading manga, spending time with family. Just prioritize yourself. Don't put the disrespect for teachers is insane. Like teachers are an integral part of our society. They are important. And just because Deku's a teacher right now does not mean squat, because no one insulted All Might for being a teacher. But I guess for Deku, that's different. No, I don't like people love like Azawa. They always put him on the pedestal because he's one of the best teachers in anime. But Deku being a teacher is the breaking point. Even though Deku does have a desire to still be a hero up until he got the suit, but he was happy with being like still having an impact on the young because instilling great values is what Deku has always done throughout the series. Kota, Eri, Ordinary Girl, like Ida at the beginning of the series. Remember when he was a dick to Deku? And he's one of the nicest characters. Of course, he was always going to go down that route, but Deku influenced them. Same with Shoto. Shoto would not be the same character. Screw that. Endeavor. Endeavor's first bit of development was that Deku talking back to him, saying Shoto isn't you. I'm not All Might, Shoto isn't you. If it wasn't for Deku, Endeavor would still be a prick. Of course, it would have been a slow journey for him to realize what he'd done, but Deku was the catalyst. He was what started it. But overall, Deku Go, the series is amazing. Just enjoy yourself. And if you excuse me, I will be crying in the corner because my hero is done. But yeah, love y'all.
Hell yeah, man.
Hell yeah.
Got anything to say, East, before I do my final thoughts?
PB poo poo. Poo poo. All right, let's get into it, y'all. 2016. I'm finishing my senior year. And the thing about me is there's two ways to get my attention. Either you have a poster collage of all your characters on that shit and they look raw as fuck, or you show me a gas trailer. You show me one of those two things, I'm sold instantly. Or you show me a time skip. One of those two things, I'm instantly sold. I look at MHA, I say, damn, look at all these cool characters. Let me peep this whole. I don't know shit about the series. So guess what I do? I lock in and they use my favorite trope ever. Somebody telling a story from the future. I said, damn, we locked in. This is the story. I said, okay, y'all got me. From the opening to everything. That first fucking anime, bro, that first episode of anime is absolutely legit magic. The single idol said they all let's
Hey, relax. We're gonna get
Boy,
copyright struck. You're too good. You're too good at singing.
Chill, Squid, chill.
Niggas flashing characters on the screen and shit. I said, bro, this is the most gas shit ever right now. I watched the first episode, 100 just sold on 100 on all cylinders. Then I see the end and I said, damn, this shit really making me feel something. It's making me feel like we finna go on an actual journey to the end. Time passes. Then that summer, boy, I binged this series like I ain't binged nothing else. I caught all the way until it was in the overhaul arc, I believe so. And I think we was just in the climax of the arc too. I said, damn, this is absolutely truly peak. I'm talking about every single day. All I did was wake up, read that bitch. I was bitching the fuck out of my hero dog. Every fucking day. It took me like a week and a half to catch up. Man, nigga, that shit was so gas, bro. I was like, this shit is amazing. So then, after that, fast forward a few years later on, only avenue I had was like, damn, bro, I'm trying to talk to somebody about this shit. Nobody really peeping the genius and the gas that is this series for talk. So nobody's around. I'm like, fuck. So later on, I find, somebody who used to be part of the church. If you were here for the end of the PLW war, you know a few people that were there during that battle and that era. If you were there, you know who was who. I found a certain individual who's no longer here around. I was like, okay, this motherfucker, he talk, he get it, type shit. That was my only person I had talked to at the time, his community, whatever the case may be. Lo and behold, on my homeboy Naya's server. And through Naya, I met Shisui. Through Shisui, I locked in his server, and I meet the person you know as Aniki. And from there, after me and Aniki locked in with Shisui and DJ Owl, for those OGs, that you know who DJ Owl is. All of us locked in together, and we went ahead, and we are here today. Is what we know as the Church of MHA. This was back around the NBA times, and boy, howdy, was we created thumbdowns, was we gassing up, we had some motherfucking fun back in those days, boy. And that's funny enough how I started and became the Archbishop. I was just throwing praise tweets out there and shit like that, just gassing up NBA the whole entire time. And then niggas started coming and flocking to me. I said, okay. Then we started getting bigger and bigger, more name brands. And then by the time it came around, niggas knew who it was, just to call in praise for Horikoshi. Then the memes started spamming. Man, what an era when I had the horror memes on lock, dog. If you know about the horror memes, then you a true one for real. Cause those are some fucking times, dog. But as all things do change in life, just as my feelings for the series have changed. And by the end, I was locked all the way in till the very end, till the wheels fell off for me. And though I do have a lot of gripes and everything I did hate, at the end of the day, I will never deny how much this series has touched my heart, changed my life, and has given me the opportunity to meet some of the most amazing people I have ever met in my entire life. And I can run through a gauntlet of names of people, but for every one person I named, there's somebody that's left off. So instead of naming a list, I'm going to do something to take everybody into account. Because if you are listening to this stream and hearing my voice today, I would like to thank you I would like to hug you and give you a kiss. Because you are one truly amazing individual. And through these connections we have formed, I will forever keep them in my heart. And I'll forever be grateful and appreciative to every single person listening to this right now. We may not have met physically, but just because of that, it means nothing to me. I felt your soul, you felt mine. We shared laughs, we shared tears, we shared some anger. From high to low, we've been together through things, through thick and thin. And I wouldn't have shared this experience, once in a lifetime experience, without anyone else. So for that, I thank everybody here wholeheartedly. I appreciate you and I love you. And it's been one hell of a ride. Shout out to everybody in the church. Hail to you. And goodbye.
Right. We're really at the end of this journey.
Bro had to stretch.
In a way.
So your mic audio. So you gotta put that closer.
Yeah, you gotta put that closer, twin.
How we doing?
Yeah.
Doing good.
There we go.
Yeah, much better, much
All right.
better.
We've reached pretty much the end of this road. Obviously, we know there's a special announcement coming. We've got your next to view. There's a part of me that's rooting for that 10 movies deal to be true.
Yeah.
Just because I love the idea of having effectively 7 more movies to watch, including your next. This series is special for a lot of reasons. Just starting with the fact that, you know, Naruto was like wrapping up and all this other stuff, and in 2016 I like watched the first season of My Hero all because of a post in a Facebook group known as The Extraordinary Journey of a Black Nerd Group. And or Ijoban as it's called for short, where it was actually a meme that resurfaced, and it was like Naruto, Luffy, and Ichigo talking about how that kid is gonna go places and be big. And I was like, some people must feel a certain type of way about this series for them to recreate the Team 7 art with Goku as Kakashi and do all that. And I found a series that I love more than those series, and the series that were core to my childhood, series that I remember being in like 7th grade and my friend Brandon having printed up the hand seals from Naruto for Rat, Dragon, Bird, and all the other ones, and sitting there practicing and throwing up hand signs so I could still, you know, kind of, you know, still throw them up for you. Or in One Piece and Bleach, and just how much like Bankai and like being a high school kid and being like, yeah, like you gotta yo Bankai when you finish, bro. And like all the different like ways that like anime had kind of like shown up in my life growing up, and how I'd actually become like disillusioned, kind of like watching anime, reading manga. I was like 21 years old, and I remember one of my friends complaining about the fact that I was basically only watching like documentaries and like science shows at one point, because I had kind of lost the passion for that. And watching My Hero and suddenly being like locking back in and really wanting to like finishing season 1 and being like, you know what? Like I had been reading Naruto online, I'd been reading Bleach online, I'd been reading Fairy Tail online, and just kind of being like done and coming back and really tracking it down and catching up right towards the end of Provisional License with Deku and Bakugo having their big battle. And I remember how up until Kamino I had been like, Bakugo's whatever. You know, just another one of those like edgy, like unnecessarily combative, like douche boy side characters. And getting to Kamino and him blasting that hand off Tomura and being like, hold on, I haven't been locking in properly. I haven't been paying attention right. I haven't been looking at this stuff properly. And my older brother had introduced me to For Never World at one point when we were hanging out. And I remember like kind of looking at some of the anime YouTube stuff, and like I'd already started watching like more anime YouTube and YouTube analysis. This was even back when like Nux Taku had made actually decent content.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad we all agree that there was a point when Nux was good, and
No, I loved
just
his My Hero videos. I loved his
all
Shoto video. It was like based around Shoto versus Deke. I did really like that one.
like just after like 2018, I want to say just, but because like the whole reason why I even know East and I met all these people is from anime YouTube, specifically an old One Piece YouTuber who I don't think is around anymore or doesn't really upload anymore like that, named Frankie.
Mm-hmm.
And so I ended up going into Frankie's Discord. Like I had been in a single Discord because I was playing with League with some people online at one point, but like I moved into Frankie's Discord, and there I was talking to Silvers and having all these conversations about One Piece and Naruto and all these other things. And Silvers had his own Discord after a while, and I was doing streams with Silvers, and I met Brago doing stuff with Silvers. Uh, and I remember just like Shisui and like Shisui was kind of like, yeah, you should probably make My Hero content, dude. Like I think you could like I think My Hero's like nobody on YouTube is like kind of talking about it like how you've been like talking to me about this, and I think that that's a good thing to have in the space. And I remember like even like Red Force podcast, one of the I don't know if they're still doing YouTube like that anymore, but I actually used to butt heads with Eric Tarlato a lot in like One Piece discussions and whatnot. And he was basically like, "Oh yeah, I'm not gonna debate you. You don't have skin in the game because I didn't have a channel." And I was like, "Fuck it, I guess I'm starting a channel then if we're gonna pretend like that." Because we're doing like these Discord debates in a server called Shonen Kingdom back in the day. If you go online, you might be able to find some debates, but you won't find the ones that I did.
Mm-hmm.
But just the doors just open to like the people I've gotten to interact with, even people who didn't stop by today or like I didn't even reach out to, like Roger Space, for example, was a cool dude who took the time to just come through, or like Brago, who I had multiple conversations with about doing stuff and just ended up never like coming to fruition. JD
Mm-hmm.
Legend, who came through when we did the Legend of Korra and the Avatars discussions.
Mm-hmm.
Just there's a lot of people who have come a long way, and like Sean Ross, who stepped away from YouTube because he's been busy. I think he ended up never coming back. I had even reached out to him recently just to see how he was doing. People like Vash, Wreck-It Reezy, who I was supposed to talk to, but we just kind of didn't keep talking after he said he was going to come through. Which that's my fault. I should have like made sure to send him a follow-up link or something like that. But and this is a story that I started, just working at a call center and just at a very different stage in my life. And I actually know for a fact that I was a lot more cynical, a lot more negative, a lot angrier, uh, and actually just seeing certain characters' journeys, thinking about where I was in life. Like Hawks is actually someone that's like really close to me because I think about the way that there was a point in my 20s where I had two jobs and I was working and I would like go to work, get off work from at one job, catch the like a bus all the way across town. It would take like an hour to get there, go to work, and then I would like if I missed the bus, instead of waiting for it, I would just walk for miles if necessary, just because I didn't care. Like I was just so apathetic. It was just like whatever. That's something to do. More work. Constantly focusing on moving forward and it was really just me not taking the time to like sit with who I was and the stuff that I had been through in my own childhood, issues that
Mm-hmm.
were from my family. So, and like even seeing Endeavor's journey, one of the things that I know, like, and I remember talking about this with one of my friends years ago, was about how even though like a lot of people talk over different people and like different abusive responses, but I find Endeavor's journey nice because parents seldom try to take the steps that Endeavor took.
Yeah.
And I wish more parents, more narcissistic parents, could take that step back that Endeavor had to take, and go like, if my kid is mad at me, it's justified, and if they don't want to talk to me, it's justified. And it's my fault. It is my fault. I screwed up, and I made mistakes, and I should actively try to atone instead of at best going, it is what it is. If you don't like what I did, then I tried my best, and since you don't like what I did, oh well. Because that's where my relationships kind of ended up with my mom, and there's just a lot of stuff that this series does really well, especially when dealing with trauma and how like I always defend how Class 1A responded to the war because I understand what it's like to just knuckle down. Because when I talked about my grandma dying, one of the things that I didn't mention is that I had, like, obviously, I said she died at 5:36 a.m., February 24th, but I also made it a point to point out I went to school that day. I didn't give myself that day off. I still went to school, and I'm pretty sure I went to work after school too. Like, the idea of never taking that time to yourself or really trying to recover or sitting in your grief is a very real reaction to hard times in your life. And the fact that like Horikoshi was willing to uh, show that is honestly good, because like it is more than just sitting around crying and being sad. It's so much more than that. Grief can be just, as an example, so here's a deep cut for me. When my great grandma was dying, her lungs began to fill up with fluid, and so like it sounded like she was gargling, like mouthwash.
Yeah.
So for like 2 years, I could not gargle mouthwash after my grandma died. Like I couldn't do it. It made me viscerally upset. Uh, and there's kind of just the like it, and now I can do it. Like I want to make it clear, like that's not a wound I still have, but there's just certain things that this series shows, like the way you can react viscerally, emotionally, while still like doing things that make you look very normal to people who haven't had to knuckle down. Because one of the things about life is that it's not like I ever really in my life had a choice or had the opportunity to just sit in my feelings. And so, with the way the world was, and I'm sure people have heard me say it before, you think they had time to sit there and cry? No, they didn't. They had to keep going. And it's when you live it, you understand it. And if you haven't been through it, I'm glad you haven't. Uh, I don't really wish that life stayed on anybody. It's just not a good place to be in, and it makes your relationship strained and a whole bunch of other stuff. Uh, and that's kind of why it's cool that I got to like kind of go through the war, see the kids have these journeys, and kind of see people fight their own battles and overcome them, and just think about the ways that it did sometimes point me into looking at myself and allowed me to progress. And the fact that it did actually help me like bridge the gap with some people, and it did lead to like a good conversations and stuff that I could talk to my wife about in the early stage. And it was a way for us to, because one of the things that she didn't mention earlier is that when we first started talking, I actually loaned her like my physical volumes to catch up. And so
Aw.
it was like a thing that like we would exchange books back and forth. And
That's so sweet.
That's so sweet.
and so there's just different areas and like so many of my friends and whatnot that I like kind of got into it, and they were like, oh my god, I really love this. And just so many friendships, and the friendships with all of you guys that can't be replicated in this world. This idea of, like Aponzu said, having this friend that's all the way out in Belgium, and Thomas, you in Ireland, and Sayas, who was in Germany. um, and even I think back to when I ran that poll for, who's your favorite Church of MHA member, and I remember seeing stuff where it was like people in the Maldives, and just kind of like, obviously the majority of the viewers were in the United States or Canada, but just seeing that objectively there was like a global fandom. And like Coffee didn't mention it, but Coffee's from like Brazil last I
Yeah.
checked. And so just this international flavor to the way that we're all connected, and there's kind of a beauty to a series about a power that is the crystallization of hopes and
Yeah.
dreams of people all over, uh, in this stream existing, in this community existing, and just all of us from all over coming together, and just trying to put on one big show, I guess, if you want to call it that. Uh, One of the things that I'll probably do is actually go through, because obviously there were some harder times for the channel as far as like success and like life between life, and like me feeling like my channel was spiraling, and that the algorithm like just wasn't in my favor, and it was like a little demotivating. But I do want to kind of go back through at some point and clean it up and recreate or fix playlist for season 3 onward, because like halfway through the third year of the streams, I kind of stopped updating the playlist, and so I do want to get that stuff in there organized. Just because if people want to go back, I want it to be easy to find and easy to do. Uh, you know, like Tarner said, this will, in theory, always be here. Obviously, if YouTube disappears, they just wipe everything off. Then I guess suck, damn, like we lost it all. But as
We'll
long as
get
that doesn't
another
happen,
Wayback Machine. We'll figure it out.
but you know, as long as YouTube's here, I'd like for any My Hero fans, even you know, maybe 10 years from now, there'll be a My Hero fan listening to this stream at this point, seeing all this conversations that we had on this last chapter, because we started this stream at like 10 something. It's 4:46 p.m. by me, so we're on almost 7 hours. This is
Yeah, it's
the
almost 11
longest
for me.
stream
Yep, it's
that I've
4:40.
had on this channel.
I do want to say that like it's interesting because I made a joke in the chat that like you two are the proof that like MHA fans can get into relationships. But I do want to say that like just start watching these streams, like I wasn't in the server, like I just watched as like a spectator, and it was just such an honor to be on here and in the server. But seeing you grow, like go, and then the relationship, and then obviously you get your child, like it's been so sweet watching your journey. The same at MK's, and I can't wait to see the rest of it, honestly.
Yo, I knew today would be the longest stream. I'm like, yo, today's gonna be a movie. I'm like, it's gonna be a movie if everybody joins.
Yeah, we
Gotta
need.
know that.
We still honestly like
He didn't
think
say a
about
lot,
how
but he
long
was
it is.
here.
We still got people missing. We didn't have no Sayas, no BG, people like
No
that.
Nafisa?
No,
Yeah,
BG was in here
like
for a little bit.
he was. I must have missed it.
I only know because I remember his
Pichi
real
was in
name.
here today?
Yeah.
When
Wait,
the fuck?
when the
right?
He popped in here for a
He
little bit,
chatting.
and I think he saw that it was just real busy and was like, you know what, I'm gonna just pop back.
Oh, he
Yeah,
joined
that's
it
Shane.
left.
I like when he shows up.
Yeah, BG's great. I love him.
I just appreciate that he had the time to pop in even for a little bit. Madman
Nah, there was a
came
lot
through
of
with a
people in
super
here. It was
chat
like 15 heads.
that said, "We love you guys. Thank you for creating a space where so many can chit chat, discuss, and have fun about something we all love. Thank you again." And you know, I was thinking, you know, the movie's gonna come out, and obviously we're not gonna be able to see it, but I know I genuinely do want to do a retrospective video after where I'm gonna just like go back and reread everything. I told East I would probably try to time it for around the end of the anime just so it can have decent audience, like a chance in the algorithm, right?
Yeah.
Like, just because I think it deserves it. And when something is a part of your life for such a good portion, and you know, like my wife said, is even on the TV when you're watching your child be born and all that other stuff. It's you want to. I want to give it its due credit, and I always said that this series just does mean a lot to me, and it's done a lot in my life, and this whole thing has just been like a big source of pride for me and something that I really worked hard on, and it didn't end up as great as I think it could have been if I had been a bit more dedicated and a little less busy with my life, but I'm still glad that it is something that people were able to appreciate. And even if I don't feel like I did it as well as I could have or should have, the fact that you guys are all willing to be here and it makes you happy means that I still did something right. And I need to, you know, my wife tells me I'm way too hard on myself about the channel sometimes. And yeah, she's probably right. But I do want to do, you know, regular stuff, you know, with Shonen Jump. And it doesn't even have to be Shonen Jump. Obviously, like I kind of want people to talk about whatever mangas, like Wild Strawberry, all that other stuff.
Yes, wild strawberry.
Like so, like September is I do want to get us back cooking in September, but I just want to take some time off and just like make sure I got my head on right and whatnot, and just make sure next time we're going at it with the gusto, whether we want to do live or pre-record it, that's up to you guys. Because I've considered both formats. Like if we want to do pre-recorded and just upload big ass chunks, like 4-hour episodes or however long it ends up being while discussing multiple series. I'm fine with that. If it's the Church of Media, I mean, it's possible. It's very possible.
Yeah, Annika, you know what else we could do now that the series is wrapped up? You could finally return to the Discord calls on Sundays at least.
Oh my god, yes.
Oh yeah, because
And
over half the Discords were spoilers throughout the week. Yeah.
not only that, just in general. Remember, we used to have some read throughs.
That's true. We did have some.
He be living in my server.
Well, I do. That's because your server is the server we game in. So.
Hey, don't you ain't gotta tell him that. Just tell him it's the shiznit.
But yeah. Which I don't know. Like, there's a part of me that's like, oh, maybe I should try to stream one of our clashes or something like that, just because obviously I won't have time for the chat. But I mean, see the games and stuff that we do when we're playing or something like that. Just give people more variety. But I don't know what all it's gonna be yet. I just know I'm grateful for all of you and the time we've had together. And okay, yeah, we do play Karuta a lot too.
Please do not speak to my Karuta addiction.
What's that?
It's like okay, so Karuta is like this gotcha card game where you can
Yeah.
like you roll it and then it'll show you like 3 different card options and you like choose one and the cards are all in different conditions and you can like upgrade them. And so, but you also get to trade cards with people and
Wait,
whatnot.
is Karuta that very like the 16th century game?
I don't know about all that.
I don't
It's like
think so,
very old, like
Mm-mm.
that's sick.
But
you know what? I support this addiction. This is great.
But yeah. So with that being said, we'll get to do some Shonen Jump stuff next month. But without a doubt, one last time, I need to hear it from all of you. I need you to give me a hail Hori. So, 1, 2, 3.
Hail
Hori!
Yes, sir. My goat.
Yes, sir.
That's right.
Because I think he's earned it, and I hope he takes some time off. And I'll be honest and say that, like, I for damn sure ain't putting this below an 8. And when I reread it, a lot of times when I reread My Hero arcs, I like them all even better on that binge. So,
The anime has been doing wonders for the war too.
Absolutely.
The OST, voice acting, everything.
Bakugo's quote unquote debt is just phenomenal. It is really
Yeah.
fucking good.
Even the dub is.
Oh yeah, the
good.
dub.
Oh my god, Enji
Jesus
in the
Christ,
dub. Oh my god.
Jesus
I've
Christ.
always
My Hero has probably one of the best dubs I ever heard.
I have
Like-
to watch it all in dub one day.
Big
I've never
facts.
watched it in dub before. I need to do that.
Even if it's like just something to have in the background, you know, like
Bakugo's VA is one of my favorite VAs in the dub game. Like,
Who,
hands
Clifford?
All
down.
Might,
Yeah,
Chris
he's great.
Sabat, all Endeavor's VA, can't forget that.
Yep, Patrick Sides, he very good at his job as the
Shout out Justin too.
Oh yeah, Justin. Yeah.
Yep.
You know, he actually did a
Order?
funny tweet that I actually put in the anime section of the Discord.
I saw that too.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Man.
But that's it, guys. This is the series finale of the Church of MHA. If you get some
See you next time
OVAs
for
later,
Betku.
it's still the finale. It's everything after this is filler, or maybe not. I don't know. Depends on the movies. But
Church of
we
MHA
love you
GT.
all. We thank you for being here, especially some of you who I know for a fact have been watching since before there were streams. I appreciate you especially. Just thank you so much for being here for us. But that's it. We're saying goodbye here.
Bye-bye.
Take care.